This story does not begin with romance. It begins with imbalance. Little boy Taejun is tired. Not the dramatic kind of tired, but the quiet exhaustion of someone who has learned to endure without complaint. The young anchor was reporting live from the somber funeral hall of a renowned Seoul hospital. It was the heartbreaking farewell for the president of K Electronics and his beloved wife, both tragically taken in a devastating automobile accident. Tears streamed uncontrollably down the young woman's face as she clutched the small hand of a 10-year-old boy, their only son. The boy gripped her fingers with desperate strength, his jaw clenched tight, refusing to let the sobs escape in front of all these strangers. His eyes burned with unshed tears, but he held them back, determined to be strong. Reporters pressed in relentlessly, their voices sharp and overlapping as they shouted questions, hungry for every detail of the crash. Camera flashes exploded like lightning, blinding the grieving family members and piercing through the fragile veil of their sorrow. The boy blinked against the harsh light, confusion and anger rising in his chest. Why won't they leave us alone? He thought. Why can't we just say goodbye to mom and dad in peace? Later, in the quiet seclusion of the car, Kim Taejun turned to his grandfather, voice trembling with raw need. What sentence did the surviving driver get? He wanted the man who caused this nightmare to suffer, severely, unforgivably. His grandfather sighed heavily. Not too harsh. 1 to 2 years in prison. The words hit like a slap. Fury erupted in the boy's small frame. That's not fair, he shouted, voice cracking. He should be locked away for life, or executed. Grandfather, you have to do something. Please. The older man looked at him with pained eyes. No matter how much I hate him, no matter how much I want him to pay with his life, I can't. Our family must forgive him. It's what our position, our name, demands of us. His aunt gently opened an umbrella over him, rain beginning to fall, and tried to explain the cruel rules of their world. But Taejun shoved her hand away. I don't care about status, he cried, tears finally breaking free. I don't care about any of it. He bolted from the car, screaming into the downpour, I'll curse that man for the rest of my life. His aunt and the guards called after him, chasing through the rain, but the boy was unstoppable, fueled by grief too big for his young heart to contain. Soaked to the bone, chest heaving, he ran blindly until he reached the staff quarters. Wiping his streaming face with his sleeve, he stood there gasping. Then, a small, innocent voice cut through the storm. Daddy, why isn't Daddy home yet? I want to see him. It was the daughter of the driver, the man responsible for everything. Taejun froze. Hatred surged through him like fire. He glared at the little girl, fists clenched, vowing silently, I'll never forgive you. Never forgive any of you. 20 years passed. In a quiet, elegant restaurant, the chef greeted a high-ranking guest with respect. The woman smiled warmly. I'm expecting my nephew. Please prepare his favorite dishes, he's always loved them. Moments later, a tall, strikingly handsome man entered, bowing slightly. Sorry I'm late, Aunt. Kim Taejun had grown into a man of quiet strength and refined features. Now director of the K Electronics Service Center, he carried himself with calm assurance. They sat down to lunch, the warmth of family easing the years between them. His aunt gazed at him fondly, eyes shining. You're glowing with health and success. At your age, it's time to think about marriage, you know. He chuckled softly, a gentle tease in his voice. I'll just follow your example and stay single forever. She sighed, half scolding. You should have stayed in the US 1 more year. You could have been promoted higher. Being just a director doesn't suit someone like you. Taejun shook his head, smile fading into something more thoughtful. It was my choice. I wanted to start from the ground up, to really understand the customers, the people who need help every day. Across town at the bustling service center, So-eun hurried to assist an elderly lady who struggled to see the forms clearly. So-eun worked in K Electronics Mobile Services Division, and lately she'd been pouring every ounce of energy into her job, especially since returning from a month-long leave no one could know the real reason for. She couldn't ask colleagues for help. Some burdens were hers alone to carry. Later, in the empty staff room, she finally let herself sit. Alone with her thoughts, the weight of the past settled quietly over her heart once more. Although she hadn't been feeling well for days, So-eun found comfort and strength in something far greater, the opportunity to help save another person's life. For 27 years she had lived in quiet unhappiness, until caring people finally came into her world. She now had a wonderful, loving boyfriend who treated her with genuine tenderness, and his family had welcomed her warmly, taking her in and loving her as though she were their own daughter. Then, a few months ago, the bitter truth began to surface. One day Hyun-uk suddenly suggested they both undergo a co-medical checkup. While filling out the forms together, he noticed So-eun's blood type, type O, and his expression collapsed. Tears filled his eyes almost immediately. I wish I had type O blood too, he murmured, voice cracking. So-eun reached for him, concerned. Why are you so upset? Please tell me. At first he hesitated, saying he didn't want to worry her. But the pain was too heavy to keep inside. Finally he confessed, his mother had liver cancer. Her fragile condition meant she could only accept a liver from a type O donor, no exceptions, and no one else in the family was a match. So-eun's heart ached for him and for his mother. Gratitude and love overwhelmed her. This family had given her the first real sense of belonging she had ever known, and she desperately wanted to repay their kindness. More than anything, she longed to become a true, permanent member of their family. Without a moment's hesitation, she told them she was ready. She would go through every additional test, face every risk. She would be the donor his mother needed. Hyun-uk broke down in sobs of pure relief and happiness. His parents clasped her hands, tears in their eyes, thanking her over and over. "You're our blessing," his mother said softly. "As soon as this is behind us, we promise, we'll have the most beautiful wedding for you and our son." The surgery went perfectly. Hyun-uk's mother was still recovering in the hospital, and after finishing work, So-eun headed there to visit her. On the bus, she typed another affectionate message to her boyfriend, a small smile touching her lips. He hadn't replied all day. She told herself he must be swamped with work. They would see each other at the hospital soon enough. As she walked toward the ward, So-eun's thoughts turned hopeful and warm. His mother was improving day by day. It was finally time to start planning their wedding. She pictured herself talking it over with Hyun-uk, imagined how overjoyed his mother would be once the preparations began. Choosing invitations, trying on dresses, hearing his mom speak of her with pride as, "our daughter." A flutter of nervous excitement stirred in her chest as she approached the hospital room. Just as she was about to push the door open, she heard voices, Hyun-uk speaking quietly to his mother. She paused, hands still on the handle. "There's this girl at the firm," Hyun-uk was saying in a relaxed tone. "From a very wealthy family, old money. She's really beautiful." His mother answered warmly. "Then you should go meet her parents soon. Don't put it off." Hyun-uk let out a low, pleased chuckle. "Exactly. There are so many beautiful girls from good families out there. So, she's not right for me. She never really was." So-eun's breath caught. The hallway seemed to tilt beneath her feet. His mother continued lightly, "Of course not. Someone like her doesn't fit." Then came Hyun-uk's voice again, colder now, smug, almost triumphant. "That's precisely why I needed someone like So-eun. Someone who would actually do it, donate her liver. Girls from good families? They would never put their bodies on the line like that." Horror flooded through So-eun like ice. Her hand flew to her mouth to stifle the sob rising in her throat. Tears stung her eyes as the cruel truth sank in. Everything, the affection, the promises, the warmth that had made her feel truly loved, had been a lie. A deliberate, heartless calculation to secure her liver. She backed away from the door on trembling legs, silent and unseen, her world quietly breaking apart. She couldn't believe what they had done to her. The test results showed that So-eun was a perfect match as a donor. Hyun-uk's mother cried with happiness and thanked her future daughter-in-law over and over, calling her heaven-sent. The doctor explained the surgery. They would remove 50 to 60% of So-eun's liver for transplantation. It sounded scary to the girl, but the doctor assured her that with proper care, the liver would recover fully in about 3 months. So-eun worried she couldn't stay away from work that long and wondered how to manage it. Hyun-uk smiled and told her not to worry. He would help solve the problem of her absence. Though still anxious, she believed she could trust him. After the operation, So-eun woke in terrible pain, her whole body aching, tears streaming down her face. The nurse gently told her to calm down as she adjusted the anesthetic and confirmed the surgery had been a success. So-eun weakly asked about Hyun-uk's mother. The nurse replied that her condition was better than So-eun's and she was already recovering in the ward. She added that So-eun's boyfriend could visit if he registered at the desk. The girl shook her head. She decided not to bother him. After everything she had been through, she had learned the bitter truth. Later, Hyun-uk texted, puzzled why she hadn't come to visit his mom. So-eun didn't reply. She blamed herself for trusting them too much. In society's eyes, their relationship had always looked mismatched. He was a well-educated man from a good family working at a prestigious law firm. She was just a simple engineer with only secondary education and no family background. Her thoughts were interrupted when her colleague Bomi asked if she was coming to lunch. So-eun said she had too much work. Bomi offered to bring her something from the canteen. As Bomi left, So-eun remembered how Hyun-uk's family had cared for her, his mother always making sure she ate well, seeming so kind and decent. Her boyfriend had been caring too, always saying he wanted to be with her for the rest of his life, that he would marry her and be her first man. She had believed he was sincere. Now So-eun sat there with a saddened face, realizing how cruelly he had deceived her. Bomi continued to worry about what to bring So-eun for lunch. She casually told So-eun that their new director would be in the cafeteria today. He's really young and super handsome, she added with a smile. Now So-eun understood why all the girls in the office had been in such high spirits since morning. She asked her friend to buy a ricotta salad for her. Bomi headed off to lunch in a cheerful mood. So-eun realized she wouldn't be able to focus on work until she replied to Hyun-uk. She typed a short message. Almost instantly his reply came. His mom was expecting her and wondering when she would visit. For a moment, So-eun thought maybe he wouldn't abandon her after all. Maybe she could still hold on to him and his family. But then the messages kept coming, Hyun-uk bombarding her with requests to help his mother, even sending a cooking recipe she was supposed to follow. Annoyance started to build. It felt more and more like they were just using her. Hyun-uk had always been masterful at manipulating her whenever he needed something. She no longer believed a single word he said, but she didn't know how to move forward or what to do next. Suddenly, someone lightly tapped on her desk. So-eun shuddered. She hadn't expected anyone to be in the office during lunch break. She quickly wiped her glasses to see more clearly. Standing in front of her was a tall, strikingly handsome young man. He asked gently, "Why haven't you gone to lunch?" His eyes flicked to her employee pass and read her name. It was the first time So-eun had seen such a handsome man in the company. She wondered who he could be. Just then, the head of HR appeared and introduced him. "This is our new director." So-eun was shocked. The director himself had come over to speak with her. She immediately stood and greeted him politely, the way an employee should. The man, Kim Taejun, smiled and waved off the formality. "No need to be so formal about little things like that." He looked a bit embarrassed and explained, "I was just wondering why you're still here instead of eating. You have to eat well to do good work." So-eun replied quietly that a coworker was bringing her a salad. Taejun shook his head. "A salad isn't enough. You need a proper meal." She hoped he would leave soon. But he paused for a second, thinking, then made up his mind. "Follow me," he said firmly. "Right now." So-eun stared at him in surprise. So-eun hurried to keep up with the tall strides of the director and his assistant, her mind racing with worry. Why had she been called along like this? Was it about her long vacation? Had someone reported her absence? She feared the worst. Kim Taejun and his assistant walked ahead in silence toward the elevator. So-eun's thoughts spun faster. This felt so strange. Why would the director personally speak to someone as ordinary as her? In her imagination, he was already scolding her harshly, then handing her a termination letter. The awkward silence followed them into the elevator. To break it, Taejun turned to her with a calm voice and asked how long she had been working at the company, whether she liked her job, and what had made her choose K Electronics in the first place. So-eun felt as if she were back at her very first job interview. Her mind scrambled to piece together a proper self-introduction for the boss. Taejun continued gently, asking about her family, where she lived, who she lived with. "I live alone," she answered quietly. At last, the elevator doors opened on the executive floor. So-eun glanced around in awe. It was her first time here. Her department was buried on the very bottom level. They reached the director's office. Taejun politely asked her to wait outside for just a moment. A short while later, he stepped out carrying a takeout bag. "You're the only one who hasn't eaten lunch yet," he said simply. "You need a proper meal." When she looked inside, her eyes widened. Grilled eel rice, her absolute favorite dish. Joy sparked in her chest. She couldn't believe her luck. In that moment, she gazed at the director as if he were an angel sent from above. Despite his high position, he was so kind, so thoughtful. Taejun felt quietly satisfied that he could do this small good deed for her. Then, suddenly, he tilted his head and studied her face more closely. "Have we met somewhere before?" he asked, leaning in slightly as if trying to place her. So-eun couldn't help but notice how strikingly handsome he was. His deep blue eyes seemed capable of making anyone lose their composure. The expensive suit fit him perfectly, accentuating his tall, confident frame. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. She felt embarrassed by the intensity of his gaze, as if he were searching her face for something she couldn't name. The director studied her in silence for a long moment, then turned away. "Enjoy your lunch," he said quietly, wishing her well before walking off. So-eun quickly gathered herself and hurried back to her desk, eager to eat and escape the fluttering in her chest. Behind her, Taejun paused and glanced back. The employee pass dangling from her lanyard caught the light, her name clearly visible. Recognition hit him like a quiet shock. It was her, Han So-eun. He remembered her file well. She had graduated from college and joined K Electronics right away, an employee known for her good character and positive relationships with the team. From the head of the HR department, he had learned that she had taken a month-long unpaid leave to travel abroad. He had wondered why someone would go so far for so long. The question lingered in his mind. Later that evening, Taejun stood alone by the large window of his office, gazing out at the glittering night city below. In his memory, another scene surfaced, his last trip abroad, in a hotel room far from here. A girl had appeared behind him, her voice trembling. He had turned and ended their relationship without hesitation. "I'm tired of the constant fighting," he had told her. "I've tried to do everything for you. I don't know what more you want." She had shaken with silent sobs, tears streaming down her face. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. "Every time you drink, you call out for another girl," she cried. "Even in your sleep. It's always the same name, Han So-eun." She had screamed that she couldn't take it anymore, then ran out of the room in tears. Taejun had sunk back into his chair, letting the silence settle. His thoughts drifted back to childhood. He remembered a little girl with pigtails, always following him around, getting teased by him because he was a few years older and loved winning every argument. She never gave up though. No matter how much he teased or hurt her feelings, she would cry, wipe her eyes, and beg him to play with her again. As a boy, he had hated tears. And this girl cried so easily. Yet she always came back, stubborn and hopeful. He had often wondered what became of her, where she was, how she was living. Years later, he had quietly requested information about her. The report came back. Raised by her aunt until she came of age, her father had left the country and now lived in the Philippines. She currently worked at K Electronics. The coincidence had surprised him. He found it strange that she had ended up at the same company. That was when he decided it was time to return to Korea. Now, standing in his office, he had finally found her. Taejun's gaze lingered on the city lights. He wondered where she had gone for that month-long trip. Had she gone to see her father? Curious, he pulled out his phone and searched her social media. But there were no photos from her vacation, not a single one. Suddenly, while scrolling through her social media, Taejun came across a photo of an engagement ring. He hadn't expected that at all. His gaze shifted to the small framed picture of a man on her desk, clearly her fiancé. A faint smirk crossed his lips. So her life was finally coming together, he thought. Interesting. Already, a new plan was quietly forming in his mind. Later, Seo Gapsu met Taejun at a restaurant, clearly trying to win him over. The cunning older man piled on compliments, assuring Taejun that once he gained more management experience, he would be transferred to headquarters. He then asked why Taejun hadn't stayed abroad for the additional year as originally planned. Taejun met his eyes steadily. "I'm not used to waiting around," he replied calmly. Then, with quiet confidence, he added, "Now that I've been given this position, I intend to do something truly useful for the company." The words carried the subtle edge of a challenge. Taejun knew the harsh reality. 20 years after his father's death, the company had quickly erased nearly every trace of him, every achievement, every contribution he had made. But things were different now. Taejun had grown up. From here on, everything would unfold exactly according to his plan. The next morning, the office building gleamed under the early sunlight. Taejun arrived at work and stepped into the service center. To his surprise, So-eun was already at her desk, working diligently before anyone else had arrived. As he sipped his coffee thoughtfully, the current director leaned in and spoke in a patronizing tone. "There's nothing to worry about here, Director Kim. This is just a small service center. It's functioning perfectly fine." He gave a thin smile and lowered his voice. "Our customers love coming in because they get their gadgets fixed for free. They don't want to pay for new ones. But that's not profitable for us. If we fix things too well, they stop buying replacements. So I always tell the staff, don't do too good a job. Just be friendly enough to keep them coming back." He looked at Taejun meaningfully. "You don't need to waste your energy or intelligence trying to improve anything here." Outwardly, Taejun remained calm, nodding as if he agreed. But inside, anger simmered. The director clearly saw him as nothing more than a spoiled rich kid, the president's grandson handed a position he didn't earn and didn't understand. Taejun decided to stay composed for now, but he was furious that the company still employed people like this. Men who undermined real progress and treated both employees and customers with such calculated cynicism. So-eun was approached by a woman holding a broken cell phone, her face filled with sadness. The woman explained that the phone had worked perfectly for 10 years before suddenly failing. It contained so many precious memories and important information. She begged So-eun to fix it, her voice trembling with desperation. So-eun carefully examined the device and had to tell her the truth. "I'm really sorry, but this is a very old model. The parts aren't available anymore, and it can't be repaired." The woman's eyes filled with tears. She pleaded, "Please, try to do something. There are so many memorable photographs in there. I can't lose them." So-eun felt deep sympathy for her. She couldn't bear to turn her away empty-handed. "Don't worry," she said gently. "I'll try to help, at least make a backup of the data if possible." She reassured the woman and took the phone to the repair room. She mentioned that she would need to disassemble it carefully, but first the completely dead battery had to be charged. While waiting for the phone to gain some power, So-eun glanced at her own phone. Hyun-wook hadn't texted her since yesterday, even though he had promised to take her out to dinner. She considered calling or messaging him, then decided against it. If he wanted to, he would have contacted her by now. Still, she really wanted to know what he was up to. Unable to resist, she opened his social media profile unexpectedly. There was a new photo of him with colleagues, and among them stood a girl, Hungjin, the same one Hyun-wook and his mother had discussed in the hospital room. She was strikingly beautiful and sweet, clearly raised in a complete, loving family. One could say she was flawless. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a sharp scream. The old phone beside her sparked and burst into flames. The fire spread rapidly across the workbench. Thick smoke filled the air, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Shouts of "fire" echoed everywhere. So-eun remembered the fire extinguisher, ran to it, pulled the pin, and luckily managed to put out the fire in time. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and her vision blurred. She started to lose her balance, but then felt someone catch her under the arm. So-eun looked up and saw a terrified Taejun in front of her. He was yelling for her to come to her senses. After the incident, Taejun scolded the employees responsible. The main blame fell on So-eun. She had been distracted while working and failed to notice the phone igniting. The subordinates apologized sincerely, and Taejun allowed everyone to leave. He then asked So-eun to stay behind. He wanted to speak with her privately. The girl approached him nervously and apologized again for her negligence. She could sense his anger and feared she might be fired. So-eun said quietly that she would accept any punishment he deemed fit. Taejun looked at her for a moment, then smirked with a hint of amusement. He felt like teasing her a little. As I said before, "Well, you'll have to wait for it," he replied calmly. So-eun froze, stunned. She didn't know what to say. Taejun dismissed her with a nod and added, "I won't forget about this incident." K-Group was a dream job for many job seekers. So-eun had worked tirelessly and sacrificed countless nights of sleep to land this position. The incident left her feeling deeply ashamed. The surgery had already been hard on her body. She had returned to work after only a month of recovery. And because she had been terrified of losing her job over the long unpaid vacation, she had pushed herself even harder than the others, always staying late, always trying to prove her worth. As her coworkers quietly gathered their things and headed home, So-eun remained at her desk, the weight of the day pressing heavily on her shoulders. So-eun really missed Hyun-wook. She looked at the time. He should have gone home by now, so she decided to call him. She dialed his number, but a young female voice answered instead. So-eun was alarmed. "Who is this?" "It's Hung Jin," the voice replied. Hyun-wook left his cell phone at work. "What should I tell him?" So-eun asked her to pass on the message that she wanted to have dinner with him, so he could call her back. Hung Jin replied that they were having a company dinner tonight and invited So-eun to join, saying all of his coworkers had been wanting to meet his girlfriend for a long time. So-eun was so excited. Hyun-wook had never invited her to sit with his friends before. Hung Jin said she would text her the address and said goodbye. So-eun felt very happy. She thought Hung Jin was very nice and cuddly. After work, the girl stood thinking about how best to get to the restaurant she had been invited to. Suddenly, an expensive black car pulled up beside her. Taejun got out. With a nonchalant look, he told her to get in the car. So-eun was a little shocked. He held the door open for her and waited. The girl hesitated, not knowing what to do. The man said he was just giving her a ride home. So-eun thought she hadn't heard correctly. Since when did the director give rides to his employees? The man added that he had some business there, so they were on the same path. The girl thanked him and said she wasn't going home, but to a restaurant. Taejun asked for the address and said he was on his way with her anyway. So-eun was confused. She didn't understand why he was so insistent on giving her a ride. "What's wrong? Hurry up and get in," Taejun said in an almost commanding tone. So-eun got into the car, her body trembling slightly with a mix of excitement and nerves. She couldn't figure out why the director was doing this. Maybe he wanted to talk to her about her punishment. Once inside, the man asked for her exact address and ordered the driver to go. For a while, they rode in awkward silence. Suddenly, Taejun turned to her and asked if she had a boyfriend. So-eun was surprised by the question. She felt he was overstepping his boundaries a little, but he continued, asking if her boyfriend treated her well. So-eun grew more and more uncomfortable, but she was afraid of seeming rude to her boss, so she reluctantly answered. Taejun looked thoughtfully out the window and suddenly asked what girls considered a good attitude from a partner. In his mind, he wondered what this guy had done to win So-eun's heart and keep her by his side. So-eun felt relieved. She assumed he was asking because he was having problems with his own girlfriend and wanted advice on how to proceed. She thought it was very nice of him. She replied that a guy should be helpful and considerate. The man listened intently, then asked if she loved her boyfriend and if he was doing exactly what she had just described. So-eun was caught off guard by the question and blushed slightly. Taejun stared at her intently, wondering what kind of person had earned So-eun's love. Looking at her, he thought to himself that if she loved this man, then he was definitely a very lucky one. After thinking for a while, So-eun said yes. Suddenly, Taejun asked the driver to pull over. So-eun was confused. It was still quite a distance to the restaurant from here. The man explained that he had forgotten an important matter and needed to handle it urgently. So-eun thanked him and said she would continue on her own. Taejun gave a strained smile and wished her a good day, signaling that she should hurry up. Her answer had upset him a little. The girl stepped out of the car and finally breathed freely again. She thought to herself that her new director had a real talent for making people feel embarrassed. So-eun walked down the street, thinking how lucky she was to have been dropped off nearby. It turned out the restaurant wasn't that far, and it felt nice to walk a bit after being cooped up in the office all day. Finally, she spotted Hyun-wook waiting for her outside. She ran happily toward him, worried he might have been waiting too long. Hyun-uk looked surprised that she had walked so far. He gently helped her wipe the sweat from her forehead with his handkerchief. Suddenly, he said he had a favor to ask of her. He hadn't told anyone that she was the donor for his mother, and he asked her to keep it quiet. So-eun was shocked. She didn't understand why he was acting this way. Hyun-uk explained that he was afraid of his friend's reactions. They might make things up or keep bringing it up endlessly. Tears welled up in So-eun's eyes. She didn't understand. She had done a good deed, hadn't she? Hyun-uk kept insisting she stay silent, saying she would feel bad if everyone knew about it. He beckoned her to enter the restaurant, then turned back and asked if she was offended by his request. So-eun thought to herself, how could he do this to me after everything I went through for him? She felt deeply hurt. Hyun-uk looked at her strangely and asked what was wrong. She followed him into the restaurant, wondering if he really loved her at all. Doubt gnawed at her. She had to force a smile so as not to ruin the evening. Inside, she was introduced to everyone as Hyun-uk's girlfriend. All his friends said they had been wanting to meet her for a long time. The couple felt a little shy under all the attention. So-eun finally met Hong-jin in person. She really was very beautiful and friendly. The girl offered to introduce So-eun to all her friends. Everyone turned out to be pleasant and welcoming. The table was overflowing with all kinds of food. Despite the cheerful atmosphere, everyone chatting and laughing, So-eun felt awkward. She felt like an outsider, an extra who didn't quite belong. Hong-jin started asking So-eun about her job. So-eun talked about where she worked and what she did. After a few drinks, Hong-jin playfully asked So-eun to fix her refrigerator sometime, since she was so good with gadgets. So-eun felt that the comment was mocking her. It was unexpected and unpleasant, but she couldn't find the words to reply. Hong-jin then leaned on Hyun-uk and began flirting with him openly. From the outside, the two looked very close. So-eun thought it was time for her to leave. She was just about to speak to Hyun-uk when he suddenly stood up and said he had an important call to make. So-eun looked at him with annoyance. She sat there thinking she had come in vain. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. It was Hong-jin, offering her a drink to join them. Hyun-uk's co-workers cheered her on, asking her to have one with them. So-eun remembered how Hyun-uk had asked her not to mention that she was the donor for his mother. She hadn't fully recovered yet and had no intention of drinking. But she didn't want to seem rude, so she agreed. Hong-jin looked surprised that So-eun gave in so easily. A glass of soju was handed to So-eun. So-eun took a small sip of the soju. She was surprised at how good it tasted. It had been so long since she'd had a drink, and she had missed that familiar flavor. Suddenly, someone called her name loudly. Hyun-uk stood nearby, glaring at her with burning intensity. A tipsy coworker cheerfully suggested he join them for a drink. Instead, Hyun-uk told So-eun to leave the table immediately and follow him. Outside on the street, he started scolding her for drinking. So-eun explained that she had only taken a sip and didn't want to be rude to his friends, but he kept lecturing her. Hyun-uk said she shouldn't have drunk at all, worried it might make her sick. So-eun thought to herself that if he had simply told his friends the truth about the surgery, none of this would have happened. She wondered what kind of relationship he really had with Hong-jin, especially since she had been acting so familiar with him. Hyun-uk said it was time for her to go home and offered to call a cab. So-eun realized how rudely he was treating her, but she didn't want to argue or make a scene. She told him she would say goodbye to his friends and go home on her own. So-eun returned to the table, politely said goodbye to everyone and left. Hong-jin watched the couple from her seat, following them with her eyes as Hyun-uk escorted So-eun out. The way they looked at each other sparked jealousy inside her. She couldn't understand what he saw in someone like this girl. Meanwhile, Taejun finished another business meeting. He said goodbye to his partners and headed to his car. The driver met him and opened the door, but Taejun waved him off. "I'll drive myself tonight." He got into the driver's seat, said goodbye to the driver, and drove away. Taejun was exhausted. He had worked all day and attended several back-to-back business meetings. He understood they were necessary. These people were important contacts. But he disliked how much time was wasted discussing personal matters instead of focusing on work. Taejun suddenly remembered how he himself had recently asked So-eun personal questions in the car. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his mind, especially for asking if she had a boyfriend. He thought to himself that a beautiful girl like her should obviously have one. He hadn't originally planned to talk about such mundane things. His real curiosity had been why she chose to work at K Group. What surprised him most was how sincerely she had answered. With his status, he could have simply requested her information through HR if he wanted. Yet he had asked about other things that weren't necessary. It felt strange even to him. Without quite realizing why, Taejun found himself driving toward the restaurant So-eun had mentioned. He pulled up, parked, and walked inside. He asked the host for a table for one. As he was led to his seat, he noticed a large, lively group in the corner. People drinking, laughing, and chatting animatedly. Among them, he recognized a man, So-eun's boyfriend, the one from the framed photo on her desk. But So-eun herself wasn't there. She had said she was going to have dinner with her boyfriend, yet this looked like a corporate gathering. Taejun didn't understand why she had come here at all. She clearly didn't fit in with this crowd. Then it hit him, he had come here to see her. The realization made him uncomfortable. Taejun left the restaurant disappointed. He thought he could have attended another business meeting instead of coming here. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling his name. So-eun was sitting at a table outside a nearby store, cheerfully waving her ice cream cone and shouting, "Director Kim," across the street. Taejun glanced over quickly. It was obvious she was drunk. He felt embarrassed that she was drawing so much attention to herself in public. He walked toward her and asked why she was sitting here alone. So-eun looked sadly at her melting ice cream and replied sincerely, "Everyone abandoned me today." Taejun remembered dropping her off earlier. Now, seeing her sitting here alone while her boyfriend was still inside the restaurant, he assumed he had left her behind too. A pang of guilt hit him. He apologized for dropping her off so abruptly, but So-eun quickly shook her head. "No, I'm really grateful to you," she said. "I wasn't offended at all. And thank you again for the grilled eel rice, it's my favorite dish. Should I buy you more?" Taejun asked, smiling slightly. He liked how excited she had been about that simple lunch. So-eun didn't quite understand his intentions. She immediately pulled out her phone and showed him a photo. "I already ordered the same dish for delivery." Taejun leaned his head on his hand, watching her. He thought to himself how naive she was. He didn't interrupt as she happily rambled on about how delicious the delivery version tasted, insisting it was the best. Taejun looked at her quietly, noting how much she had grown up, yet she was still so different from the people around him. He didn't like that she had turned to drinking to cheer herself up. Suddenly, the girl decided to confess something. "Today, you scared me a lot," she said softly. "I thought you were going to do something bad to me." Then she got embarrassed and quickly added, "But the man who bought me lunch can't be bad." Taejun cringed inwardly. How could anyone be so naive? He started to lecture her gently. She couldn't be so gullible. She shouldn't judge people based on something as trivial as buying her lunch. Even an evil person could do that. Suddenly So-eun bowed her head. She said sadly, "I understand. I just hoped I could trust you." She looked depressed. In her mind, she thought about how she had trusted and willingly given a part of herself, hoping her loved one would be happy. It was all her fault. She had made the decision herself. She just wanted to be loved unconditionally, to have someone comfort her when times were hard. Taejun listened to her very carefully and realized that this girl was deeply unhappy in her current relationship. He could see she had sacrificed so much for someone who didn't deserve it. So-eun confessed quietly that she just wanted to be loved. Even though her voice was soft, the words carried the raw ache of a cry from the soul. The man sat there, unsure what to say. They had just been talking about grilled eel rice, and now she had plunged into such a heavy, depressing confession. He felt bad for her. Tomorrow, when she sobered up, she would probably regret telling him all of this. He stood up from the table and said it was time for them to go home. Suddenly, So-eun spoke again. "I'll tell you why I got a job at K Group." That was exactly what he had been most curious about. Taejun sat back down, ready to listen. He looked at the girl and thought how lucky he was that she was drunk. In this state, she would speak the truth without holding back. So-eun stared at him for a moment, then said, "There's no special reason." Taejun was shocked. He stood silent, stunned. While he remained speechless, the girl continued calmly, "K Group is the dream job for any aspiring applicant. If you get in, you can live comfortably and not have to worry anymore." The man couldn't believe it was that simple. Did she really know nothing about what her father had done 20 years ago? It was unbelievable that no one had ever told her the truth. Suddenly, So-eun added, "You're lucky, director." She was clearly hinting that he had been appointed director because of his family connections. This hurt the man's ego. He quickly defended himself, saying he had graduated from an Ivy League university, something very few people could achieve. While Taejun talked about his accomplishments and virtues, So-eun sat there with a glazed, distant look. Half of what he said her drunken brain couldn't even comprehend. Finally, he cleared his throat and stated firmly that he was worthy of his position. So-eun continued to tease him lightly, which only made him angrier. They bickered back and forth, acting exactly like they had as children. At that moment, the man suddenly recognized her fully. It was his childhood friend. Taejun jumped up from his seat. "You're not drunk at all. You're just laughing at me." So-eun burst into tears and insisted, "No, I'm really drunk, otherwise I wouldn't dare say such things to my boss." Then, in a loud, emotional outburst, she yelled that she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Taejun froze in place, wondering if she had recognized him after all. But So-eun screamed again, clarifying that she had been waiting for the moment when she could finally drink alcohol freely. The man admitted defeat. She really was drunk. Suddenly, the girl's mood shifted back to sadness. Her eyes filled with tears again. She began mumbling that she usually talked freely and wished she could speak as openly with Hyun-uk as she was speaking with the director right now. Taejun felt embarrassed once more for witnessing her raw confessions. He felt bad for her. At the same time, he was convinced she truly didn't remember him. Few people remember details from when they were 7 years old, especially after 20 years, and he had played no part in her life since then. He accepted as absolute truth that she had taken the job at K Group for no ulterior motive. Taejun had been so sure she was up to something that he stood there, uncertain what to do next. So-eun thought he was about to leave her behind, so she asked him to stay. The man replied that he would just go get his car and take her home. The girl pouted defiantly, clearly not believing him. Taejun had to convince her he wasn't lying. When he returned with the car, he discovered the girl was missing. He wondered why she was being so naughty. Suddenly he noticed something left on the table, So-eun's glasses. Taejun thought to himself that he had wanted to take them off her all evening, and now she had left them behind and walked away. He wondered how she would get home now, hoping she had taken a cab and wasn't wandering the streets drunk. Taejun got into his car, unsure whether he should drive around looking for her just to return her glasses. He thought back to his earlier questions, why she had chosen to work at K Group, whether she knew what her father had done 20 years ago, but he never expected the answer to be so ridiculously simple. He had come all the way from another country for this. He should have felt relieved that she had no ulterior motives. Instead, the man felt oddly pleased with how things had turned out. A small smirk crossed his lips as he thought, why not play with her a little more, just like when we were kids? The ringing of the alarm clock jolted So-eun awake. She sat up and searched the entire room for her glasses, but they were nowhere to be found. Fortunately, she had contact lenses for emergencies. As she got ready for work, she vowed to herself never to drink alcohol again. Suddenly, fragments of memory surfaced. She had talked to some man last night. She couldn't recall his face clearly at first. Then it came back. She had spoken so openly, so shamelessly, to the director. She couldn't believe it had really happened. So-eun drove to work in despair, convinced she was losing her mind. Bomi walked into the office in a cheerful mood, greeting everyone until her eyes landed on So-eun. So-eun looked like a ghost, pale, disheveled and hollow-eyed. No sooner had Bomi said hello than a coworker remarked, I barely recognized you today. Suddenly, So-eun spotted Taejun arriving for work. In a flash, she dove under her desk, trembling with fear and praying he wouldn't come looking for her. She was mortified by everything she had said and done the night before. Bomi thought So-eun was still traumatized from the fire incident and was hiding from the bosses. She gently helped her out from under the table. Just then, a courier entered the office and asked for Han So-eun. The girl finally crawled out and said it was her. The courier handed her a beautiful bouquet of flowers and asked her to sign for it. So-eun was shocked. This was the first time she had ever received such an extravagant bouquet. She noticed a small package attached, a hangover cure. The courier handed her the receipt, wished her well, and left. So-eun's colleagues crowded around, staring at the gift with open curiosity and interest. The receipt showed the sender was Hyun-uk. So-eun was surprised. The guy had never sent her flowers by courier before. She felt touched that he cared enough to do this. Maybe she had been wrong to resent him last night. With a soft smile, she took a photo of the bouquet and sent it to him along with a text. Thank you so much. I love you very much. Hyun-uk stared at the message in confusion. He couldn't understand what the strange text was about, or who could have sent So-eun such an expensive gift. Hong-jin glanced at Hyun-uk's phone and casually explained that she had sent the gift to So-eun because she felt guilty about how things went last night. She reassured him that she had done it on his behalf so So-eun wouldn't feel embarrassed. Hyun-uk grew nervous. He worried that if the two girls got close, Hong-jin might eventually find out about So-eun's donation to his mother. He thanked her but said she didn't have to do that. Hong-jin replied cheerfully, it wasn't hard at all, especially since So-eun will soon be your wife. I want to be friends with her. She began asking if they had set a wedding date yet, teasing that he would soon stop being a bachelor. Hyun-uk stood with his head down, biting his lip in quiet indignation. With a heavy sigh, he answered that they hadn't decided on anything yet. The girl smirked almost imperceptibly. An insidious plan was already forming in her mind. She laughed lightly and flirtatiously reminded him, yesterday you got so drunk, you even invited me to start something casual with you. Hyun-uk didn't remember any of it. He felt awkward and started to get nervous. Hong-jin continued sweetly, don't you remember? You asked me to call you. I liked it. Hyun-uk blushed but looked secretly glad. He wouldn't have dared to suggest something like that while sober. He muttered, you can call me that, when we're alone. They stepped out of the elevator laughing merrily, bantering back and forth like old friends. Hyun-uk walked beside Hong-jin, his mind racing as he tried to figure out how to untangle himself from this situation. He had only gotten involved with So-eun for two reasons, her liver donation to save his mother, and to have a bit of fun along the way. Hong-jin, on the other hand, was a talented lawyer from a prestigious family with excellent connections. Lately she had been showering him with gifts and drawing closer every day. He glanced at the beautiful woman beside him and quietly regretted ever starting anything with So-eun. The sun shone brightly, reflecting off the sleek K group building. Taejun walked briskly toward his office, a rare lightness in his step. The secretary greeted him at the door. He returned her greeting with a warm, "Good morning," and added, "Have a great day." The woman blinked in surprise. He was even humming a little tune under his breath. It was the first time she had seen the director in such high spirits. Suddenly he paused, turned back to her and said, "Please call Han So-eun to my office." Then, with a small smile, he added, "And tell her not to hide under the table anymore." Song Moon-kyung stared after him, even more puzzled. She had no idea what was going on, but she hurried to carry out the director's request. A short while later, So-eun entered Taejun's office with her head bowed low, her hair falling forward to hide almost all of her face. Shame burned through her. She was convinced she would be reprimanded again for yesterday's behavior. She ventured a quick glance upward and immediately found herself face to face with a tall figure standing much too close. Taejun looked down at her. He had originally come to resolve his questions about her, but everything had turned out far simpler than expected. Since his long journey back to Korea wasn't going to be in vain, he decided he might as well do what he wanted. A slight smile curved his lips as he asked, "Don't you have something to tell me?" So-eun immediately began apologizing for her rude behavior the night before, but Taejun interrupted her gently. "It's okay," he said. "We can forget about it." He looked at her closely and noticed she wasn't wearing her glasses today. "Are you wearing contact lenses?" he asked. So-eun simply nodded at his question. She stood there drenched in sweat from sheer nervousness and excitement. Taejun thought to himself how different she was today. Yesterday their conversation had been so lively and sparkling, yet now she was just nodding like a doll. Who would have thought this quiet girl could be so bold when drunk? His thoughts were interrupted when So-eun timidly asked if he had seen her glasses. She couldn't find them after last night. She blushed deeply and shifted awkwardly from foot to foot. Taejun drew out his words slowly, grinning. "I don't know," he said, though they had been sitting on his desk the whole time. He thought to himself that he wouldn't give them back so easily. He asked if they were expensive. So-eun shook her head. "It's not about the price. They're dear to me because they were a gift from my boyfriend." The man tensed. What a fool I'd be to return them now, he thought. He wondered if she had fought with the guy yesterday. So-eun silently scolded herself for her loose tongue and quickly added that they had already made up. Taejun wasn't pleased to hear that. His expression darkened into something more threatening. He asked sternly whether she had dealt with the consequences of her negligent behavior. So-eun was startled again. He kept changing topics so abruptly. She replied that she had already sorted it out. The man told her to follow him. He led her to a new, empty room. Turning to the secretary who had followed behind, he ordered her to set up a desk here immediately and inform HR of So-eun's reassignment to a new position. He was appointing her as manager of the new team. The secretary asked who else would be in the group with her. Taejun grinned. So-eun can manage on her own. He said he would name the team the Future Service Team. So-eun walked down the corridor in a depressed state. She thought that Taejun had created this new position especially for her, only to give her an impossible task. When she inevitably failed, he would have the perfect excuse to fire her. He was definitely a workplace bully. She couldn't figure out what she had done to make him so angry. Bomi noticed her coworker's gloomy expression and tried to cheer her up, asking what had happened. So-eun still had the vivid image in her mind, Taejun giving orders to the secretary right in front of her. Starting next week, she would be working completely alone in some kind of isolated room, performing unknown tasks. The thought made her stomach twist. Her sad thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. The elderly woman from before had come to pick up her phone. So-eun handed it over and apologized sincerely for the long wait. They had fixed and restored everything. Photos, messages, all the precious memories were safe. The woman's face lit up with joy. She thanked So-eun over and over, then reached into her bag and pulled out a small sweet drink. "It's not much," she said warmly, "but I wanted to thank you somehow." So-eun felt embarrassed and tried to refuse. She had only been doing her job. But the woman insisted with such genuine gratitude that So-eun finally accepted the gift. They thanked each other, exchanged sweet smiles, and for the first time that day, So-eun felt a little warmth and cheer return to her heart. Later, back in the workshop, So-eun worked on fixing another device. She tried to reassure herself, if she just worked harder, she wouldn't be fired. She was determined not to be afraid of something that hadn't even happened yet. She would get through it. Meanwhile, at Yu's law firm, everyone was expecting the arrival of a very important client. Hyun-wook was mentally preparing himself for the meeting. The boss had warned him to pay special attention. This was his chance to prove himself and advance. So he felt nervous, worrying about how it would go. Suddenly, Hung-jin appeared beside him, surprised. "You were called to the conference room too?" As it turned out, Both of them had been selected to handle the new client together. Hyun-uk assumed he would serve as the lead lawyer, with Hung-jin acting as his assistant. The two young lawyers entered the conference room and were introduced as the most outstanding among the firm's rising talent. The director of the law firm apologized, explaining that he had to attend to another matter elsewhere, and allowed them to begin the meeting on their own. Hyun-uk looked at the man seated across from him and thought he resembled a celebrity. Sharp features, commanding presence, impeccable suit. Taejun greeted them politely. "I've heard many positive things about you both," he said, sliding his business card across the table. Hyun-uk glanced at it and felt a sudden wave of discomfort. The card identified Taejun as the director of the service center where So-eun worked. Taejun continued calmly, informing them that he was the only grandson of the president of K Electronics and the second heir to the entire K Group. Hyun-uk's unease instantly turned to elation. If he performed well here, he could one day become a corporate lawyer for K Group itself. Taejun explained that he would be transferring to K Electronics headquarters next year. To prepare, he needed to build a strong team of talented individuals, mostly from abroad. Hiring foreign employees always involved complex legal disputes, so he wanted the lawyers directly involved in the process from the beginning. That would mean frequent overseas business trips. Hyun-uk nearly lost his composure with excitement. In his mind, he was already envisioning the salary, the prestige, and how high he could climb the career ladder. After the meeting concluded, Taejun sat in the back of his car as the driver pulled away. As they left the building, a memory surfaced, an episode he had witnessed by accident just before exiting the conference room. He had overheard a man and a girl cooing and chatting informally in the hallway, low, intimate voices, shared laughter, flirtatious tones. It was clear from their interaction that there was mutual affection between them. Taejun intended to do everything possible to expose them. He remembered how worried So-eun had been about the glasses her boyfriend had given her, how much they meant to her. He frowned, painfully aware of how poorly the girl had chosen her partner. He thought to himself how naive she truly was. Hyun-uk's mother was lying in her hospital bed, watching a TV show with her roommate. Unexpectedly, So-eun walked into the room and greeted her with a friendly, "Hello." The woman's face immediately darkened. She didn't even try to hide her displeasure, it was written all over her expression. So-eun politely asked if she had eaten lunch yet. The woman replied curtly that she was just about to. "I brought you some healthy food," So-eun said gently. "A mother needs to eat well to recover faster." She handed over the container, hoping the woman would like it. "Is it good?" Hyun-uk's mother mumbled that everything was fine and continued eating in silence. They sat in awkward silence for a while. So-eun decided to arrange the flowers she had brought into a vase. The woman was unusually taciturn today, and So-eun wondered if she was resentful because So-eun hadn't visited last week. But after overhearing the conversation in the hospital room, So-eun couldn't stay and pretend nothing had happened. Still, she forced herself to smile and tried to cheer the woman up. Suddenly, Hyun-uk's sister, Hyun-jin, entered the room. The mother's face instantly brightened with a genuine smile. Hyun-jin didn't even acknowledge So-eun at first. She sat down beside her mother and started chatting animatedly. The mother said softly that Hyun-jin shouldn't have come, she must be tired from work. So-eun greeted Hyun-jin warmly, calling her sister, and saying hello. Hyun-jin's expression changed. She glanced over and said she hadn't noticed So-eun was there. "How are you feeling?" she asked flatly. "I'm fine," So-eun replied. Hyun-jin gave a small nod. "You're lucky you're still young, you recover quickly." Then she brushed So-eun off and turned back to her mother, continuing their conversation as if So-eun weren't even in the room. So-eun felt deeply slighted by both women and couldn't understand why they were suddenly being so harsh toward her. A short while later, all three of them continued watching the TV show in strained silence. Hyun-jin suddenly remarked that the main character on screen looked like So-eun. She asked how So-eun would feel when she became a lawyer's wife. While So-eun remained silent, Hyun-jin continued talking about what it would be like to marry someone with such a prestigious profession. So-eun thought to herself that she wanted to marry Hyun-uk not because of his status or profession, but simply because she loved him. Suddenly, the mother clutched her side and said she felt sick. Hyun-jin immediately grew worried and began lamenting that her mother was taking so long to recover from the surgery, even though everything should have been fine by now. She suggested that the transplanted liver probably wasn't healthy enough, which was why recovery was so slow. She added that So-eun was too weak and skinny, so she was definitely the problem. Hyun-jin asked her mother if it was possible to do the surgery again. Perhaps they could find a healthier donor. So-eun stood there as if struck by thunder. How could they say such things right in front of her? She turned to Hyun-jin and said that she had given up an important part of herself for her mother, and she hated hearing remarks like that. Both women looked at her with displeasure and surprise. So-eun had always been quiet and submissive, now she had suddenly crossed the line. Hyun-jin smiled and said she was just kidding. So-eun couldn't hold back anymore. She spoke up firmly, pointing out that the doctor had praised her mother's progress and said recovery was going smoothly. She added that Hyun-jin's harsh words could upset her mother and harm her health. Hyun-uk's mother glanced at So-eun, visibly embarrassed. It turned out this quiet girl had quite a spark of temper after all. So-eun said she would go wash some fruit for her mother to enjoy. Hyun-jin asked her mother if she had eaten yet. The woman replied that she had eaten the rice porridge So-eun had brought. Hyun-jin decided to check what kind of porridge the girl had prepared. When So-eun returned, the woman held out the container and asked if this was the porridge she had made for her mother. Hyun-uk's mother looked away with a clearly displeased expression. Hyun-jin asked her mother if it tasted good, but the woman grimaced and muttered that she just ate whatever was given because there was nothing else. So-eun was stunned. She had specifically asked her mother if she liked it. The girl quickly tried to explain that she had followed the recipe Hyun-uk sent her exactly. Hyun-jin grew angry and snapped that So-eun should have tasted it herself first. She raised her voice, scolding So-eun that she couldn't even manage something as simple as cooking properly. So-eun felt deeply hurt and offended. Suddenly, Hyun-uk walked into the room and asked what was going on. Their raised voices had carried all the way down the hallway. Hyun-jin turned to her brother and explained that So-eun had made porridge. She had merely commented that it tasted strange, and So-eun had overreacted to a little criticism. Hyun-uk picked up a spoon and decided to taste the porridge himself. He grimaced immediately and spat it out. He asked why the porridge tasted so strange and completely flavorless. So-eun insisted she had cooked it exactly according to the recipe Hyun-uk sent her. Hyun-uk remained indignant, saying the girl either didn't know how to cook or had made a mistake, because the recipe promised the porridge would be very good. So-eun gave a small, bitter smirk. In that case, you should have cooked it yourself. She grabbed her bag and declared she was leaving. Hyun-uk and his sister stood frozen in bewilderment. The girl had never acted so boldly before. They watched open-mouthed as So-eun walked away. Meanwhile, Taejun arrived at the hospital where he knew Hyun-uk's mother was staying. Suddenly he heard young voices raised in argument. Hyun-uk hurried after So-eun and begged her to stop and not leave. The girl was furious, saying she no longer wanted to stay in that place. Taejun decided not to interrupt. He quietly hid behind a nearby wall to listen. It was clear the couple's relationship was far from smooth. They stood right on the doorstep, arguing openly. So-eun told him that if he didn't like her porridge, he could make it himself and taste it. Hyun-uk shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot, rubbing the back of his neck. He said the porridge didn't need to taste amazing anyway. It was a medicinal recipe. He added that his sister hadn't visited their mother in a long time and didn't know she needed healthy food. So-eun exploded. She shouted that of course his sister didn't know anything, because So-eun had been the one taking care of his mother every single day since the operation. Taejun was stunned by this revelation. He tried to piece together what was really going on. Hyun-uk tried to calm her, pleading for her to stop shouting and come back inside, but So-eun kept pressing him, asking how many times he had even come to visit his own mother. So-eun said that she had been by her mother's side all day and night. Taejun, still hidden behind the wall, suddenly realized why So-eun had taken a month's unpaid vacation. She hadn't really gone abroad, she had been taking care of her boyfriend's mother the entire time. So-eun demanded that Hyun-uk tell his sister right now to apologize to her and to be polite from now on. Suddenly, Hyun-uk's expression changed. He glared at the girl angrily and shouted at her to stop talking. He told her she was out of line. She had been sassing him a lot the last few days. So-eun stood dumbfounded, staring at him with eyes full of disappointment. Hyun-uk asked why she wanted everyone to grovel in front of her. Taejun stood there thinking, what a piece of work this guy is. So-eun stood numb with shock, staring at Hyun-uk. How could he say such cruel things to her face after everything she had done for him and his family? The man turned away coldly and told her she could go wherever she was going. They would talk later. Suddenly, Director Taejun walked past them. He chose to pretend he hadn't noticed her and simply continued on his way. He didn't want to embarrass her further. He realized she would feel even worse if she knew he had overheard the entire argument with her boyfriend. So-eun was convinced he must have heard everything. Now he would think she was foolish. After all, back in the car, she had spoken so proudly about how wonderful her boyfriend was. She had tried so hard to convince herself she was happy. A wave of shame washed over her. Holding back tears of indignation and hurt, she turned and walked home alone. Monday morning started with a knock that wasn't really a knock. Taejun stepped into So-eun's workspace. "You're going back to mobile service today?" he said flatly. So-eun looked up. The director's face was tight, cheeks faintly red. He looked almost embarrassed. She realized he wasn't happy with her performance in this new role. He cleared his throat. "Your department's short-staffed. They need their section manager back." Relief flickered through her. She was finally returning to her old team. But before she could respond, he added, "Come back here in the evening. You'll keep working with me after hours." Her stomach sank. Taejun's tone brightened. "I'm assigning you your first project as head of the future team. I expect you to lead well and deliver strong results. He met her eyes. Most days you'll finish after 9. And if I call anything, you answer. No exceptions. The words hit hard. So-eun felt hollow, like her energy had drained out through her feet. Endless overtime. No personal life. Taejun must have noticed. You'll get paid extra for all of it, of course. That softened the blow a little. Money mattered. But she still had no real choice. I understand, she said quietly. She gathered her things, laptop, charger, a few small items, and headed for the door. Taejun and Secretary Moonong watched her leave. He muttered under his breath, she doesn't even know why I'm doing this. Moonong glanced at him, surprised, eyebrows raised. Something unspoken hung between them. When So-eun walked into mobile service, Bomi spotted her instantly and nearly burst into tears. You're back, Bomi rushed over, hugging her tight. Please don't ever leave us again. So-eun managed a surprised laugh. Bomi pulled back, wiping her eyes, then spilled everything. We complained, loudly, every time the director was nearby. Made sure he heard how impossible things were without you. She grinned. And Jang Eunpyo? He actually spoke up. Told the boss it'd be nearly impossible to replace you. Said the current candidates barely measure up. So-eun froze. Jang Eunpyo? The quiet guy who never got involved, who barely spoke to her even before she disappeared on that sudden leave and left the team buried in work. She'd been sure they'd resent her. Instead, they'd fought to bring her back. A warm lump rose in her throat. She bowed deeply. Thank you. Really. For everything. Bob beamed, tugging her toward her old desk. Your chair's waiting. The plants almost died without you. For the first time all morning, So-eun smiled, small but real. Late night still waited ahead, but at least she wasn't facing them alone. Her mood lifted, light breaking through the weight. The department head poked her head in. Lunch is over, ladies. Back to work. The girls scattered to their desks. Bomi slid into the seat next to So-eun and leaned in with a grin. I heard you got tapped to head the new Future Projects team. That's huge. She gave So-eun's shoulder a quick squeeze. You've got this. You're the hardest worker here, smart, capable, all of it. I believe in you. Then Bomi lowered her voice a little. And listen, I think the CEO's actually a decent guy. He won't punish you over that last mess. He's always so polite. I genuinely think he's nice. So-eun paused, fork halfway to her mouth. Memories flickered in. His first day, when he'd casually handed her a lunchbox because she'd forgotten hers. The night she'd gotten tipsy and rambled on, he'd listened quietly, voice soft and patient, never once making her feel small. Even after her screw-ups, he never snapped. Maybe Bomi was right. She decided then, she'd work twice as hard. Make him see she was worth being kind to. After her regular shift in mobile service, So-eun headed upstairs to the Future Projects team office. Every evening the same scene waited. A neat stack of documents on her desk, lights low, silence thick. But for the past few days the director hadn't shown up once. Doubt crept in. Bob's cheerful predictions started to feel like wishful thinking. This didn't look like understanding, it looked like punishment. Like he was deliberately making her stay late just to twist the knife. Anger simmered under her skin. 6 to 9 p.m. every single day, trapped in this quiet office with barely enough work to fill 30 minutes. What was the point? If he wanted to waste her time, she'd use it. She pulled out her English study app, popped in her earbuds, and got to work on vocabulary and listening drills. High score on the aptitude test. Better job. Exit plan. Simple. Taejun was heading out for a meeting when Secretary Moonong stopped him at the door. You haven't eaten all day, she said, voice gentle but firm. She held up a small bento box she'd prepared. At least eat this before you go. He paused, hand on the doorknob. The smell hit him, warm, familiar. It pulled him straight back to childhood. Moonong in the kitchen, apron on, humming while she stirred pots. She'd always cooked like it was nothing, always slipped him extra portions, always told him with a smile that she should have been a chef instead of stuck behind a desk. A small, rare smile tugged at his mouth. Come on, he said. Eat with me. Like old times. They sat across from each other in the quiet executive lounge. Halfway through the meal, Moonong set her chopsticks down. So-eun's been staying late every evening, she said carefully. Even though you haven't left her any real tasks. Taejun's chopstick stilled. She doesn't even eat dinner, Moonong continued. Just keeps asking if you're coming in. He stared at his plate for a long second, food forgotten. Then, voice flat, she deserves it. Taejun leaned back, voice quiet as he started the story. When I was a kid, I had this puppy that followed me everywhere. One day it just disappeared. Later I found out it had trailed after the first person it met and stayed with him instead. He gave a short, dry laugh. Moonong, why do you think So-eun keeps following that guy like a puppy? Even when he's so mean to her. The secretary watched him carefully. Why didn't you try to get your puppy back? She asked. Taejun's eyes dropped. I did. But the search didn't turn out the way I thought it would. Moonong nodded slowly. She understood exactly what he meant. After a pause she asked, if you found that puppy again years later and recognized it, would you see it as an adult dog now? Taejun stared at the empty bento box for a second. It's still just a puppy, he said softly. No matter how much time passes. Still the same. They finished lunch in silence. Later, Taejun presented to the shareholders and nailed it perfectly. Confidence surged through him. He was on top. He checked the time, 6 p.m. So-eun would be heading up to his floor right now for the new project. As usual, she'd probably wait there until the very last minute, hoping he'd show. He pictured her sitting alone in the quiet office. A faint twist of something, guilt, maybe, flickered, then vanished. Taejun lingered in the hallway, a quiet conflict stirring inside him. On one hand, he felt sorry for So-eun, trapping her in those endless late nights. But he told himself it was still better than letting her return to that hospital job, where they treated her so poorly and worn her down. The elevator opened onto the family estate's top floor. Kim Jae-pin, his grandfather, stood waiting with arms wide open, face lighting up. Taejun stepped forward into the warm hug. The old man grumbled fondly as he patted his back. Seeing my own grandson has become a rare event. Always buried in work. Taejun smiled faintly. Sorry, grandfather. Kim Jae-pin pulled back, eyes sharp. I've heard about your successes, impressive. But be careful with people. You're attracting all kinds of potential allies now, and that's good. Just don't let them get too comfortable around you. Keep your distance. He paused, then added with clear approval, and I heard you've started actively recruiting talent from abroad. Smart move. Taejun blinked, surprised and quietly relieved. He'd braced himself for a scolding over the international hires. Before he could reply, an aide approached. President, the board meeting is about to start. Kim Jae-pin gave Taejun's shoulder a firm squeeze. Call me if you need anything. Anytime. Taejun bowed deeply. I will. Take care, grandfather. As the old man turned to leave, a loud voice rang out. Taejun. It was his uncle, the part-time president of the mobile business division, striding over with a broad grin. The man stopped in front of him, scanning him from head to toe. Look at you. All grown up. It's been years, you look great. Taejun gave a polite nod. Uncle. His uncle's smile stayed in place, but his eyes were calculating. You're starting to look more and more like your father as you get older. The beat. He died at 40, didn't he? Such a shame. So young. The words landed carelessly, almost deliberately. Taejun's stomach tightened. The casual tone felt off. Loaded, suspicious. Alarm flickered through him, sharp and sudden. Uncle Kim Sang-deok gave Taejun a hearty pat on the shoulder. Nice having you in the same company, nephew. I'll have a word with the bosses, tell them to go easy on you. Taejun smiled politely. Thanks, uncle. No need to worry about it. Sang-deok leaned in a bit, voice dropping like he was dropping wisdom. School theory is one thing, real work is another beast entirely. I've seen tons of hotshot grads from fancy universities who couldn't get anything done in practice. He gave Taejun's shoulder one more solid pat. Just do your best not to stain your grandfather's good name, okay? With a quick wave, he turned and walked off. Before Taejun could even breathe easy, a sharp voice sliced through the air nearby. Still acting like a spoiled brat at his age. Ridiculous. It was his aunt, arms crossed, face twisted in disgust. She stepped closer. Ignore whatever crap he just fed you. This company is standing tall today because your father built a rock-solid foundation. Don't let that man rattle you. Taejun gave a small grin. And if he really steps over the line? Her eyes sparkled with wicked amusement. I'll publicly yank that ridiculous wig right off his head. Taejun cracked up, muffling the laugh behind his fist. His aunt chuckled too, then softened. Dinner tonight? My treat. He paused for a second, an idea flickering through his head. I've still got some things to finish, he said gently. Rain check? I'd really like that, another time. She nodded and walked away. Later that evening, Taejun quietly pushed open the door to the future project's office. So-eun was slumped over her desk, head pillowed on her arms, fast asleep, sweetly, completely out. He froze in the doorway for a second. She didn't look like someone who should be clocking paid overtime. She looked drained, like the late nights had finally knocked her out cold. Taejun decided not to wake her. He eased the chair back slowly so it wouldn't scrape, then sat down. On the desk, he noticed a neat collection of English tests. Taejun realized she was studying for an exam. But was she really planning to leave the company? He propped his cheek on his hand and watched her. Fast asleep, hair sprawled across the desk, eyelashes fluttering softly. She was beautiful. Suddenly her phone screen lit up. A text from her boyfriend, answer me. Why haven't you replied all week? Taejun grabbed the phone, a selfish impulse kicking in. He had to try unlocking it. What passcode would So-eun use? He tried, and it worked. Unbelievable. She's so naive. The phone in his hands felt like it was teasing him, practically begging him to dig in. He froze. Then he jumped up from the chair and started pacing the office. Taejun was angry at her, not getting how she could be so careless. She's an engineer, after all. This kind of negligence was a real stain on KG Group's reputation. He went back to his seat, snatched the phone, and deleted the last text from that bastard. Afterward, he put it back and exhaled in relief. He didn't want So-eun running to that guy again. Suddenly he heard a deep sigh. He looked closely, her cheeks flushed pink. She sniffled. He figured it was his fault she'd crashed out on the job like this. So-eun opened her eyes. Still half asleep, she didn't register where she was right away. Suddenly, So-eun jolted awake and realized she'd crashed out right at her desk. Panic hit. She started frantically stuffing papers and her laptop into her bag, then snatched her phone to check the time. Her eyes stung, damn, she'd fallen asleep in her contacts again. A low gurgling sound cut through the quiet. Like someone was tapping away on a game. She turned. Taejun was sitting right next to her, casual as anything, thumbs flying across his phone screen in some mobile game. So-eun froze, mouth open. Speechless. A little scared, honestly. He didn't even look up. It's 11 p.m., he said flatly. She blinked. I didn't want to wake you, he continued, still playing. And leaving you alone in the office this late isn't safe. So I stayed. Her stomach twisted with guilt. She'd made the director, the actual CO, sit here babysitting her until almost midnight. Taejun finally glanced over, reading her face like an open book. What, you think my time is as valuable as yours? So-eun bristled. I didn't ask you to stay late just because I did. He raised an eyebrow, face completely unreadable. That's a weak comeback. You need to work on your debating skills. Before she could fire back, he switched gears, a small smirk tugging at his lips. So, things patched up with your boyfriend yet? The question landed like ice water. Her mind flashed straight back to that day at the hospital. The argument with Hyun-uk, voices raised, everything spilling out in the hallway. He'd heard it all. So-eun felt a flush of discomfort crawl up her neck. The director had overheard that raw, messy argument with Hyun-uk, and now he was casually dragging it back up? Taejun stood up smoothly. Get your things. I'll drive you home. She shifted awkwardly. No, really, don't worry about it. I'll just call a cab. In her head, I don't need another lecture tonight. He turned, giving her a small, knowing smile. You shouldn't turn down concern when someone offers it. His tone softened just a fraction. And I promise, no dropping you off halfway this time. They walked toward the parking lot in quiet. Halfway there, Taejun glanced sideways. Have you eaten dinner? I ate at the office, she said quickly. He raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. I haven't eaten yet either. Unease prickled her skin. Here it comes, some weird move again. She stole a look at him under the dim lot lights. He actually looked worn out, haggard, shadows under his eyes. After all, he'd stayed late because of her. If she hadn't crashed at her desk, he'd probably be home by now, eating properly. Guilt twisted in her stomach at the sight. Then she remembered, there was still a sandwich in her bag. She'd bought 2 earlier, one to eat while waiting for him like usual, so one was left over. Her hand was already dipping into her bag when doubt hit. If I offer it, he'll probably smirk and make some smug comment about me again. She stopped, fingers freezing. Taejun noticed. What are you looking for? Nothing, she mumbled, pulling her hand back. Too late, he'd spotted the wrapped sandwich peeking out. Were you going to offer me that? So-eun's face burned. She squirmed, mortified. He grinned, light and teasing. I don't usually eat that kind of stuff, you know. She thought bitterly. Nailed his reaction exactly. Suddenly, Taejun reached over without asking and plucked the sandwich right out of her bag. But anyway, he said with a bright grin, I'll take it since you clearly wanted me to eat it. He unwrapped it happily and took a bite as he strolled toward the car like nothing had happened. So-eun stood frozen, mouth hanging open. How smug can one person be? True to his word, Taejun drove her straight home. She felt a tiny flicker of warmth at how attentive he was being, but mostly she just wanted to bolt out of the car as fast as possible. He pulled up to her building and scanned the narrow alley. Too dark. This isn't safe, he muttered, frowning. You shouldn't be coming home this late. So-eun shot him a sharp glare. Yeah, and whose fault is that? The overtime was all thanks to him. Her phone buzzed in her bag. She peeked, Hyun-uk. She reached for the door handle, ready to step out and answer. Taejun's voice stopped her. Already made up with your boyfriend? She whipped her head around, glaring. I don't have time for this. I'm always buried in the work you keep piling on me. He propped his cheek on his hand, grinning like the Cheshire Cat himself. So you haven't forgiven him yet? She bristled. My boyfriend works a lot too, you know. Taejun tilted his head, still smirking. Then it can't be that important for you two to patch things up, right? If it was, no matter how busy you are, you'd find 1 minute to call and sort it out. So-eun felt the words land like quiet punches. Damn it, he was making sense. Logical. Annoyingly logical. She deflated a little, staring at her lap. He wasn't done. So, were you just hesitating to answer him? Or was it something else? Even though she just insisted her boyfriend was extraordinary, resentment started bubbling up inside So-eun. The director had crossed every boundary imaginable, and then some. Their conversation felt like a duel, sharp and unrelenting. Taejun tilted his head slightly. If he's not so great, then why are you with him? So-eun lifted her chin. I didn't choose him because he's great. I chose him because we fit. We're right for each other. Taejun's expression didn't change. I don't think you are. Deep down she knew he might be right, but admitting it felt impossible. Her voice trembled as she pushed back. You got everything wrong from what you overheard outside the hospital. We're actually doing great. We're practically family. The words burst out louder than she intended. She shocked herself, snapping at her boss like that. She didn't even understand why the anger had spilled over so fast. Taejun didn't flinch. Instead, he asked quietly, is that why you're sacrificing so much for him? Taking care of his mother like family? The question hit hard. Memories flooded back. The forced vacation to recover from her own surgery, the endless days spent looking after Hyun-uk's mother instead of resting. She'd been used, taken advantage of, and the realization stung deep. Tears pricked her eyes. I don't feel comfortable talking about this with you, she said, voice cracking. But the tears wouldn't stop now. She looked at him, blurry through the wet. I know I've been a lot of trouble. You've listened to so much of my personal mess. I'd understand if you don't like me. Taejun reached over slowly. His fingers brushed her hair back from her face, then gently wiped a tear from her cheek. The touch felt warm. People like you, he murmured, running his hand gently through her hair. You have no idea how much I like them. So-eun blinked up at him, caught off guard by the softness in his voice. He continued, tone low and almost affectionate. People with no real opinions of their own. Ready to do whatever others tell them to do. The words landed like a quiet slap, sweet on the surface, cutting underneath. So-eun felt the sting of his words cut deep. People like her, opinionless, obedient. The remark burned. She managed a tight, thank you for the ride, director, then bolted out of the car before he could say anything else. Her legs shook as she hurried up the stairs to her apartment, barely able to keep her balance. Don't take his stupid comments to heart, she told herself fiercely. She wiped her tears roughly with her sleeve. I decide my own fate. Not him. So-eun clenched her jaw. She was going to prove Taejun wrong, about everything. The next day, Hyun-uk sat in his office, staring at his phone. No reply from So-eun. Not a single message back. He frowned, scrolling through their chat again. Why the sudden silence? After every fight, she was always the first to reach out, to smooth things over. This was new. And it bothered him. Worse, she hadn't shown up at the hospital to see his mother all week. If she skipped this week too, he'd have to handle everything himself. He had zero interest in that. His phone finally buzzed. He straightened up instantly, put on his best important man face, and answered with deliberate coolness. I'm busy, Hyun-uk said right away. Talk fast. Why are you calling? So-eun's voice came through softly. I saw your missed calls and wanted to call back. I missed them. He scoffed. You didn't answer any of my texts either. I didn't get any texts, she said, sounding genuinely confused. Hyun-uk's mind raced. Someone must have gotten into her phone and deleted them. Your password is way too easy, he snapped. That's why this happens. You need to be more careful. Alarms spiked through him. Why would anyone delete his messages? Panic edged in. He needed to get to her phone fast and wipe their entire conversation about the transplant surgery. No traces. Nothing that could leak. He already pictured it. He'd have to buy her a brand new phone. Wipe the old one clean, hand her the replacement, and keep the information locked down. No way he was letting this slip. Hyun-uk immediately switched tones, softening his voice. Sorry for snapping earlier. Let's meet this weekend, okay? As he'd predicted, So-eun melted right away. I'm sorry too, she said quietly, sounding relieved. He played his trump card next. How about we meet the wedding planner together? Then grab lunch at the hotel afterward. Her voice brightened instantly. Really? Okay, I'd like that. Hyun-uk ended the call with a quick, got to get back to work, then leaned back in his chair, already plotting. When they met, he'd ask for her phone, casually, like he needed to check something. He'd take her to the hotel, finally get what he wanted from her. It was getting harder to hold back around her anyway. She had that stunning face and figure. And if things fell through with Hunjin, well, So-eun wouldn't be a bad fallback. His thoughts were cut short by the door opening. Hyun-jin stood there, eyes glistening with tears. Were you just talking to your girlfriend? Hyun-uk blinked, caught off guard. She stepped closer, voice trembling with hurt. You didn't even notice me because of her, did you? He stood up quickly, trying to calm her. Hey, what's going on? She looked up at him, tears spilling over. I like you a lot, Hyun-uk. A lot. He froze. Shock hit him full force. The goddess of you law firm, the one everyone admired, had just confessed to him? He couldn't believe his luck. It felt like he'd drawn the winning ticket. Without thinking, he pulled her close. My heart's pounding like crazy right now, he murmured. I like you too. Hyun-jin smiled through her tears and hugged him back, content. Meanwhile, So-eun walked toward the director's office, giving the secretary a friendly hello as she passed. She stepped inside. Good morning, director. Taejun was buried in paperwork, barely glancing up. What's up? I wanted to ask about today's tasks for the future projects team. He cut her off. Go to your desk. I'll let you know later. So-eun pouted inwardly. Probably some pointless busywork again. Then, on impulse, she asked, Did you take my phone last night while I was asleep? Taejun looked at her like she'd lost her mind. No, I didn't touch your phone. She stood there, cheeks heating with embarrassment. Stupid question. Why would the director delete my messages? Taejun smirked to himself, barely hiding it. So naive. No matter how many times she tried to call him out, she'd never win. Suddenly, So-eun turned back toward Taejun's desk with a small, genuine smile. Thank you for everything you did for me yesterday, she said softly. Your words, they actually helped clear my mind. Taejun stared at her, baffled. He'd brought her to tears last night, and now she was thanking him? Her smile widened, bright and happy. Because of what you said, I reconciled with my boyfriend. We're going out on a date this weekend. Before he could respond, she spun on her heel and walked out, leaving Taejun sitting there with his mouth slightly open. Fury surged through him in hot waves. She was so determined to prove him wrong. If she wanted to play these little games, he'd accept the challenge and raise the stakes. He picked up his phone and dialed Hyun-uk without hesitation. I've just emailed you the first list of foreign talents I want to recruit, Taejun said when the line connected, tone clipped and professional. Hyun-uk paused on the other end. Got it? Anything else? Taejun leaned back in his chair. Are you available for a business trip to Japan this weekend? 2 nights, 1 day. You'd go with lawyer Hyunji. Lawyer Hyun-uk was out for the weekend. Taejun felt a quiet satisfaction settle in. He grinned to himself, perfect timing to come up with something for the future projects team. So-eun sat at her desk surrounded by a literal mountain of old account books. Her task, reconcile every figure in them with the corresponding Excel spreadsheets. She stared at the towering stacks in disbelief. He must have printed these just to mess with me. As if he'd read her mind, Taejun appeared beside her desk. What, you think I'm bullying you with made-up busywork? So-eun bit her tongue hard. She wanted to snap back, but she stayed silent. He casually handed her one of last year's folders. Start with this one. Reconcile the numbers. To her surprise, the figures were wildly off. Nothing matched the spreadsheets at all. No way he'd faked these, they were real discrepancies. Taejun gave her an innocent smile. Check carefully and flag every mismatch. So-eun froze. The pile around her was endless. There was zero chance she'd finish this mountain of work. Despair welled up, she wanted to cry, but she couldn't afford to lose this job. Suddenly Taejun spoke again. That's enough for today. I've given you your assignment. He paused, then added lightly, how about we go out to dinner together? So-eun blinked, caught off guard. He's asking again? She didn't want to be alone with him, but refusing felt impossible. I should probably stay and work, she said weakly. Taejun's expression shifted to exaggerated innocence, eyes widening a little sadly. Would it really be that uncomfortable to eat with me? She stared stunned. He was clearly overacting. He even let out a dramatic sigh, a single tear glistening at the corner of his eye. I just moved here recently. I don't know many places, and I don't have anyone to eat with. So-eun thought bitterly, then eat alone. Anger flared inside her, but she still couldn't bring herself to say no. In the car later, she sat quietly, already regretting it. She blamed herself for caving, terrified of what else he might say to twist her emotions again. He's cold, calculating, and somehow so damn lonely. Taejun glanced over as they drove. Do you like meat? So-eun's mouth watered instantly. In her head, she started scanning nearby restaurants, steakhouses, barbecue spots, anything quick. He added casually, we could get drinks too. The thought of sizzling fried meat and lingering over drinks made her stomach twist. She didn't want to drag this out. No meat for me. And no drinks either. Taejun raised an eyebrow. Then what would you like? So-eun blinked, surprised he was actually letting her choose. She tried the easy out. How about fast food? Something quick. Rejected, he said immediately, flat and final. They locked eyes in a silent standoff, neither backing down. Then, out of nowhere, Taejun asked, "What about Japanese food?" Her mind lit up. Perfect, there was a good place not far from the office. The food came fast, tasted amazing and wouldn't take forever. Sure, that sounds good. The rest of the drive passed in surprising silence. Taejun didn't say a word. So-eun shifted uncomfortably in the passenger seat. The quiet felt heavy. Lately she'd spent way too much time in this car with him. Late nights, tense rides home. He always asked personal questions, dug into her life, pushed until she cracked and cried. She tensed, bracing herself. What if he uses his position again? Starts probing, embarrassing me, or finds some new way to mess with my head? A small, involuntary chuckle escaped her lips, half nerves, half hysteria. Taejun flicked his eyes toward her, catching it from the corner of his vision. So-eun clamped her mouth shut, cheeks warming with a faint blush. She stared straight ahead, trying to look normal. He kept watching her quietly, thinking how pretty she looked like that, flushed, trying so hard to hold it together. At the restaurant they sat down. So-eun opened the menu and scanned the prices. She couldn't hold back a low groan of indignation. Everything was way more expensive than she'd expected. The prices were exorbitant. So-eun quickly scanned for the cheapest option and pointed. "I'll have the wagyu udon." Taejun raised an eyebrow, surprised. "How about sushi instead? They have excellent ones here." She loved sushi, used to, anyway, but after the surgery raw fish was off limits. "No, I don't like it," she said, forcing the words out. Taejun studied her face for a long second. The regret was obvious. She was lying, and not very convincingly. He didn't understand why. He closed his menu with a soft snap. "Looks like I picked the wrong restaurant. Sorry about that." So-eun waved her hands quickly. "No, really, I love udon. It's perfect." Taejun watched her carefully. "I'll remember that." He handed both menus to the waiter and ordered 2 wagyu udons without hesitation. So-eun blinked. "You don't have to order the same thing as me. Get whatever you like." He gave her a small shrug. "I ordered what I wanted." She sat there, quietly thinking he was strange after all. He always made her uncomfortable, pushing boundaries, digging into her life. And now this sudden dinner invitation. What is he up to this time? Then another thought crept in. Maybe he really didn't have anyone to eat with. That dramatic sigh earlier, the lonely act, it might not have been entirely fake. With his wild mood swings, almost like some kind of personality disorder, it made a twisted kind of sense. She also noticed how fixated he was on her relationship with Hyun-uk. Probably had his own issues on the love front. For the first time, a flicker of pity stirred in her chest. A man this successful, this powerful, and still failing in something so basic. Taejun kept watching her across the table. All evening she'd been swinging between grins and tears. Now her eyes glistened again, but she blinked them back hard. He couldn't figure her out. Then he remembered his plan. A slow smirk tugged at his lips. Sunday, he thought. I can't wait to see the look on her face. It was quite late when they left the restaurant, so Taejun said he would drive So-eun home. He thanked her for the pleasant company. So-eun was a little surprised. This was the first time they had really talked exclusively about work. She hadn't expected such a normal evening. As she got into the car, she reminded herself not to let her guard down. He could do something at any moment. Suddenly her phone rang. It was Hyun-uk. She hesitated, wondering whether to answer now. Knowing how the CEO reacted to her boyfriend, she didn't want to disrupt the fragile peace they had. But then she decided this was her chance to show him that she and Hyun-uk had a good relationship, that he was wrong. So-eun apologized and asked if it was okay to take the call. Taejun didn't mind. She answered cheerfully. Hyun-uk asked if she had made it home and whether she had eaten dinner. She replied that she had been late at work but was fine. Hyun-uk said he had something to tell her, but before he could continue, Taejun suddenly started coughing loudly throughout the car. So-eun felt uncomfortable. She covered the phone with her hand and asked what he wanted to say. At the same time, the director kept coughing loudly. She quietly wondered if he was all right, but he only waved her off. Hyun-uk asked what those sounds were in the background. So-eun told him to ignore it and asked again what he wanted to tell her. Taejun listened intently. He already knew what the guy was going to say. Hyun-uk told her he was going on a business trip for 2 days, which meant their date was cancelled. So-eun was very disappointed. She had hoped they would finally spend time together. And as if that wasn't enough, he asked her to take care of his mom while he was gone. So-eun barely held back her tears. "Well, have a good trip," she managed, voice small. Taejun noticed how depressed she looked, shoulders slumped, eyes down. "Still," he asked, "so your boyfriend cancelled on you again? And asked you to babysit his mother?" The words hit like a fresh slap. She felt lousy, everything circling back to him bullying her relationship. Then unexpectedly he changed tack. "Do you need my help?" So-eun blinked, caught off guard. Taejun grinned. You could work this weekend instead. Go home early tomorrow, then come in Saturday and Sunday. I'll pay overtime. She cut him off before he could finish. No, it's okay. I want to take care of Hyun-uk's mother myself. She was shaking, with anger, humiliation, but she refused to let him see it. Taejun looked surprised. His hands tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles white with indignation. He stared at the road ahead, jaw set. How is it possible? 20 years, and she hasn't changed at all. Still no self-respect, still no opinion of her own. But on Sunday, it'll all be over. He spoke quietly, voice edged. In that case, you'll have to work late tomorrow as usual. So-eun nodded tiredly, sadly. On Saturday morning, So-eun was already in her future mother-in-law's hospital room. The woman looked up, surprised. Why are you here so early on your day off? You work so hard. So-eun felt a small wave of relief. Despite the previous incident, Hyun-uk's mother was still kind to her. She figured her son must have talked to her. She asked about the woman's health. The mother smiled faintly. The doctors say I'm on the mend. So-eun was genuinely glad to hear it. Suddenly the door opened. She didn't turn around. She recognized the voice immediately. It was Hyun-uk. Along with him came Hyun-jin, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. She greeted Hyun-uk's mother cheerfully and started chatting sweetly with her. So-eun stood there, wondering when the two of them had gotten so close. Hyun-uk turned to her. Why are you here? You were supposed to be working. So-eun felt uncomfortable, like she was being treated as superfluous. Hyun-jin suddenly turned to her. Could you fetch some water for the flowers? So-eun was confused. She took the bouquet and headed to the restroom. She poured water into a vase, mind racing. How was Hyun-uk here visiting his mom when he'd said he was going on a business trip? And why had he brought Hyun-jin along? The situation made her deeply uneasy. Back in the hospital room, she overheard Hyun-jin happily telling Hyun-uk's mother that they were going to Japan together on a business trip. So-eun froze in place. Hyun-jin continued chatting cheerfully. When I found out Waiwook wanted to visit his mom before the trip, I asked to come along. I really wanted to meet her. So-eun glared menacingly at Hyun-uk. He hadn't mentioned any of these important details to her, but she decided not to make a scene. Hyun-uk stood there cowardly and silent. Hyun-jin turned to So-eun with a teasing smile. Are you jealous that your boyfriend will be alone with another girl for 2 whole days? So-eun replied awkwardly, just take care of him. Suddenly Hyun-jin stood up abruptly, pushed the chair into So-eun, and fell to the floor herself. The girl screamed and started moaning, clutching her hand. I cut my hand. Hyun-uk rushed over to help Hyun-jin and yelled, What the hell are you doing, So-eun? He didn't even notice that So-eun had also hit her arm and dropped the vase of flowers, shattering it on the floor. So-eun tried to explain that she had nothing to do with it, but no one listened. Hyun-jin suddenly called out to Hyun-uk and said she wasn't bleeding much at all. So-eun grew even more alarmed by the treatment and started wondering what kind of relationship the two of them really had. Hyun-jin then took So-eun's hands and apologized for making a bad joke. She made it look like So-eun had intentionally hurt her. So-eun stood there in shock, speechless. Hyun-jin leaned closer, gloating in her eyes. Are you offended by me? So-eun stood frozen, still in shock, not knowing what to say back. She hadn't expected such a turn. Hyun-jin kept apologizing for the bad joke and asked if So-eun felt better after pushing her. Hyun-uk moved toward them, wanting to help sort things out. So-eun looked at him, then at his mother, who had turned away, searching for support, but realized they both considered her guilty. Suddenly, Taejun's words echoed in her head, no opinion of her own, no strength to stand up for herself. Her gaze hardened. This time, she was determined to stand up. So-eun abruptly pulled her hands free. You're wrong. I didn't do anything on purpose. We just bumped into each other when you were getting up. She looked at Hyun-jin defiantly. And I don't need your help with my feelings either. It's too presumptuous of you to declare I'm jealous or resentful. Later, So-eun accompanied Hyun-uk and Hyun-jin to the car because they had to leave for the airport. The girl felt deeply uncomfortable after the recent incident. So-eun was afraid Hyun-jin would stay angry with her, but everything seemed to have been resolved. Hyun-uk approached her and asked her to sit with his mom for a couple more hours until his dad arrived. He looked relieved when she agreed and was about to say goodbye when she suddenly interrupted him. She clenched her fists tightly, gathering her courage. So-eun asked him to tell Hyun-jin that she had become a liver donor for his mother. Hyun-uk panicked, glancing toward the car where Hyun-jin was waiting. Why are you doing this? She'll hear. So-eun replied that she wanted to be friends with her and share the truth. She added that since he was so close to Hyun-jin, and she was visiting his mother, it wouldn't be fair to hide something so important. Hyun-uk got angry. He started yelling that she had brought this up on purpose just to ruin his mood before his business trip. His expression darkened. You're so petty. Always reminding me about the transplant. If I'd known you were this smug, I would have refused your help. Then he exhaled sharply and began to apologize for what he'd said. But So-eun simply walked past him and left without a word. Later, So-eun went to the office to work. She was trying to fix one more gadget. Taking things apart and repairing them had always been her passion. It calmed her down and helped her organize her thoughts. She felt proud of herself for standing up today and finally speaking her mind. Suddenly she saw the director walking by and called out to him. Taejun was surprised and stopped. He wondered who would be working on a Saturday afternoon. He asked why she had come in on her day off. Was she trying to earn extra bonuses? So-eun replied that she just wanted to work. Taejun glanced at what she was doing. This doesn't look like future projects' team tasks. He added that K Electronics doesn't allow employees to work weekends unnecessarily. So-eun couldn't say she came to work just to distract herself. Instead she replied, "You're here at work too." Taejun raised an eyebrow. "I'm the CEO. We're not exactly in the same position." He leaned in closer, eyeing the device in her hands. "Why are you fixing an old folding phone? It's stupid to keep using something like that." So-eun bit her lip. "Sometimes fixing things is more important than throwing them away. This belongs to one of my regular clients, and grandfather over 80. He has neither the desire nor the money for a new phone. And it's hard for older people to learn smartphones, so I'll try to repair this one for him." She didn't know why she was telling him all this. To her surprise, Taejun nodded. "Try hard, then. But don't overdo it, you'll get sick if you push too much." So-eun felt a quiet warmth at his unexpected approval. But suddenly dizziness hit her. Taejun kept talking about the dangers of overwork, then noticed she wasn't responding. She clenched her fists tightly, fighting back tears. She couldn't understand how he always seemed to be there in her lowest moments. She wished he'd stop being so sympathetic and just leave. Instead, Taejun squatted down in front of her and said her name softly. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She looked straight at him as he said, "I can see how hard this is for you." His gaze was sincere, sympathetic. "Tell me what happened. I promise I'll listen carefully." Taejun sat down fully and watched her closely. "What's wrong?" So-eun stared at him in surprise. When she stayed silent, he guessed, "Another fight with your boyfriend?" Her cheeks flushed instantly. She sighed heavily and gave a faint nod, embarrassed that the CEO had guessed right again. Taejun suddenly brightened. "Want me to help you scold him?" She stared at him for a moment, then burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her hand. Taejun looked confused. "What's so funny? I can give him a good scolding if he needs it." So-eun couldn't hold back anymore. She laughed openly, loudly. After she calmed down a little, she thought, the CEO was right. She shouldn't be afraid to speak her mind. If something wasn't right, she should find the cause and fix it, just like she always did with gadgets. She decided she would try to make things right this time too. So-eun smiled and thanked him for his support. "Everything's fine. I just misunderstood my boyfriend." Taejun looked at her seriously. "Would you really do it again? Take the blame again?" He continued, "Don't do anything until he starts treating you with the respect you deserve." In a surge of desperation, he grabbed her arm. Taejun stared at her intently, waiting. So-eun looked back into his eyes in amazement, embarrassed by the sudden intensity of the moment. Suddenly she said, "It hurts, please let go." Taejun hadn't even realized he was gripping her so tightly. He stared down at their hands. So-eun pulled free, mumbled that she would finish fixing the phone another time, and hurried toward the exit. She rushed out without looking back, mind racing. What the hell just happened? Taejun watched her go in silence. He knew her eyes would open soon. It was already late evening in Tokyo. The city glowed with millions of lights. Hyun-uk and Hyun-jin had just finished a business meeting. The girl was conversing fluently with the client in Japanese while Hyun-uk stood beside her, understanding none of it. He marveled at how many languages she knew, how smart and beautiful she was. She was definitely his type. Suddenly he remembered So-eun asking him, before the trip, to tell Hyun-jin that she had been a liver donor for his mother. On the way to the hotel, he thought about how sensitive she had been about his business trip. He wondered how he could break up with her. Even at check-in, he couldn't stop worrying. What if the donation information came out? He was afraid So-eun would demand money from his family or go to a lawyer. As he entered the room, still lost in thought, he didn't notice Hyun-jin following him in. The man was absorbed in his worries when Hyun-jin turned to him. She pulled him close. "Don't think about So-eun." She looked straight into his eyes. "How can you think about someone else when I'm right here?" Hyun-jin leaned forward and kissed Hyun-uk. He felt her slip her tongue into his mouth. Hyun-uk grew excited and began running his hands over her body. Suddenly, Hyun-jin pulled away. "Don't expect anything more than a kiss." Hyun-uk was taken aback. "Why?" She looked at him menacingly. "You have to break up with So-eun first. Only then can we pick up where we left off." Hyun-uk stared at her, fear rising inside him. He hadn't counted on her forcing him to make a choice so soon. The bastard grabbed him playfully by the neck and scolded him with a laugh. Look at you, afraid of a little responsibility. Hyun-uk protested inwardly, thinking how cunning she was. She continued holding him close and repeated firmly, I don't want you seeing So-eun anymore. Break up with her as soon as we get back to Korea. Hyun-uk was surprised by her assertiveness. He hadn't expected her to act so quickly. She tilted her head. Everything okay? Do you have anything against breaking up with her? Hyun-uk tensed visibly, mind racing. He should have told her that So-eun was the liver donor for his mother, but he didn't want to. Instead he said that his mother liked Hyun-jin better than So-eun and would be happy they were together now. Hyun-jin's face shone with happiness. She snuggled closer to him and said she wanted them to be a couple of lawyers. She offered to break the news to his mother when they got back. She was sure the woman would be happy to hear it. So-eun's boyfriend felt pleased with himself. He thought about how happy his mom would be that he had managed to seduce such a girl. On Monday morning, So-eun went to the hospital to visit Hyun-uk's mom. She walked along, thinking that Hyun-uk hadn't called or texted her once all weekend. He was probably busy. The girl decided she would take care of the woman as she had promised her boyfriend, despite their quarrel. When she entered the room, she said hello. Hyun-uk's sister was inside with her son. Mom is still asleep. Unexpectedly, the young woman apologized to So-eun for her behavior in their last encounter. So-eun was numb with shock, not expecting her to apologize. Her future sister-in-law told her son to say hello to his future aunt. So-eun was surprised at such friendliness and said hello back. The boy greeted her and said his name was Hyung Lee. He was a rosy-cheeked, sweet child with big, kind eyes and smiled sincerely at the girl. Suddenly the woman's cell phone rang. She said she had an urgent call to answer, asked So-eun to look after the boy, and left the room. So-eun looked at the boy with interest. It was the first time she had seen him. She noted that he didn't look like his mother, so he was probably like his father. She thought he must be very bored since the hospital had no entertainment for children. She smiled awkwardly and tried to make conversation, asking which of his parents he thought he looked more like. The boy glowed. He was at the age where he wanted to brag about everything. He answered that he looked like his father, but his arms and legs were long like his mother's. Then he enthusiastically added that they all had the same blood type. His father, his mother, and he had exactly the same blood type A. So-eun stared at the boy in shock. What the hell is going on? So-eun remembered how Hyun-uk had been depressed and cried when he talked about his mother needing a blood type O donor, but no one in their family had that type. He had seemed so genuinely worried about his mother's health. She shuddered and asked again if the boy and his parents really had the exact same blood type A. The unsuspecting Hyung Lee happily replied that it was true. Not only that, but all the relatives on his mother's side had the same blood type. At that moment, his mom ran back into the room and screamed that the boy was wrong. She had type B blood. The boy kept insisting that she herself had repeatedly said she and her whole family had the same blood type O. The woman stared at her son in shock. So-eun looked menacingly at her sister-in-law and asked in a threatening voice what it all meant. Why had she been told that no one in their family had blood type O? At this point, the mother woke up and started coughing violently. The woman immediately rushed to her, asking if she was all right and if she had any pain. She found a convenient way to avoid answering So-eun, saying it wasn't the right time to talk about it because her mother was not well. But So-eun did not stop. She threw out in anger that their mother was also aware of everything and had just taken advantage of her. The girl stood up and headed for the exit. The sister-in-law rushed after her, saying that So-eun had misunderstood everything, that her mother was not well, and that now was not the time. So-eun cast an angry glance at the woman and said there was no need to explain to her. She would talk to Hyun-uk directly. Taejun was riding in the car when he received the letter with information about Hyun-uk and Hyun-jin. The photos were clear evidence, Hyun-uk cheating on So-eun with Hyun-jin. Taejun thought that if he sent them to her now, she would finally break up with him. She would finally realize Hyun-uk had been cheating with Hyun-jin for a long time. He didn't want to hurt her like this, but he couldn't stay out of it either. Now it was just a matter of deciding when to send them. He was sure the girl would be furious when she saw them. The driver's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "We've arrived at the airport, sir." Taejun thanked him and told him to go home. He asked the driver to leave the car and said he would handle the rest himself. The plane carrying Hyun-uk and Hyun-jin should be arriving soon. Taejun wanted to meet them right away to make it look like the recruitment issue was very important to him. He would immediately start questioning them, then say he was in a hurry for another meeting. Either way, it would just be a formality. If things went as he planned, their recruiting efforts should have failed. Suddenly he looked up and saw something he didn't expect. So-eun at the airport. He didn't understand how or why she was here now. So-eun walked on with her head down. Even though she didn't want to believe it, everything was exactly as she had feared. Hyun-uk and his family had lied to her face. Now she wondered what to say when she met him. How to break up. She wondered if she should sue him for damages and whether she could win against a lawyer. She was very scared, but she had decided. Now she had to take care of herself and date someone who would actually care for her. Finally she heard the announcement. The plane from Japan had arrived. Suddenly she saw Hyun-uk walking arm in arm with Hyun-jin. The girl was loudly discussing with him when he was going to break up with So-eun, urging him to do it as soon as possible. Hyun-uk replied cheerfully that he'd sort it out tomorrow. They giggled merrily and started making out right in the middle of the hall. So-eun froze in horror at the sight. Anger and resentment flooded through her. Taejun, who had witnessed the scene, thought everything had turned out perfectly. The matter had resolved itself. Now he wouldn't need to use those photos. Those two had done everything they could to get caught. He glanced over at So-eun and saw her rummaging through her bag, looking for something. She pulled out an object and clutched it tightly in her hand. Her expression was determined and full of anger. Taejun watched her walk decisively toward her cheating boyfriend and felt horrified. He thought she was going to hurt him or his mistress. She confidently followed them, almost catching up. Taejun thought, no matter what kind of ass this guy was, she shouldn't do it. He managed to catch her by the arm and shouted her name. So-eun, stop. Don't do anything illegal. So-eun turned around in bewilderment, not expecting to see this. While Taejun tried to catch his breath, So-eun demanded, what are you doing at the airport? Why did you stop me? She was angry, glaring at him with open hostility. Taejun thought she had the look of a real killer. So-eun tried to wrench free, screaming, let me go. Taejun told her to calm down and be quiet, thinking to himself that Hyun-uk and Hyun-jin hadn't gotten far enough away yet. So-eun kept lashing out and screaming. Taejun asked her again to calm down and hand over whatever she was holding in her fist. The girl didn't understand why he was targeting her. I'm not giving you anything. Taejun caught her by the arm and shouted that it could be dangerous. He warned her that security guards might come and catch her. Suddenly he stopped and stared at her hand. The girl had been clutching a handkerchief in her fist the whole time. They stared at each other in stunned silence. She didn't understand why he was picking on her, and he was thinking how stupid he must look. For a while, the two sat in awkward silence. Taejun felt very awkward and asked why she had run after the couple with a handkerchief in her hand. So-eun sniffled, tears streaming down her cheeks, and only said, Hyun-uk is mine. Taejun asked again why she needed a handkerchief. The girl burst into fresh tears. I was going to wipe my tears with it. They would definitely flow during the showdown with my cheating boyfriend. She added defiantly, I didn't want to show my tears to anyone, so I was going to wipe them away right away. Taejun felt even more awkward. He realized her intentions and marveled at her courage. He understood now that he had let his imagination run wild. He had thought she was holding a knife or something similar in her hand. Now he didn't understand why he had even thought of her that way. Suddenly So-eun stared at him. What are you doing at the airport? Taejun rubbed the back of his neck, frantically searching for an answer. He replied, I just arrived from Taiwan. I flew there to eat beef noodles. So-eun stared at him in disbelief. You really flew to Taiwan just to eat? Taejun laughed awkwardly. Yeah, I do that sometimes. If I want pizza, I fly to Naples. He thought to himself that it probably sounded stupid and childish from the outside, but he couldn't come up with anything smarter, so he just kept smiling. They were driving in the car when Taejun suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry for my behavior earlier. He apologized for jumping to conclusions and causing such a scene at the airport. So-eun replied that it was fine. They continued driving in awkward silence. Unexpectedly, the girl noticed that the CEO hadn't brought any luggage with him, even though he said he'd flown to Taiwan. Taejun answered that it was because he was just flying to eat. She gave him a tired look. So-eun realized he was lying to her, but decided it was probably none of her business. She turned to look at the scenery outside the window. She reflected on what a fool she had been. Her relationship with Hyun-uk had been too sudden and impulsive. They'd just met, gotten engaged right away, and immediately met each other's families. His kindness and courtesy hadn't been free at all. She had been afraid of losing him because she was afraid of being alone. Even though she knew she was being used, her thoughts were interrupted by Taejun's voice. He said it was the first time he'd been in a situation like this, so he didn't know how to behave properly. Taejun looked worried and nervous, but he said that if she filled her head with bad thoughts, he would always be there to listen to her. So-eun stared at him in amazement, not expecting such concern from him. Though she was very tired, she felt grateful and said it was all right. Taejun looked at her and said that if necessary, he could help her and make sure that guy didn't bother her anymore. So-eun replied that she could handle him on her own. She didn't want to involve an outsider in her and Hyun-uk's affairs, someone who didn't know the whole truth, and she didn't want to tell the CEO that she had given a part of herself to a failed mother-in-law. Suddenly, the girl asked the man if there was a time in his life when he had a very difficult time and who helped him move on at that moment. Taejun thought for a moment, not expecting such a question. Then he replied that he didn't know what to say because he didn't have time to remember the past. The girl was surprised and suggested that he must have had an idol or someone to look up to. Then the man sighed and rolled his eyes, asking why he had to look up to someone or find an idol. So-eun took a deep breath. She remembered how she had been trying to be a role model since high school, wanting to be an idol for someone and be useful to someone else. But her life had always been aimless until one day she felt special. One day she felt she could be an idol for someone. It was Hyun-uk who came up to her and asked for her phone number. He smiled broadly and was very friendly. He said he had been watching her for a long time and liked her a lot. The girl remembered blushing and being embarrassed, but she also remembered that he was the first person to treat her like she was special. No one before him had ever acted like that with her. She had never fallen in love with anyone before him. Hyun-uk was the first person who told her that he loved her and that she was beautiful. She loved him with all her heart and soul and was happy to be with him. The girl couldn't stop admiring him. That's how she thought of him. So-eun thanked Taejun for giving her a ride home, and later she looked out the window at the car as it drove away, thinking that a person can only understand what they've been through, so they'll never be able to understand her. The following evening, Secretary Song Moonong informed Taejun that So-eun had taken the day off. He asked her to make sure there wouldn't be any issues with the future projects team. The woman hesitated, not wanting to disturb the girl on her day off with calls. But Taejun cut her off. Call her. Ask if her health is okay. He remembered their conversation yesterday, how she had asked about his difficult times, then said he wouldn't understand her. But that wasn't true. He had been through hard times too. 20 years ago, when his parents died, he had become completely alone in the world. And then he met her. Little Han So-eun hadn't known or understood anything back then. When she saw the soaked boy standing in the rain, all she could do was shout that he should take an umbrella. He was drenched and might get sick. That was all she could offer. She had no idea what had happened to him. The director of the law firm called out to Hyun-uk just as he was about to step into the elevator. He expressed his resentment about the failed business trip to Japan. Hyun-uk looked confused. I don't understand what you mean. The director explained that a foreign talent had called and said he refused to cooperate with them. He had chosen to move to Korea instead. So director Kim Taejun was very disappointed. The director also added that he wanted to keep the fact that they were working for him a secret. Hyun-uk was shocked and didn't understand how this could have happened. He thought everything was going great. His boss patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Just keep doing your job well. Hyun-uk was furious and upset. Such a potentially big client had slipped away. He stood waiting for the elevator, replaying it in his head. In Japan, everything had seemed perfect. The client was ready to sign the contract, then suddenly changed his mind. Suddenly Hyun-ji appeared. She saw his expression and asked what had happened. Hyun-uk replied sadly, Taejun fired us. Hyun-ji immediately thought it was because of their affair at work. Hyun-uk glanced around quickly. Keep your voice down. He explained that director Taejun was upset about their failure in Japan, so he decided to let them go. Hyun-ji slipped her arm through his and started cheering him up. Everything will be okay. She brightened. What matters more to me is that we got to spend time together. Hyun-uk stared at her, hardly believing his luck. He thought how deeply in love with him she must be to say such sweet things. Suddenly his phone rang. It was his sister. He asked Hyun-ji to go on without him and answered the call, thinking, as usual, that his sister had picked the worst possible timing. As soon as he picked up, she asked if So-eun had called him. Hyun-uk paused. He realized they hadn't spoken since saying goodbye in the parking lot before his business trip. No, we haven't talked yet, he said. What happened? His sister started crying, repeating that she didn't know what to do now. He tried to calm her down and asked again what was wrong. The woman sobbed. My son told So-eun that everyone in the family has the same blood type O. Hyun-uk froze and began to tremble with anger. His sister kept insisting that she had tried to make it look like the child had lied. But So-eun hadn't believed her, and now she didn't know what to do. Hyun-uk started yelling at his sister, calling her names. He was furious, thinking how stupid she and her son had been. He had specifically told them to be careful around So-eun. So-eun lay in bed at home, thinking she should take more days off, or sick days. She stared at the ceiling, wondering why she had always gone to work so diligently when the company didn't even encourage overtime. Sunlight streamed through the window, shimmering with tiny golden specks. She remembered how, as a child, she had once believed those were real gold particles. A boy she knew had explained they were just dust motes catching the light. Just like how she had once believed Hyun-uk loved her, when it was really just pain. It was time to end it all. A part of her wondered if she would regret it. Maybe she would. That stubborn part kept reminding her how important Hyun-uk had been. Maybe if she gave him time, he would understand and apologize. Maybe after the wedding, they could live happily ever after. So-eun realized she had had that same vision before. That was how pathetic she had been. In the past, she would have panicked about coping without him, about being alone again. But now she saw herself as a normal person. Everything would be okay. She had made her choice on her own. She no longer wanted to doubt herself or her decisions. Later, the girl walked down the street, feeling a little strange. She was used to being at work at this hour, but today she was just wandering. Suddenly her phone rang. It was Secretary Song Moonong. So-eun was surprised. Is something wrong? The woman reassured her and explained that the CO had asked her to call and check if she was feeling well, if everything was okay. So-eun felt uncomfortable. I'm fine. She added that she had made sure her absence wouldn't affect the future project's team, and she planned to return to work tomorrow. Suddenly the secretary asked if the girl was eating well. So-eun replied that she was fine and would eat soon. The woman said good food helped recovery go faster. She sent So-eun a gift card for free healthy porridge at a nearby restaurant and told her to be sure to eat it. The girl felt pleasantly touched by the concern. She stared at her phone, thinking about the good people around her. It gave her a surge of determination. She dialed Hyun-uk's number. He answered right away. I was just about to call you myself. So-eun thought he was acting as if nothing had happened, again. Hyun-uk said he wanted to talk to her about something. He mentioned he had heard about her finding out that everyone in the family had the same blood type. He started explaining that his sister's liver was in as bad shape as their mother's, so she couldn't donate, and his father's blood types didn't match. He even offered to give her all the medical certificates to prove it. After So-eun replied that she wanted to see the certificates in person, Hyun-uk grew indignant. He started talking about how they shouldn't fight over it, and anyway, his mom couldn't give her liver back. He tried to manipulate her again. If you love me, you should be ready to face difficulties and endure everything. So-eun interrupted him. She said they should meet that evening at 7 o'clock and discuss it in person. Later, So-eun arrived at work and said hello. Boomi greeted her cheerfully. How are you feeling? The girl replied that everything was fine and handed her a cup of steaming coffee. She apologized for Boomi having to cover for 2 people during her absence. Boomi looked pleasantly surprised and thanked her for the thoughtfulness. So-eun also walked over to Jang Eun-pyo and thanked him for his help. Smiling, she handed him a cup of coffee too. The man froze in surprise. So-eun thought he didn't like coffee and even felt a flicker of upset, but he quickly assured her that he loved latte and simply hadn't expected the gesture from her. He accepted the cup and asked how her health was. It was the first time she had seen him smile. Usually he was always serious, so she felt a little confused but replied that she was fine. Suddenly the work phone rang. Boomi answered and said they were calling for So-eun. Taejun sat with his arms crossed over his chest and reprimanded her for overworking over the weekend and eventually having to take a day off. So-eun looked at the CEO with an unreadable expression, thinking he probably knew she had taken the day off for another reason. The man asked if she was okay and if she had managed to sort out her problems. The girl assured him she was fine and that it would take her about 2 weeks to resolve her issues. Before she could finish, the CEO interrupted her. I'm referring to the situation with your boyfriend. So-eun felt embarrassed and wondered why he was prying into her private life again. She kept up a strained smile while Taejun reasoned that he understood why she had taken the day off. He added that he thought she should have rested more. So-eun replied that she planned to meet Hyun-uk today, so she wouldn't be able to stay late at work. Taejun asked where exactly their meeting would take place. The girl sensed something off but answered that she would go to Seoul after work. Suddenly the man said nonchalantly that he would drive her personally to the meeting place. So-eun was shocked. Why the hell is he meddling again? Headlines flashed through her mind, possible articles about the CEO giving his employee a lift in his car, and how people would gossip if they found out. Unexpectedly, she plucked up her courage and asked why he was so interested in her love life. The two stared at each other. Taejun smiled. You've probably been watching too many dramas. He replied that he cared about every employee in the company and told her it was time to get to work. So-eun got angry. She realized he was just laughing at her. She said she had to get back to work. The man kept smiling cheerfully and told her not to push herself too hard, she would need her strength in the evening. So-eun skipped out of his office, and Taejun grinned after her with a smirk. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled heavily, lost in reminiscence. He thought about how naive she still was, how desperate she had been to ask him those questions. As a child, he had thought he didn't like her, she was annoying, whiny, and he had been angry with her. But even then, for a very long time, he had known the answer. He remembered telling her about the gold dust, how it was essentially useless but beautiful. And now, looking back at those moments, he realized he liked them. He definitely knew the answer to her question. That evening, as promised, Taejun drove So-eun to the meeting place. There was an awkward silence in the car. The girl reasoned that the whole situation really did feel like a scene from a drama, where she would most likely be the main female character. In those stories, the protagonist goes through all the difficulties and ends up with a happy ending. So maybe it wasn't so bad. So-eun smiled contentedly to herself. Maybe the director liked dramas, and this was his chance to watch personal drama unfold in real life. Otherwise, why would he keep offering to drop her off? When they arrived, Taejun asked if she wanted him to go with her. She thanked him and said she could manage on her own. The man replied that if she needed any help, she should call him. So-eun thanked him again and got out of the car. She walked with a confident stride, thinking that it was finally time to fix herself the way she always fixed gadgets. Entering the hotel lobby, she smiled radiantly and greeted So-eun. The man looked confused at the sight of her. It was obvious he was nervous. So-eun stared at him and thought he looked like a squid. She wondered why she hadn't noticed before how strange his face really was. Suddenly she noticed he was holding a box with a new cell phone and wondered what it was for. So-eun replied that he had bought it for her. So-eun thanked him, took the gift and asked where they would go to talk. She had already turned around when the man stammered and asked her to give him her old phone. He said he'd transfer all the data because she wasn't good at it. So-eun looked at him resentfully. I specialize in gadgets. I make a living from it. So-eun looked foolish at that moment and apologized, stammering. He immediately pulled out the documents and began explaining that he had brought them so she could be convinced he wasn't lying about his sister's health condition. So-eun clasped her hands together and said she actually wanted to talk to him about something else. The girl stated that, in any case, she would have given part of her liver to his mother if he had asked her to do so. So-eun didn't even listen. He immediately started talking about how she was probably tired and offered to go up to the room with him for a delicious dinner and a good time together. Unexpectedly, So-eun began to laugh. So-eun stared at her in bewilderment. She kept laughing and he started to get angry. What's so funny? So-eun looked at him with a smile. She wondered how pathetic he looked and why she hadn't noticed it before. You can forget about me. I wish you happiness with Hyunji. So-eun was visibly nervous. I don't know what you're talking about. He started insisting there was no one else for him but her. So-eun said she had seen and heard them at the airport. Her expression turned serious. She didn't like that he was taking her for a fool. I'm not going to wait for you to dump me. I'm dumping you myself. She pushed the box with the phone away. I don't accept your gift. So-eun stared at her in confusion, shocked and speechless. So-eun stood up, wished him well and prepared to leave. So-eun finally gathered his courage. So, you really want to break up? Could you not tell Hyunji about the surgery? So-eun looked at him with disdain. Even in this moment, the only thing he cared about was himself. She tossed the answer over her shoulder. I won't say anything. I want nothing to do with you. So-eun replied ingratiatingly, good that we talked it over. If that's what you want, I won't mind breaking up with you. He thanked her and added that he would never meet someone like her again. So-eun looked up and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Then she turned, smirked and said, I hope I never meet anyone like you again. Leaving, So-eun told So-eun to delete her number and never bother her again. She walked away, thinking about how much good she had done for him and his family. She hoped that one day they could become more decent people. So-eun exhaled and thought she hoped So-eun would someday become someone who truly appreciated the people around him. Suddenly she heard a hotel employee arguing with someone. Then she recognized the director's voice. He was trying to explain something. She called out to Taejun. The man immediately turned to her. So-eun asked why he hadn't left, since he said he had business in Seoul too. Taejun looked like a delinquent child caught in the act. I just wanted to drink tea. But his whole expression said otherwise. He had clearly stayed to see how her meeting would end, as if he really was watching a drama unfold in real life. So-eun exhaled condescendingly. Why are you talking nonsense? Suddenly her leg twisted. She felt herself losing balance. The thought of falling straight onto the pavement flashed through her mind. But contrary to her fears, she landed face first against Taejun's big, strong chest. The man caught her and held her steady by the shoulders. So-eun blushed deeply, mortified by how close they were standing. Taejun looked at her carefully. Are you all right? They continued standing like that. He asked how she was feeling and how the meeting had gone. So-eun didn't move. She remained in his arms, eyes downcast and sad. Taejun patted her on the back like a little child. I'm sure you did well. Suddenly So-eun caught a pleasant scent coming from him. She wondered if it was his shampoo or cologne. Then she abruptly pulled away, startled by her own thoughts. What am I even thinking? Her cheeks flushed. She coughed awkwardly and thanked him for his support. I have to go now. Taejun offered to drive her home. She shook her head. I have another appointment. I can't go with you. The man's expression shifted. He looked like a cute, pleading puppy. I've been waiting here all this time just to give you a ride. So-eun couldn't resist that look. They were already driving in the car when she suddenly asked, Can I leave work early tomorrow? Taejun replied contentedly, If you need it, no problem at all. He asked what she planned to do. When he heard she was going on a blind date, he slammed on the brake pedal. The man turned to her. Are you in too much of a hurry? So-eun explained that her friend had told her to go on a date to get over her ex-boyfriend. Taejun clutched the steering wheel irritably while So-eun continued explaining that she had arranged to meet the guy tomorrow, so she would try to finish all her work before leaving. Suddenly the man started scolding her for being in too much of a hurry. You just broke up with your boyfriend. You can't forget a failed relationship by jumping straight into a new one. So-eun grew indignant. She argued that he wanted her to stay stuck in the past, obsessing over it. Taejun marveled at her naivety and shouted, "Does she really think love is that easy?" The two glared at each other in silent struggle. So-eun kept insisting that everything needed to be done on time. If she got a chance for a date, she would take it. Then Taejun switched into full boss mode. "Work has to be done on time too. Since you recently took a day off, forget about leaving early tomorrow." The girl pouted. "In that case, I'll just date during lunchtime." Taejun became almost hysterical. "Why are you so obsessed with squeezing a date into working hours?" Then he exhaled and spoke more calmly. "It's your right to go on a blind date, but don't adjust your schedule to fit whatever time is convenient for him. If he can't find a time that works for you, then don't go out with someone like that at all." They pulled up to the right address, then Taejun wished her a good evening. At that moment, So-eun drew his attention to herself. With a smug smirk, she showed him her phone screen, a text from the guy agreeing to meet her this weekend. But even that didn't satisfy Taejun. He said the guy seemed suspicious because he changed his mind too quickly. He pointed out that she was adjusting to other people's schedules again. The man started berating her for always sacrificing herself for others, saying that soon she'd be sacrificing her organs too. Suddenly he heard her burst out laughing. So-eun laughed loudly and heartily. It was the first time he had ever seen someone laugh so sincerely and unrestrained. Taejun looked at her, confused. He had been talking about serious things. What could possibly be so funny? He turned to her. "Calm down." The girl stammered between laughs. "I even got a stomach ache from laughing so hard." So-eun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed. She thanked him for making her laugh so heartily. She promised she would heed his advice and start living a new life. The girl thanked him for everything he had been doing for her. Taejun stared at her, at a loss for words. So-eun got out of the car in a great mood, her face shining with joy. She thanked him once again for the ride and wished him a good evening. He was left sitting in the car, completely stunned. Taejun blushed and got embarrassed. He thought she was very pretty and sweet and didn't understand what had come over him all of a sudden. What had just happened between them? Hyun-wook sat in his office, scrolling through So-eun's social media. She hadn't posted anything lately. He remembered chasing after her, hoping to grab her phone and erase the data. Everything had worked out perfectly. Hyunji had been pushing him to break up with So-eun anyway, so it was all to his advantage. But when he had caught up with her, he froze in place. Hyun-wook had seen Seo Taejun hugging So-eun by the shoulders. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell was that bastard doing here? Now the man sat clutching his phone, thinking that he hadn't wanted to fight them then. The Seo was a potential client, but he had definitely seen them hugging. He didn't understand why someone like Taejun would pay attention to a simpleton like So-eun. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a text message. Hyunji said she would be at the office and they could see each other. As Hyun-wook hummed to himself, he reasoned that Taejun had probably had a business meeting at the hotel, and So-eun had just bumped into him as she ran out in frustration after their breakup. He knocked and entered Hyunji's office. The girl was busy with her work and didn't notice him right away. Without looking up, she asked why he had come to her. Hyun-wook approached her conspiratorially and happily told her that he had broken up with So-eun. Satisfied with himself, Hyun-wook announced that he had booked a hotel room so they could go and have a good time together. Hyunji smiled sweetly, but her eyes were sharp. She scolded him lightly. He had just broken up with one girl and was already whisking another to a hotel, especially on a Monday when they both had mountains of work piling up. Hyun-wook instantly felt like a scolded puppy who had knocked over the favorite vase. Hyunji kept going, telling him off for dumping So-eun just to hop into bed with her. She slapped the documents on the table with dramatic flair. "We need to clarify something right now." She declared firmly that until they were married, there would be no intimacy between them. Then, narrowing her eyes playfully menacing, she asked, "Have you even thought about proposing to me yet?" Hyunji flashed a sweet smile again. "We have to do things the right way, don't we?" So-eun sat at her desk. Bumi's cheerful voice cut through her focus. "Hey, skipping lunch again? Why are you glued to your screen during break time?" So-eun laughed softly. "This time I'm just browsing new clothes online. I've got a blind date coming up." Bumi's eyes widened. "Wait, when did you even break up with your boyfriend?" When she learned it had only been yesterday, she raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you moving a little fast?" So-eun paused, then asked with a small grin, "Is it really that weird?" Bumi hesitated, then shrugged warmly. "Do whatever feels right for you." So-eun's face lit up. "Help me pick an outfit?" Bumi smiled to herself. So-eun might look delicate, but she was tougher than she seemed. Later that night, Taejun called So-eun into his office. "Are you busy this weekend?" She answered confidently, "Yes, I'm going on a blind date." The CEO stayed perfectly calm. "I'm sorry, but I'll need you to come into work this weekend. You'll have to cancel your plans." So-eun stared at him blankly. Taejun stated that although he was sorry, it was necessary for her to finish all the work before Monday. They were in a great hurry. The girl could tell from his expression that he wasn't sorry at all. So-eun glared at him angrily, thinking he was meddling way too much in her private life and that what he was doing wasn't legitimate. Suddenly a stray thought slipped into her mind. Did he have feelings for her? That would at least explain his behavior logically. But she quickly dismissed it. If he liked her, he wouldn't treat her like this. They weren't children. Gathering all her courage, she asked him directly, "Do you hate me?" She looked at him and honestly admitted to herself that a positive answer might hurt. They held each other's gaze. So-eun waited for his reply while Taejun remained strangely silent. Then he broke the silence. "I see you as an employee who works hard and diligently, and as a very intelligent person. I hope you don't disappoint me." He added that he absolutely did not hate her. Taejun stood up from his desk and reminded her that the work had to be submitted by Monday. He said he had to leave and wished her a good evening. The girl held back tears, thinking, as always, she had been wrong again. Of course there were no feelings. A man like him would never look at her. Back in her office, So-eun resolved to finish all her work before the weekend so she'd still have time for her date. She dove into the tasks excitedly, thinking to herself that she would show Hyun-wook and Taejun exactly what she was capable of. She decided to pull herself together. Wiping away her tears, she vowed to prove to everyone that she was going to be okay. Secretary Song Moonong rode the elevator with Taejun and cast thoughtful glances at him. The woman sighed heavily. It was obvious she wanted to say something, but the man kept ignoring her. Finally she couldn't hold back. "May I ask you a question?" Taejun looked at her with interest. Song Moonong said she had noticed that lately he had been showing a lot of concern toward manager Han So-eun. Taejun stared at the woman in surprise. He recalled events from 20 years ago. Walking through the garden as a boy, he greeted the gardener who was pruning the trees. The man replied good-naturedly, "Hello, young master." He added that summer was almost over and the air was getting chilly. Little Taejun said he wanted to read in the garden. The gardener smiled. "I'll move the stepladder so I don't disturb you." The boy apologized quickly. "I didn't mean to interfere with your work." "Thank you." The gardener waved it off. "It's fine." He thought to himself that this boy was kind and good despite the tragedy that had struck his family. Taejun sat on the bench under the tree and thanked the man again. Once the gardener was out of sight, the boy exhaled heavily. At least here, no one would come looking for him. He read his book for a while, then began wondering when So-eun would return from the garden. She was playing with the other children. Even though he attended school and had extra tutoring, it seemed this girl was busier than he was. Taejun didn't notice himself drifting off under the shade of the tree. He slept sweetly until a shadow fell across his face. Suddenly he woke to the sensation of someone kissing him. His eyes snapped open. Taejun thought it was his grandfather. He sat up quickly and began explaining that he had accidentally fallen asleep on the bench. Turning around, he saw little So-eun standing in front of him. The girl smiled sweetly. "If you kiss me, I wake up too." He blushed furiously, grabbed his book, and jumped off the bench. He shouted, "If you ever touch me like that again, I'll hang you from a tree branch." The girl stood there, confused by his sudden anger. So-eun asked him to play with her. The boy replied that he didn't have time. He had too many things to do. She reached out teasingly, saying she would kiss him again. The boy blushed furiously and backed away, defending himself. The children didn't notice someone watching them from around the corner. After a while, Auntie told Taejun that So-eun's family had left unexpectedly. They hadn't even warned anyone beforehand. The boy was shocked and upset. He couldn't understand why it had happened, why she hadn't even said goodbye. He remembered sharing sweets with her, all the time they spent playing together. Anger shook him. He clenched his fists tightly. Taejun couldn't believe they had just left like that after everything. Auntie saw her nephew's state and worried for him. She realized how close the two children had become. Suddenly the boy spoke up. "I'm not upset. I hate that girl." Now, hearing Secretary Song Moonong's words, Taejun glanced at her sideways. "I hate her," he uttered quietly. The woman's mouth fell open in surprise. Taejun gave an awkward smile. "I hate that type of person." So-eun was working through her second night in a row. She could barely keep her eyes open and told herself to be patient just a little longer. She had slept only a couple of hours, haunted by nightmares about the director. During the day she worked at the service center. She had set herself a clear goal: finish everything in time and definitely go on that blind date. She worked relentlessly, planning to collapse into bed as soon as she got home. And finally, just as she wrapped up the last task, Taejun walked into the office. Taejun said hello, and So-eun beamed. "Perfect timing, I was just about to tell you everything's done." She glowed with smug satisfaction, gestured proudly at the table, and announced she had completed all his tasks. The man froze. He couldn't believe she had powered through such a massive amount of work in so little time. So-eun invited him to sit and check. Taejun scanned the digital files and flipped through the folders, then slowly admitted, "You really did finish everything." He asked who had helped her. So-eun smiled radiantly. "I did it all alone." Taejun stared at her, thinking that if he had tackled that workload himself, it would have taken days without sleep. He asked how she managed it. The girl clenched her fists in a triumphant little gesture and replied with a bright smile, "Nothing's impossible if you really want it." Taejun praised her sincerely. "I'm impressed. I can trust you with any job now." So-eun felt a rush of happiness and pride. She started to say she was heading home when he cut her off. It's time to talk about a few more tasks for the future team. She physically felt her weekend plans crumbling under his words. Taejun folded his hands together with a fake smile. "I plan to start on Monday, but now I've decided to follow your example and show some enthusiasm. Let's begin today." He didn't wait for her answer and immediately launched into where they should start. Suddenly So-eun's vision blurred, her eyes glazing over with dizziness. Her last hazy thought was, "Do I really have to keep working?" Taejun kept explaining the plan, not noticing her silence at first. Then he wondered why she was so quiet. He turned irritably. "Are you even listening?" He saw what he had caused. So-eun collapsed straight to the floor, unconscious. The girl collapsed without strength. Her last hazy thought was that even if the company president walked in right now, she still wouldn't be able to get up. A single tear slipped down her cheek, and she passed out. Taejun carried the unconscious So-eun to the emergency room. The doctor said she was fine, just severely overworked. Secretary Song Moonong called the office and learned the girl had worked 2 full days straight without a single break or going home. Taejun couldn't believe anyone could be crazy enough to push themselves like that. He told the secretary it was late and she should go home. She offered to stay with So-eun, but the CEO assured her he would take care of everything himself. Suddenly they heard the girl snoring softly and sweetly. Taejun sent the secretary home and thanked her for her help. He sat down beside the bed and looked around. He hadn't been in an emergency room in 20 years, but nothing had changed, same chaos, same sterile smell. So-eun groaned quietly in her sleep. Taejun leaned closer. He still couldn't believe she had been planning to go on a blind date in this condition. Suddenly her phone rang. The caller ID showed the guy she was supposed to meet. Taejun turned the phone face down so he wouldn't have to see it. The phone kept vibrating insistently. It was starting to annoy him. The guy clearly didn't know when to stop. Finally Taejun grabbed the phone and answered. "Hello, this is So-eun's friend. She can't talk right now, what should I tell her?" An agitated male voice replied that he was sorry, but he needed to cancel their blind date. He asked the friend to apologize for him and explain that he had gotten back together with his ex-girlfriend, so he wouldn't be able to see So-eun anymore. After finishing the call, Taejun looked at Han So-eun sleeping like a baby and felt surprised at how deeply and peacefully she rested. He wondered how she never got tired of pushing herself so hard. Usually the harder life got for people, the angrier and more bitter they became. Yet So-eun kept trying to live a good life despite all the hardships, though she didn't even know how to do it properly. Taejun stared at her, remembering all the times she had driven herself to exhaustion and how her selflessness toward others had only left her drained. He folded his hands and thought it would be better if she were always by his side. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He felt embarrassed but couldn't deny it anymore. The girl was exactly his type. The real problem lay elsewhere. He knew that if his grandfather and aunt ever found out about any relationship between them, they would act immediately. In their eyes, it would be unacceptable. So-eun would almost certainly be forced out of the company and vanish again, just like she had 20 years ago. To them, an ordinary employee meant nothing. Taejun reached over and gently stroked her face. He realized they would never touch him. He was too important to the family. But right now, with her here, he had nothing to lose by holding her close. Suddenly So-eun opened her eyes. Taejun hurriedly pulled his hand back before she could notice. The girl bolted upright in bed, panicked. "Where am I?" Taejun tried to calm her. "You fainted from exhaustion. Secretary Song Moonong and I brought you to the emergency ward." So-eun looked scared and embarrassed. Then Taejun added quietly, "Your blind date got cancelled." The girl's face fell. She was finally upset. Taejun explained everything that had happened and mentioned he had recorded the conversation just in case. So-eun thanked him, but felt even more embarrassed that he had witnessed her failure. She picked up her phone and listened to the recording of the call. She thought that some people really did get back together with their exes, apparently it was normal for them. She hadn't expected this to happen to her, but it wasn't her fault. Honestly, she even felt a pang of jealousy. She wanted a normal relationship too. The girl doubted anyone would be seriously interested in her after learning she had given up part of her life, her liver, to her ex-boyfriend without marriage, sacrificing her health for his mother. She would just be seen as a naive fool. She didn't know if there was anyone in the world who could accept her with all her scars and past without hesitation. And if not, she would have to live her life alone. So-eun cried. But she never gave up hope of feeling true love at least once in her life. She turned to the CEO and said she was crying because she had fallen asleep with her contact lenses in, apologizing for the inconvenience. Taejun looked at her anxiously. You don't have to apologize. He stood up from his chair. I'll drive you home. The girl thanked him and said she could get home on her own, but he ignored her objections. So-eun was surprised. She didn't want to cause him more trouble. But the man confidently held out his hand. While she stared at his outstretched hand in bewilderment, Taejun started to look a little nervous. Take it. He took her hand and led her toward the exit. His grip was strong and warm. After a while, the CEO told So-eun not to go to work tomorrow and to rest properly. He offered to buy her dinner, but the girl didn't answer. Taejun looked over and saw that So-eun had fallen asleep. He tried to wake her gently. We're already at your house. The girl moaned sleepily through half-closed eyes. I want to sleep more. Taejun frowned, irritation creeping in. Are you going home or not? But she was already fast asleep again, breathing evenly. He sat there, debating how to wake her. Flicking someone who had just fainted from exhaustion felt wrong. Taejun watched her sleeping serenely in the passenger seat. He leaned closer and whispered near her ear. Han So-eun, wake up if you don't want to be scolded. Breathing heavily, Taejun carried So-eun on his back up the stairs to her apartment. He thought wryly that if this was her way of punishing him for pushing her to exhaustion over a blind date, then he was truly sorry. Finally they reached her door. If he remembered correctly from her personnel file, the password was... He shifted her weight and tried to wake her. So-eun, wake up. What's the door code? Han So-eun slept peacefully on his back, arms wrapped snugly around his neck like a koala. A tired Taejun raised his voice. Wake up and tell me the password, or I'll leave you right here under the door. The noise drew neighbors out. They poked their heads into the hallway, murmuring complaints about the racket and telling him to quiet down. Taejun felt mortified. With no other choice, he trudged back down the stairs, carried her to the car, gently laid her in the passenger seat, and tucked the blanket around her. He glanced at her sleeping face. It was the first time he'd seen someone sleep so soundly. He even wondered if she had taken the sleeping pills the hospital gave her. Muttering under his breath, I'm more exhausted than she is right now, he rubbed his aching back. Carrying her up and down those stairs had taken its toll. Taejun made sure she was comfortable, then decided he would wait until midnight. If she didn't wake by then, he'd take her to his place. Time slipped past midnight. In all his 30 years, this was the first time Taejun had ever brought a girl to his house. Sunlight streamed brightly through the window. So-eun opened her eyes. The girl couldn't remember the last time she had slept so deeply and so long. Suddenly she realized she had no idea where she was. She looked around, the room was spacious and spotless. So-eun quickly checked her clothes and body. Everything felt normal, no strange sensations. Her next thought was her phone. She frantically patted the bed and scanned the room until she spotted it on the bedside table. When she picked it up, a sticker on the screen caught her eye. You're at Kim Taejun's house. So-eun's hands trembled. Tears of gratitude welled up. She couldn't believe the CEO had taken such good care of her, first letting her work late, then rushing her to the hospital and watching over her. The last thing she remembered was falling asleep in his car. Everything after that was a blank. How she ended up here, she had no clue. She stared at the door, wondering if she could step out. As she quietly descended the stairs, she marveled at how huge the house was, questioning whether one person really needed all this space. Finally she reached the kitchen and saw Taejun standing there. She approached softly, but he suddenly turned. Taejun was dressed in casual home clothes, hair slightly damp and tousled. He smiled sincerely. How did you sleep? So-eun felt a flush of embarrassment. She hated causing him so much trouble. Hello, thank you for everything. She started to apologize, but he cut her off gently. It's the first time I've seen someone so completely worn out. Taejun smiled cheerfully. You might not remember, but I carried you on my back from the car all the way up to your apartment door. Since you never gave me the password, I had to carry you back down again, and eventually brought you here to my house. So-eun stood frozen in embarrassment. She couldn't believe a man had gone up and down 3 flights of stairs with her on his back. Taejun added casually, just so you know, the elevator in my building broke down. I had to carry you up to the 30th floor. The girl's eyes widened in horror. She felt a wave of panic, guilt crashing over her. She didn't know what to do or say. Taejun smirked inwardly, watching her reaction. How can she be so gullible? Doesn't she realize I'm joking? Suddenly So-eun burst into apologies. I'm so sorry, I feel terrible. It won't happen again. Taejun waved it off. Stop apologizing. It's fine. He gestured toward the table. Come on, join me for breakfast. So-eun started to refuse. No, really, I'd rather just go home. Taejun leaned down slightly, voice low and teasing. After everything I did for you last night, breakfast is the least you can do in return. I want to talk to you. He set plates of steaming breakfast on the table in front of her. So-eun stared at the food, his careful preparation, and felt a lump in her throat. She almost cried from happiness at how caring he was being. The two sat down at the table and began eating breakfast. So-eun thought it was the most awkward breakfast she had ever experienced. When Taejun asked if she had slept well, she thanked him quietly. It was fine. She had barely lifted the spoon to her mouth when he announced calmly, "Unlike you, I didn't sleep at all." The girl froze, spoon hovering midair. Taejun kept smiling nonchalantly. "Since you were sleeping in my bed, I didn't get a chance to sleep at all." He looked strangely cheerful. So-eun felt another sharp pang of guilt. Her appetite vanished instantly. She started rambling apologies again, but Taejun cut her off gently. "I want to discuss the future projects team with you." He explained that he planned to hire 2 more specialists in cell phones to join the team. It would be easier if she suggested suitable candidates, but if she didn't have anyone in mind, he would choose them himself. He added that from now on, they would only work 1 extra hour on team projects after regular hours. "I don't want you working nights and overexerting yourself again." Taejun looked genuinely worried about her health. "Fainting from exhaustion isn't normal. You should get a full medical checkup." So-eun knew her body still hadn't fully recovered from the surgery. She needed more rest. She silently decided to be kinder to herself from now on and start taking extra vitamins. She replied to the CO that she was fine and promised she wouldn't push herself like that again. Taejun nodded. "Eat quickly before it gets cold." So-eun started eating. Taejun watched her and thought she looked really see-you. Suddenly a strand of hair fell across her face. He thought she might get it dirty with food, so he reached forward to tuck it back. But So-eun quickly gathered her hair with both hands and tied it into a neat ponytail, without even needing a hair tie. Taejun immediately jerked his hand away, acting as if nothing had happened. He admitted with a casual shrug that he rarely ate breakfast at all. When So-eun replied that she was the same, he glanced at her plate. "You're eating with a pretty good appetite right now." She smiled shyly. "It's because the CO cooked for me." Taejun looked at her. The girl appeared a little embarrassed, yet so beautiful and cute in that moment. He felt quietly pleased watching her eat, and watching how flustered she got giving him that small compliment. Catching himself staring, he stood up abruptly. "I'm going to get dressed." He told her to take her time and eat well. As he left the room, he added over his shoulder, "Just leave the dishes where they are." So-eun blinked, puzzled by his sudden exit. She wondered what had come over him, why he'd gotten up so quickly. Taejun rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment as he walked away. He couldn't figure out why he kept acting so strangely around this girl. Next to her, it was hard to hold back, every sense felt heightened. After a while, So-eun gathered her things and double-checked the room to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything. She already felt guilty for all the inconvenience she'd caused, and now he was even offering to drive her home. She walked down the stairs, thinking that even though he overloaded her with work, he was trying so hard to take care of her now. She didn't want to abuse that kindness. Taejun was already waiting downstairs. He held out his hand. "Let me carry your bag." So-eun tried to protest. "No need really." But he simply slipped the bag off her shoulder and told her to take care of herself and hurry up. The girl rushed after him, grabbing his arm to insist she could carry it herself. In the motion, she accidentally elbowed a vase behind her. It toppled, crashed to the floor with a sharp clatter, and shattered into pieces. So-eun froze in horror. She was terrified to look, afraid of what she'd done and how angry the CO would be. She turned slowly. The vase was irreparably damaged. So-eun started desperately apologizing. "I didn't do it on purpose, I swear." Taejun looked at her nonchalantly. "Don't worry about it. I'll just call someone and sort it out." So-eun stared as he dialed the secretary and asked her to find a replacement for the moon vase his aunt had given him. He explained that his aunt would be upset if she heard it broke, so he needed one exactly like it. When he casually mentioned the vase cost about 5 million won, the girl froze on the spot and nearly fainted. After hanging up, Taejun turned to her. "It's settled. Money's just money." So-eun felt like a total failure. She couldn't believe the CO wasn't angry, she was ready to cry. When they finally arrived at her house, she still couldn't wrap her head around breaking his 5 million won vase. Even though he acted like it wasn't a big deal, guilt gnawed at her. She had to apologize properly. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she gathered her courage. Suddenly she blurted, "I'm so sorry, I'm so clumsy. I wasn't wearing my lenses." She was truly sorry for everything. Taejun listened attentively. So-eun couldn't even meet his eyes. The guilt was crushing. Then Taejun spoke up. "You pushed the vase because you were trying to take your bag back from me. So I'm partly to blame too." The girl blinked in surprise. He was apologizing now? Taejun smiled broadly. "Can you get home on your own, or should I walk you up? I remember you can't see well without lenses, so let me help." So-eun blushed, flustered. She couldn't understand why he was being so kind and caring. "No, really, I walk this way every day. I can manage. But before she finished, Taejun stepped out of the car and headed to the passenger side. He opened the door, held out his hand and said, "Let's go. I'll walk with you." So-eun carefully walked up the stairs with Taejun following close behind. She bit her lower lip in thought, wondering why the Seo was behaving this way toward her. She couldn't figure out why he was suddenly so nice and attentive. After walking her all the way to her apartment door, Taejun wished her a good day and said goodbye until Monday. The embarrassed girl glanced back at him. "Thank you again, for everything." She stepped inside, then slid down against the closed door, wrapping her arms around herself. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Had she really forgotten what Hyun-uk had done so quickly? Could she actually fall in love with someone new this fast after a breakup? Taejun was her boss. She couldn't cross that line. Suddenly her phone buzzed with a text message. It was from Taejun, his phone number, with a simple note to contact him if she ever needed help. After reading the text message, So-eun blushed even deeper and dropped her head into her lap. She replayed how he'd taken care of her, how he'd insisted on walking her all the way to the door, and she couldn't help thinking she was actually glad she'd forgotten her lenses. It had given him an excuse to stay close. Back home, Taejun collapsed onto his bed and exhaled heavily. He wondered why he had lied about having work to do just so he could drive her home. Why hadn't he let her see he was upset about the broken vase, so she wouldn't feel guilty and worry? He pressed a hand to his forehead. What a childish thing to do. He didn't feel well and couldn't quite understand why. Was it the lack of sleep all night? Or had he revealed too much of himself to her? He felt anxious, restless, but couldn't put a name to it. Strangely, the feeling was familiar, like something he'd brushed against long ago. Suddenly his nose filled with Han So-eun's faint scent. Taejun sat up and sniffed the air, wondering if it was just the pillow. But no, his entire bed carried her soft, lingering fragrance. Damn it, he thought, rubbing his face. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Early Monday morning, Hyun-uk was already at the hospital visiting his mother. The woman was overjoyed, unable to get enough of her attentive son. Hyun-uk confessed to her that he had broken up with So-eun. His mother froze, startled. Did I hear that right? She asked if it was because the girl had learned the truth about their family's blood type. Hyun-uk lowered his head. That was one of the reasons. His mother looked surprised. Did you end it or did she? When she heard that So-eun had dumped her son, anger flared. She started shouting, had the girl demanded money? Threatened him over the surgery? Hyun-uk smirked. She wouldn't dare. I'm a lawyer, she knows she'd never win a case against me. Then, even more smugly, he added, and remember Cho Hyunji? The one I told you about? She confessed her feelings for me. His mother's face lit up with pure delight. A successful lawyer from a wealthy family had fallen for her son. Hyun-uk looked pleased with himself. We started dating right after the breakup. I'm already thinking of proposing soon. The woman beamed and praised him for landing someone like Hyunji. But then she grumbled. So-eun acted so strangely. I still don't understand how she could walk away from a guy like you. Hyun-uk's mind flashed back to what he'd seen leaving the hotel, So-eun in the arms of CEO Kim Taejun. No way there's anything between them. He's just imagining things. Meanwhile, So-eun walked alongside Bumi, both clutching iced coffees. The two girls were complaining about the unbearable heat, fanning themselves as they strolled. Bumi sighed dramatically, fanning herself with a file folder. So, you've been having a way harder time than the rest of us lately. All that overtime on the future projects team must be killing you. The comment made So-eun pause. She remembered her recent conversation with the Seo, how he'd suddenly limited the extra hours and worried about her health. Bumi leaned in curiously. Are you actually interested in that new project? So-eun nodded quickly, a little gasp escaping. Yeah, why? Bumi grinned. Just asking. So-eun hesitated, then smiled. Actually, the CEO asked me to find 2 more people to join the team. I was thinking of bringing you and Mr. Jang on board. Bumi's eyes widened. Really? So-eun rushed to explain. It's only for an hour, from 6 to 7 p.m. Nothing too heavy. I promise it won't be tedious. Before she finished, Bumi let out a delighted squeal and practically launched herself at So-eun in a hug. Oh my god, thank you. I'm so in. Bumi beamed. Extra income? Working with nice people? Sign me up. So-eun laughed softly. I'll ask Mr. Jang too, but I'm pretty sure he won't say no. She felt a rush of relief, happy and satisfied. No more tackling everything alone. The work should move faster with a small team. Plus, having colleagues around might help her stop feeling like she was getting special treatment, and maybe suppress those confusing feelings of sympathy toward the CEO. A tiny wave of guilt washed over her. She was pulling her coworkers into extra hours, after all. But at least it was a good career opportunity for them too. Her thoughts were interrupted by the department head's voice over the intercom. Attention everyone, CEO Kim Taejun is treating the whole department to ice cream. Boomy squealed again. Ice cream? I'm going. I'll grab one for you too, So-eun turned just in time to overhear the department head muttering to someone, there's way too much ice cream, we should share with another department. Then she spotted the delivery boxes. Her favorite flavor, right there on top. She blinked in surprise at the coincidence, a small, puzzled smile tugging at her lips. Taejun received a photo report confirming the ice cream had been delivered and distributed to the department employees. He zoomed in on the image. In the background, So-eun stood holding an ice cream cone. The photo was a little blurry, but he still tried to make out her expression. He wanted so badly to see if she looked happy, if the small surprise had lifted her mood even a little. Suddenly a balding elderly man approached. Director Kim, thank you for coming on such a scorching day. Let me escort you to the meeting room. Taejun loosened his tie and exhaled heavily. Thank you. It really is brutally hot today. Secretary Song Moonong was on the phone when she spotted him heading toward his office. She quickly ended the call and stopped him. Director, all the employees are so grateful for the ice cream surprise, especially on a day like this. Taejun gave a small smile. I'm glad it helped. The woman handed him a folder. Here's the list of team candidates from Han So-eun. Taejun took it, smiling to himself. She found the right people so quickly. In his office, he dropped into his chair, covered his face with his hands, and lowered his head. He hadn't slept properly all weekend. On top of that, he'd had back-to-back business meetings. Exhaustion weighed on him like lead. He felt ready to collapse. Even at home, sleep wouldn't come. Not in his own bed, not in the guest room. After So-eun left, the house felt strangely empty and uncomfortable. Finally he opened the folder. His gaze settled on the names Han So-eun had carefully selected as candidates for the future projects team. Kim Taejun walked past and overheard a female employee speaking loudly enough that her words clearly reached him. She insisted So-eun wasn't to blame for the phone bombing incident at all. If she ever quit, the company would have a really hard time finding someone as capable as her. Taejun paused for half a second. He had the distinct impression the employee was deliberately raising her voice so he could hear every word. Meanwhile, Boomy kept going. Our department has been struggling so much without her. Then, suddenly, she added with a playful tone, and have you noticed? She switched from glasses to contact lenses lately. She looks even prettier now. Another voice chimed in. Everyone thinks she's super cute. Taejun threw a quick glance over his shoulder. Manager Jang Eun-pyo stood there, cheeks flushed, looking embarrassed but nodding in agreement. Yeah, she's a very nice girl. The sight of the young man's shy, flustered expression sent a sharp spike of jealousy and irritation through Taejun. He recognized their names immediately. They were exactly the two candidates So-eun had recommended for the future projects team. Taejun couldn't believe she had suggested her own friends and colleagues to work so closely with him. He didn't like the idea of Jang Eun-pyo being around her all day, every day. But he also couldn't just disqualify the guy without a solid reason. He needed someone competent for the team. Meanwhile, So-eun arrived at work and tried to steady her frayed nerves. She took a deep breath, pulled herself together, and decided to walk in like nothing unusual had happened. She spotted Secretary Song Moonong and offered a warm smile. Hello. The woman returned the smile gently. How are you feeling today? So-eun waved it off lightly. No need to worry, I'm fine. Song Moonong chuckled softly. The Seo was the one most worried about you. So-eun felt a fresh wave of embarrassment. She still couldn't believe this elegant, beautiful woman had had to look after her like that. The secretary noticed So-eun lingering nervously outside the CEO's door, practically trembling. She called out kindly and decided to walk her in. As they entered, Song Moonong announced, Director, So-eun is here to see you. Taejun was buried in paperwork. He glanced up, then set the documents aside. How are you feeling? So-eun shifted awkwardly, avoiding his eyes. I'm fine. After everything that had happened, the hospital, the car ride, waking up at his house, she found it impossible to look him in the eye without blushing. Taejun's voice softened. I'm glad to hear that. The gentle tone made her cheeks burn hotter. She didn't know what to say next or how to act normal. Finally she cleared her throat and steered toward work. Left the letters of recommendation on your desk, the employees I selected for the team. Taejun continued working nonchalantly. I'll make a decision as soon as I review the documents. So-eun thought that was the end of it and started to leave when he suddenly stood up. Wait, I have something to say to you. She braced herself, expecting a reprimand for fainting at work. Instead, she heard Taejun apologize, sincerely, quietly. He reached into his desk drawer and held out her old broken glasses. I'm sorry. I didn't notice them, and I accidentally stepped on them. So-eun stared at the mangled frames in amazement, speechless. Taejun's voice carried real shame. I didn't know how to tell you. You said these glasses meant a lot to you. There was genuine remorse in his tone. So-eun gave a small, nostalgic smirk. They don't mean anything to me anymore. You don't have to apologize. She reached to take them, ready to toss them in the trash. Taejun moved toward the door. I'm buying you new ones. The stunned girl froze. He turned back. I still feel guilty. I want to make it right. As he left the office, he added casually, gather your things and come with me. A short while later, they were in a large shopping center. One part of So-eun wanted to refuse. Shopping for glasses with the CEO felt too much. But another part was drawn to him, her heart beating faster just being near him. She knew she shouldn't fall for her boss, but she couldn't help wondering where her feelings might lead. Taejun glanced at her and noticed her flushed cheeks. She kept averting her eyes, clearly embarrassed. At the eyewear counter, So-eun tried to protest. I can buy my own after my next salary. He shook his head firmly. I'm paying. My fault, my responsibility. So she decided to pick the cheapest pair she could find. But then a girl consultant approached them with a radiant smile. These frames are perfect for you, they'll look marvelous. So-eun tried them on. They fit beautifully, but she still leaned toward something cheaper. The consultant spun her toward Taejun with a delighted chirp. Look how cute your girlfriend is in these. So-eun froze in shock. Taejun leaned in close, his face inches from hers. She blushed furiously, mouth parting in surprise. He gave a sly grin. She's cute in any kind of glasses. The words hit her like a soft punch. So-eun held her breath. In that moment, she knew she was in big trouble. Her heart had definitely been captured by this man. Meanwhile, Hyun-uk stepped into the jewelry store to pick up the engagement ring Hyunji had ordered. The consultant opened a velvet box. Inside gleamed a stunning ring with a massive diamond. Hyun-uk pressed his lips together, discomfort creeping in. He hadn't expected it to be this expensive. A few days earlier, returning from a meeting, he'd noticed Hyunji staring intently at her phone. As he got closer, he saw she was scrolling through photos of engagement rings. Curious, he'd asked what she was doing. Suddenly, Hyunji asked if he was already preparing to propose to her. She looked worried, as if she doubted he'd thought it through carefully. Hyun-uk hadn't expected the question. He hesitated for a split second, then hurried to reassure her. Of course, I'll prepare everything. Don't worry. But inside, he felt the pressure mounting. Hyunji was demanding so much from him. His mind flashed to So-eun. She would have been over the moon with even a cheap toy ring. No extravagance needed. He wasn't willing to spend a fortune on an engagement party or anything else. Then Hyunji stunned him by turning her phone toward him. This is the ring I want for the engagement. I'll order it in your name right now. Just glancing at the photo, he could tell it was insanely expensive. Hyun-uk swallowed. You mean, for the wedding ring? She laughed lightly. No, this is for the engagement. I'll find a separate wedding band and send you the link to order it. When he saw the price, 50 million won, he nearly choked with indignation. While Hyun-uk stood frozen, wondering what kind of ring could possibly justify that cost, Hyunji looked completely satisfied. I've always dreamed of a proposal with a ring like this. She turned to him, glowing with excitement. You'll really make my dream come true, right? Hyun-uk didn't even have a chance to refuse. She worked with him, she knew his salary perfectly well. This was far beyond what he could comfortably afford. But he had to do everything possible to make her his wife. Now he sat in the expensive jewelry store, staring at the dazzling ring his fiancée had chosen, already dreading how much more the wedding band would cost. Suddenly Hyun-uk noticed the price on the receipt was 5 million won higher than expected. The sales girl smiled apologetically. The price went up today. Hyun-uk stared at the receipt in horror, mind reeling. What the hell is going on? He took a deep breath, trying to pull himself together. After the wedding, I'll be rewarded more than I'm spending now. He didn't know much about Hyunji's past, but he'd heard her father was an extremely wealthy businessman who worked abroad most of the time. Studying overseas, parents paying for her expensive apartment, she was clearly from a chaebol family. This is an investment in a secure future. He even pictured eventually persuading his future father-in-law to fund him opening his own law office. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a familiar figure. Hyun-uk spotted So-eun shopping, accompanied by a young man. His stomach twisted when he recognized the man as CEO Kim Taejun. An urgent, burning impulse hit him. He had to follow them. What is going on? Why is my ex-girlfriend shopping with my former client? He glanced back at the counter. Is the ring packed yet? The sales girl nodded, handing him the elegant box. Hyun-uk hurried, shoving the receipt into his pocket. He needed to find out what was happening, right now. He quickened his pace, eyes fixed on the pair ahead. When the sales girl finally handed him the neatly wrapped package with the ring, Hyun-uk snatched it almost roughly and stormed off in search of So-eun. He scanned the crowded mall, craning his neck, trying to spot which direction they had gone, but they had already disappeared into the sea of shoppers. So-eun walked beside Taejun, awkwardly clutching the new glasses package. She thanked him quietly for the frames and added that he really didn't need to buy her new contact lenses too. Taejun, meanwhile, couldn't shake the image of Mr. Jang admiring her earlier. His shy, flustered expression still burned in his mind, stirring an uncomfortable knot of jealousy. Suddenly So-eun stopped walking. She looked up at him. "If there's anything I can do to repay your kindness, please let me know." The words hit him like a soft punch. Taejun halted abruptly and turned to face her. He glanced at her nervously biting her lower lip, and a flood of thoughts rushed through him. He had so many desires for her, many of them quite indecent. He knew he should ask for something small and innocent. But if he let his greed take over, he would have asked for a kiss. He imagined how she'd blush, how her breath might hitch, how she'd sound if she moaned softly. He wished no one else existed in her life but him. Taejun stood there, torn, wondering if he should actually say it. But watching her embarrassed, vulnerable face, he realized he shouldn't and wouldn't. He was rude and selfish enough already. He didn't want her to run away from him. So he chose the right path, the safe one, full of compromises. Taejun turned back toward her, ducked down a little to meet her eyes and said calmly, "There's nothing you need to do for me. It was my choice." He gave her a gentle, trying to be nice smile. Then he straightened up and suggested lightly, "How about we go have dinner together?" Seeing that So-eun was still standing frozen, Taejun decided to hurry her along with a playful grin. "If you don't hurry up, I'll eat it all myself." But So-eun only coughed softly, staying rooted in place. She lowered her gaze, cheeks burning, and whispered, "I have something to tell you." She clenched her fists, voice trembling. "I like you." The words hung in the air. She blushed deeper, barely able to look at him. "I know I'll probably cause more trouble than good, but I'm so grateful for the chance you've given me." Still stammering, still flushed, she continued, "From now on, I'll focus completely on work. I just couldn't keep quiet about how I feel." She wished him a good evening in a small voice, then turned quickly to leave, before he could see the tears gathering in her eyes. Suddenly a warm, firm palm caught her hand. Taejun spun her back around to face him. "What do you think you're doing?" He pressed her hands gently but firmly to his chest. His own cheeks tinted pink as he asked, voice low and intense, "Did you really think you could say that to me, and then just walk away?" Inside Taejun, a fierce internal struggle raged. As a man accustomed to always winning, he wanted to play this game so no one lost. He craved the emotions, the feelings Han So-eun didn't yet understand, because he already knew how it would end. His inner voice warned him. He must not disappoint his grandfather and aunt's expectations. But he himself, terrified of losing what he had only just regained, could not, would not, let her go. Taejun had planned to play with her for a while, but today he decided not to listen to that inner voice. What he heard from the girl completely ruined his plans. He lost the fight with himself. When he rushed after her and grabbed her arm, all his defenses and determination crumbled like dominoes. Taejun saw her red face and eyes full of tears. His inner voice, the one that had warned him this would happen, cried out. Now he was going to have a problem. But Taejun relented. All his doubts vanished. He knew that from now on he would always take care of So-eun. He didn't care how it ended or what the consequences might be. The man suddenly pulled So-eun into his arms and asked why she was always giving him such a hard time. He wished she were a little more cunning and twisted, like him. In the end, So-eun had won. So-eun stood still while he pressed her against his chest. The realization of what was happening made her blush and feel embarrassed again. She then hesitantly hugged Taejun back. Feeling a woman's gentle arms around his waist, the man looked at the girl and saw that she was trying to hide her embarrassed face against his chest. Taejun was surprised by this reaction. He knew she had been in a relationship before, so he wondered why she was so embarrassed around him. He exhaled softly and said it was time for them to go. Before So-eun knew it, she was sitting in his car with her seatbelt fastened. While the girl tried to figure out what was going on, the man drove contentedly, humming a quiet tune to himself. So-eun watched him humming and tried to collect her scattered thoughts. Suddenly, So-eun looked out the window and realized they were definitely not heading to her house. Her mind flashed to Taejun's earlier suggestion about dinner, and a wave of horror washed over her. She wasn't ready to talk about what had just happened between them, let alone sit across from him and eat. She wanted to say something, anything, but when she glanced at his satisfied, relaxed face, the words stuck in her throat. Embarrassment burned too hot. Finally, gathering every scrap of courage, she asked quietly, "Where are we going?" Taejun replied as if nothing unusual had happened. "I'm taking you to my house." He grinned, exhaled lightly, then added with a playful lilt, "Did you really think I'd let you go that easily now?" He laughed merrily and kept driving, humming a soft tune to himself. So-eun stared at him in stunned horror and total incomprehension. When they arrived at Taejun's house, he got out first and opened her door with a smile. "At least this time it'll be easier for me, you can walk on your own." Suddenly his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, it was his aunt. He turned to So-eun. Wait just a second, I need to take this. While Taejun spoke on the phone, So-eun kept her eyes fixed on their still interlocked hands. He wanted to end the call as quickly as possible, so he asked his aunt directly, what do you need me to do? So-eun waited patiently for him to finish the call, trying to steady her breathing. When Taejun heard his aunt was almost at the house, he froze in horror. He didn't want her to see him with So-eun, she might recognize her from 20 years ago. Quickly he told his aunt over the phone, I'll come meet your car myself. Don't drive too close to the house. He hung up and dragged So-eun back to his car as fast as possible. He helped her inside and said urgently, sit here and wait for me, just a few minutes. I'll see my aunt quickly and come back. The girl shifted uncomfortably. Why do I have to hide? The flustered man pleaded, please, just wait. I'll be right back. No sooner had he closed the car door than his aunt's voice rang out. Taejun ran over to her car. When the woman stepped out, she said she'd heard he smashed the moon vase she gave him. She pulled out a wooden box. I bought you a new one, made of sturdier material this time. Taejun accepted the box and apologized for the inconvenience, inwardly willing her to leave as soon as possible. But his aunt suddenly added, you seem to get along well with Secretary Song Moonong lately. Taejun tensed immediately. Had the secretary told her about Han So-eun? Are you in contact with her? Auntie's look turned conspiratorial for a moment, then she smiled broadly. I'd love to be friends with her, but unfortunately she calls very rarely, and only for work. Recently she called to ask where to buy a new moon vase, so I decided to bring it myself. As the woman started getting back into her car, Taejun exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Auntie apologized for arriving unannounced. Taejun replied politely, everything's fine, and waved as her car pulled away. As soon as she disappeared around the corner, Taejun rushed back to his car and yanked the door open, already apologizing for the delay. But the interior was empty. His phone buzzed. A text from So-eun, she was sorry, but she had to go home. So-eun finally reached the bus stop near her house. All the way there, she replayed his frantic attempt to hide her from his aunt. He was right, they were completely mismatched. She realized he wasn't even sure whether to pursue anything with her or not. On the ride home, she stared out the window, mentally rehearsing how to act normal at work tomorrow, when she suddenly stopped short. Taejun was standing outside her house. The first thing he asked was, why aren't you answering my calls? So-eun started to apologize, but he cut her off gently. I don't need an apology. He looked away embarrassed. I just don't want my aunt interfering in my personal life. It's too early to meet relatives, we haven't even had a real chance to talk yet. He met her eyes again, less boldly this time. Are you hungry? I really want to have dinner with you. Without waiting for an answer, he added quickly, somewhere nearby, since we're already here. Take me to your favorite place. So-eun started walking, and Taejun fell into step beside her, quietly asking if everything was okay between them. Soon they were seated in a small, cozy restaurant. The girl offered to treat him to whatever dish he wanted. Taejun decided to tease her. In that case, can I order the entire menu? So-eun froze in horror. We wouldn't be here long enough to eat it all if you ordered that much. He laughed softly. I'm just joking. What do you recommend? He tried her suggestion, watching her with quiet amusement as she relaxed a little. A short while later, 2 plates of double kimbap arrived at their table. So-eun stared at hers in confusion. Why had the cook suddenly made it so much larger than usual? She felt self-conscious about opening her mouth wide in front of the CO or chewing with her mouth full. She quickly excused herself and headed for the water cooler, hoping it would give her a moment to start eating without feeling watched. Taejun poured water into a cup and made sure she drank. He realized she was embarrassed to tackle such a large portion in front of him. The restaurant owner watched the strange couple with quiet interest, a small smile on his face. On the way back, Taejun thanked So-eun for treating him. The girl felt happy, she could finally relax around him a little. She noticed that throughout dinner, he deliberately avoided looking directly at her so she wouldn't feel watched while eating. So-eun saw that he had grown very pensive. She couldn't tell if it was good or bad. Unlike her, he must have had plenty of dating experience, and she worried he didn't enjoy it with her. His past bothered her, but what bothered her most was that he hadn't responded to her confession of feelings. Looking at him, she wondered how he felt walking beside her now. Suddenly, So-eun asked, do you have a girlfriend? Taejun exhaled. Do you really think that if I had one, I'd be spending all this time with you? The girl felt awkward. Then why did you say before that you wanted to be nice to a woman? I thought you had someone in your life you wanted to treat that way. Taejun replied simply, I just wanted to strike up a conversation with you. He added quietly, in fact, I've been interested in you since the first time we met, when I gave you that grill deal. So-eun looked at him. Do you always bother the people you like this much? Taejun got embarrassed and tried to dodge. Then he admitted with a small shrug, come to think of it, yeah, I do bother you a little. So-eun walked beside him, wondering if he wasn't afraid she might end up hating him for it. Or maybe he wasn't expecting anything in return, just the slightest bit of attention was enough for him. Her thoughts were interrupted by his sudden apology. She quickly said that now that they'd worked things out, it was okay, no need to apologize. But Taejun gently took her face in his hands and moved closer. A sly grin played on his lips. I'm going to apologize for a lot of things now. He pulled her tighter against him, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her. So-eun immediately felt her heart race and her cheeks burn. She hadn't expected him to be so bold. Taejun broke the kiss briefly and slipped a mint candy into her mouth. Then, before she could react, his lips were back on hers. The candy's strong flavor made her eyes water. She tried to pull away slightly. Breaking the kiss and breathing heavily, Taejun asked softly, "Didn't you like the flavor?" So-eun tried to catch her breath. "It's not that." He kept stroking her face affectionately. "I followed you all the way home. I think I deserve a little kiss as a reward." Taejun was clearly amused by her embarrassment. He kissed her lightly on the forehead and said, "I don't like pretending." He leaned down to her ear and whispered playfully, "I'll devote all of myself to you." So-eun felt very uncomfortable. She wasn't used to this kind of intensity from a man. Taejun took her chin gently. "If you don't like it, you can always push me away." The girl stared at him, struggling to manage her own breathing. She wasn't sure that even if she pushed, he would simply let go and walk away. While she pondered, Taejun brought her face closer. "I hear no objection from you." He kissed her again, more confident this time. And So-eun liked it. She grabbed him by the lapels of his jacket and started kissing him back. The next day at work, Boomi was complaining loudly about the terribly hot night and how she couldn't sleep a wink. So-eun sat immersed in her thoughts, barely hearing her. She still couldn't wrap her head around what to do now that she had kissed, not just any employee, but the CEO himself. In the back of her mind, she almost wished the entire evening had been a dream. Suddenly Boomi exclaimed, "Look, the CEO's heading to the office." So-eun's face instantly lit up with embarrassment. Taejun walked in looking effortlessly sharp. The suit fit him perfectly, and a small, genuine smile played on his lips. Boomi leaned toward So-eun with a teasing grin. "Have you ever heard any rumors about the CEO? I wonder if his girlfriend is a model or some rich heiress." She gave So-eun a sly look. "You two are always together lately, you must know something." So-eun blushed furiously and stammered, "I really don't know anything." Spotting Mr. Jang nearby, she quickly said hello to him and struck up a conversation, desperately hoping to deflect Boomi's curiosity. Then Taejun's voice rang out as he approached the group. "Good morning." He greeted everyone warmly and turned to the candidates. "Are you the two So-eun recommended for the future projects team?" So-eun froze in horrified embarrassment while Taejun smiled radiantly at everyone present. He continued calmly, "You can start your new duties as early as next week." Boomi and Mr. Jang lit up with excitement at the opportunity to work on the new project. So-eun felt a wave of embarrassment, but underneath it, a quiet pride bloomed. The CEO had listened to her suggestions. After wishing everyone a good day, Taejun left the office with a small, satisfied nod. Inspired, Boomi immediately turned to So-eun. "So, what exactly will our new team be working on?" So-eun shook her head lightly. "I don't know the full purpose yet, the CEO hasn't explained everything." But she didn't stop there. She turned to Mr. Jang with genuine curiosity. "What would you like to work on?" When Mr. Jang started talking about technology, So-eun's heart picked up speed. She loved these kinds of topics: gadgets, innovations, new systems. Thoughts of work instantly crowded out everything else, including thoughts of Kim Taejun. She leaned in passionately, discussing the latest air conditioning technology with Mr. Jang. As it turned out, he was just as enthusiastic about new tech. The usually quiet man lit up, talking animatedly. So engrossed in the conversation, they didn't notice how So-eun's face blossomed, eyes sparkling, smile wide and genuine. She looked truly happy, completely lost in her favorite subject. Boomi watched with wide eyes, surprised by the sudden energy from both of them. She'd never seen Mr. Jang so talkative, or So-eun so lively and carefree. They eventually calmed down, lowering their voices when they realized their discussion had turned into an excited storm of admiration. Taejun stood not far from So-eun's workplace, able to watch and hear the fervor in her voice as she talked with her colleagues. Her eyes sparkled with pure joy. He thought he'd never seen her like this before, so open, so alive. It even seemed to him that she had confessed her feelings to him less confidently than she spoke about her passion for technology. Did the air conditioning system mean more to her than he did? At this time, Taejun's aunt sat in her office, unable to shake the image from yesterday. She had seen her nephew hurriedly hiding a girl in his car in the parking lot. Clearly, he had started seeing someone. The woman wondered if Secretary Song Moonong knew anything about it. She recalled how suspiciously he'd behaved, glancing around nervously, trying to rush her away as quickly as possible. She decided then, if her nephew was in a serious relationship, she would stay out of his personal life and accept whoever he deemed worthy. And if his grandfather objected, she would protect the couple without hesitation. She smiled dreamily, imagining what kind of person this girl must be to capture her nephew's serious interests so completely. The workday finally ended. So-eun decided to text the Seo, "Can I come see you?" The reply came almost instantly, so fast she actually jumped in surprise. As she approached the door to Taejun's office, she paused to collect her thoughts. She felt a little embarrassed being alone with him after everything that had happened. Suddenly the door opened. Taejun stood there, smiling sweetly at her. He motioned for her to come in and kept smiling as she cautiously stepped inside. So-eun started talking about the new project they were set to begin next week. But suddenly Taejun wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her gently against him, and rested his chin on her shoulder. He breathed in her scent and murmured softly, "I heard you're really interested in air conditioning systems. I'm a little jealous." So-eun was speechless with surprise. The girl felt deeply embarrassed that he was hugging her so openly in the office, but she didn't pull away. While she blushed furiously and tried to hide her face, Taejun looked amused by her reaction and offered with a soft smile, "How about we grab a drink together?" She finally tried to wriggle out of his embrace, worried they might get caught. But Taejun sighed theatrically. "I missed you." So-eun reached for the doorknob in a desperate attempt to escape the office. Taejun stretched out and beat her to it. With a quick, deft motion, he snapped the lock shut. The door clicked securely closed. So-eun's eyes widened in worry. "Won't people think it's strange that we're locked in here?" Taejun playfully tilted his head. "It's fine. I don't care what anyone thinks, especially since no one should bother me at the end of the day." Realizing they were truly alone in a locked office, and he was still holding her tightly, So-eun's cheeks blazed with fresh embarrassment. She bounced sharply away from him and started mumbling, "I came to talk about work matters." She tried to catch her breath. She hadn't realized how dangerous an office romance could feel. Taejun's voice softened. "If it makes you feel better, we'll focus strictly on work during the week. But I want to spend the weekend with you." He looked at her earnestly. "Pack for 3 days and 2 nights. Let's go somewhere together." So-eun froze when she heard that. Taejun looked genuinely happy and enthusiastic. "Where would you like to go with me?" The girl realized he was taking her on a real couple's trip. She'd never done anything like this before. Blushing deeply, she asked hesitantly, "You really want to take me on a couple's trip?" Taejun feigned innocence. "Don't you want to spend time with me?" So-eun blushed to the roots of her hair. This kind of relationship development felt way too fast for her, but she didn't want to refuse him. At Hyun-uk's house, preparations for the engagement were in full swing. While Hyun-uk inflated balloons, his father grumbled angrily. His mother had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday, and today his son was throwing a party at home. Hyun-uk, meanwhile, held back tears and frustration. Hyunji kept refusing to meet him at the hotel. He didn't even want this party, he just wanted things to move forward. His mother scolded her husband for pestering their son. "You didn't even make a proper proposal back in your day, leave him alone." While helping with decorations, she suddenly noticed a ring box on the table. Curiosity sparked instantly. She opened it and gasped at the dazzling ring with its massive diamond. Envy and greed surged through her. She muttered through gritted teeth to her son, "You bought a ring that expensive?" Hyun-uk snapped, "Don't touch it." To distract her, he quickly pulled out another small box. "I got something for you too, a brooch from your favorite shop." He thought smugly to himself how clever he'd been. He'd returned the real 55 million won ring and ordered a convincing fake for only 5 million. He'd even taken an old ring from his mother's jewelry box and forged a fake certificate of authenticity. Perfect. While his mom admired her gift, Hyun-uk rushed out to meet Hyunji. Finally, he got down on one knee and proposed, promising to make her happy. His parents watched with beaming pride. Their son had finally caught a rich daughter-in-law. Hyunji admired the ring, glowing. "I'm so happy, you really fulfilled my dream." But then she frowned slightly. "The ring feels a bit big. I'll go to the shop and get it resized." Hyun-uk's face paled in horror. He immediately replied, "I'll handle it myself, don't worry." Hyunji shook her head. "It cost 55 million won. I should go right away. It's better if I measure it properly." When his parents heard the price, their mouths dropped open in shock. Hyun-uk felt their oppressive stares boring into him. His mother's face twisted with anger. "I'll bring the corkscrew," she muttered, turning away sharply. She was already planning to scold her son later for such outrageous wastefulness. Hyunji, glowing with happiness, turned to Hyun-uk's mother. "Would you feel well enough to meet my parents next week? Since they work abroad, they'll fly in briefly just to see their future in-laws." The woman's eyes lit up immediately. "What kind of business do your parents have?" Hyunji smiled proudly. "They own their own company in Dubai, high-tech sector." She pulled out her phone and showed a photo of the sleek, modern company building. Hyun-uk's mother froze for a second, stunned, then quickly recovered with a warm smile. When are they arriving? We should definitely meet. She tried to sound casual. My health isn't a problem at all. Hyunji suddenly added, since I'm their only daughter, they're in no rush to marry me off. They'll insist that my future husband's family buy a decent house for the young couple. A smile froze on Hyun-uk's mother's face. Not only had this girl pushed her son into buying an outrageously expensive ring, she now expected them to buy a house too. Hyunji continued brightly, if my mom likes the option we choose, she'll definitely persuade my dad to buy us a house twice as expensive and better. So Hyun-uk should pick a really decent place, and you should think carefully about how much you're willing to spend on our future home. The woman sat frozen, shock rippling through her. Then it clicked, why her son had splurged on such an extravagant ring. He was playing the long game, invest now, gain much more later. Hyunji leaned in conspiratorially. I don't want Hyun-uk to know about this conversation, it would embarrass him. That's why I'm talking to you directly. Hyun-uk's mother couldn't believe her luck. Pride swelled in her chest, her son had hooked a real big fish. The next day, Hyun-uk headed back to the jewelry store to buy a new, real ring. As he left, he thought bitterly to himself that he should have bought the expensive one from the start. Now it turned out he'd overpaid anyway. In addition, Hyun-uk had to waste time going back to the shop because he couldn't risk Hyunji coming along. The engagement ring ended up costing him 60 million won. The man was ready to cry. Suddenly he spotted So-eun Kim Taejun walking by. What the hell is he doing here? He remembered seeing him strolling around the shop with So-eun just recently. Envy and anger surged through Hyun-uk. While he was stressing over money, this man looked completely relaxed, shopping without a care. If Taejun hadn't cancelled the contract with their firm, Hyun-uk wouldn't be in this financial mess right now. He wondered again why So-eun had been with him that day, and decided to find out. Hyun-uk hurried over. Hello, Director Kim. He fawned immediately. I'm really sorry the contract ended so suddenly. I'd hoped for a fruitful cooperation. Taejun replied nonchalantly, unfortunately, our first business trip wasn't fruitful. So I decided not to pursue it further. He turned and started walking away without even saying goodbye. Desperate to keep his attention, Hyun-uk called after him, do you know a girl named Han So-eun? Taejun froze in place. Hyun-uk smirked. She's my girlfriend. Well, she works at one of K-Group's branches. Taejun turned around slowly. I know her. Hyun-uk thought to himself, now I'll find out what's really going on between them. He continued, in truth, I recently dumped her. Then I saw a man hugging her. So I wondered how she's doing. Taejun replied coolly, I just helped her, she wasn't feeling well. But I don't have time to delve into the personal problems of every employee. Hyun-uk kept boasting. She must be having a really hard time with the breakup. She loved me so much. I hope she doesn't cause any trouble for the company because of it. Taejun became uncomfortable listening to this bastard. He couldn't understand how So-eun could have ever dated such a low man like him. The CEO turned silently and walked away with quick, deliberate steps. Hyun-uk didn't even have time to say anything else. He just stood there, confused and annoyed, wondering why the man had left so rudely. Meanwhile, So-eun stood in front of the mirror in her room, thinking about what to pack for the weekend trip. Her gaze fell on the box of new lace lingerie sets she'd bought the other day. Curious, she decided to see how they looked on her again. She pulled up her t-shirt and froze. The scars from the surgery were still clearly visible, not yet fully healed. She felt so stupid. How could she have forgotten about them? Suddenly her phone rang. A smile spread across her face when she saw it was the C. He was outside her house and asked her to come out for a moment. Taejun stood waiting, and when he heard heavy breathing, he turned around. It was So-eun. The girl had rushed out so quickly to see him that she hadn't even dressed properly. She'd just thrown a jacket over her shoulders. Her cheeks were flushed from running. Before she could say a word, he handed her a bag containing her new glasses. She thanked him softly. You didn't have to, I could have picked them up myself. Taejun tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. It wasn't too hard. His voice was soft and low. He continued stroking her face gently, looking at her expectantly. Do you have anything else to say to me? The girl's heart raced. She thanked him again for the glasses, voice barely above a whisper. Taejun sighed theatrically and pulled her against him. It's been very hard for me to be away from you all this time. He murmured close to her ear, want to grab a few things and come to my house? So-eun didn't expect this at all and felt embarrassed again by how insistently he was pushing the matter. Taejun smiled warmly. You can think of my house as our shared home from now on. Hearing that, So-eun blinked in confusion. What would we do in our house? He laughed heartily and stroked her cheek gently. We'd fall asleep together. He added in a softer voice, I'd like that very much. Would you? Suddenly the girl bounced away from him, burning with embarrassment. We agreed to spend the weekend together, but tomorrow we have work. Taejun, as usual, slipped his arm around her waist. We can go to work together tomorrow. He looked at her with that intense, melting gaze that always made So-eun agree to anything. She thought to herself, he's such a sneaky liar. He'd promised not to distract her from work during the week, yet here he was, wanting to take her home with him right now. In the end, So-eun made up her mind, they shouldn't be shy with each other anymore. She didn't care about his past, just as he didn't care about hers. So she decided they could move forward together. As they rode up in the elevator, she thought about how she finally wanted to enjoy their relationship openly. She wanted to be completely honest with him. Biting her lip, she mustered her courage to confess something very important. When they reached the top and Taejun headed toward the exit, she grabbed his sleeve. Wait, I have something to ask you. He turned around and saw her visibly excited, trembling slightly. Blushing deeply, she whispered, can we switch off all the lights tonight? Taejun had made an elaborate plan for the evening. A delicious dinner, a hand-holding walk under the stars, everything romantic and slow. Inwardly, he fought the urge to do something more intimate, afraid to rush things and scare her away. Remembering how she always reacted so strongly to his closeness, he knew she wasn't ready for anything further, so he tried his best to restrain himself. But her sudden request made his resolve waver. What she said shattered his careful plans and sent the virtuous part of him crumbling. The man froze. He hadn't expected her to take the initiative, especially not so unexpectedly. Taejun took her hand and agreed with a gentle squeeze. When he suggested leaving at least a table lamp on, So-eun protested softly. No light at all. Taejun was surprised. He turned to meet her pleading eyes, wide, vulnerable, almost fearful. He smiled tenderly. If you like doing it in total darkness, maybe I should blindfold you? So-eun blushed furiously and mumbled, I just don't want any light. Taejun looked at her carefully and saw how truly worried she was. She looked so sweet, so fragile in that moment. It was sheer torture to give up the chance to see her, but he respected her wish. It's fine, he said quietly. Any other preferences? So-eun breathed out a shaky sigh of relief. She felt a little embarrassed and admitted in a small voice, this is the first time for me. She asked him to take care of her, since he must have experience in this. Taejun froze for a moment in surprise. He looked at the girl and couldn't quite believe it. He figured she must be lying for some reason, but he didn't understand why. He couldn't imagine someone like her ex not getting his hands on a cutie like her. A jealous spark flared inside him, but he pushed it down. He didn't want to ruin the evening. He invited her further inside. I'll take care of you. He decided that since her ex was in the past, it didn't matter to him what had, or hadn't, happened between them. Taejun told her he'd try to switch off all possible light sources. Then he hugged her from behind, took her chin gently and murmured, I'd love to see every feature of your body in the process. I wouldn't want to take my eyes off you. So-eun felt her heart race and her stomach twist into a nervous knot. The room was already dark. Taejun painfully slowly covered her neck with soft kisses. He bit her earlobe lightly and heard her sigh, a small, shaky sound that sent warmth through him. So-eun felt it getting hard to breathe. Suddenly she felt too hot. She tried to mutter, asking him to stop for a while. But Taejun turned her around to face him, kissed her gently, and stroked her soothingly. Then he pulled back slightly, smiling. Are you ready? In fact, So-eun was burning with shame and embarrassment. She could only shake her head in shy agreement, holding back tears. Seeing her condition, Taejun decided to give her a moment to catch her breath. He smiled gently. Let me help you take off your shoes first. He knelt down and carefully slipped her shoes off, his fingers brushing her ankles. So-eun shivered at the light touch. When he looked up, her shoulders were trembling, her face flushed red. It was clear from every small sign how nervous and overwhelmed she felt. Taejun stood and murmured, I want to wait a little longer. He stroked her cheek tenderly and thought to himself that he could hug her all he wanted, but what mattered most was that she looked directly at him. He wanted her to meet his eyes honestly, to remember everything crystal clear, so she could rekindle those memories in her heart later. He leaned in and kissed her softly. The room was completely dark. Only their heavy breathing filled the quiet. Taejun intertwined his fingers with hers. So-eun breathed out his name, her voice thick with tears. The man's heart clenched with worry. Was she in pain? Did she not like it? Or was she suddenly thinking of her bastard ex-boyfriend? He desperately wanted to disobey her request and turn on the light just to see why she was crying. Finally, her breathing quickened. He sensed that what he'd been trying so hard to achieve was about to happen. His dreams were becoming reality. So many times he had imagined hearing her cry out in pleasure. Breathing heavily, he leveled himself. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He thought he must be going crazy with happiness. The sun brightly illuminated the room. So-eun squinted her eyes open. She turned around, the bed was empty. Apparently, the CO had woken up before her. When she tried to get out of bed, her back ached sharply. She immediately remembered how Kim Taejun had kept her awake most of the night. Even after she showered and slipped into her pajamas, he had pulled her back again. It was the first time in her life she had experienced such a storm of emotion, a wild mix of sadness and mad happiness. She remembered how the man had trembled with excitement, and then mumbled something about someone who had left him. So-eun lay there, torn between wanting to know more and fearing the truth. She had secrets of her own too. It had all happened so fast, they dived headfirst into this relationship with barely any knowledge of each other's pasts. But the most important thing was that they both wanted to move forward together. Coming downstairs, she was greeted by Taejun's radiant smile. He looked genuinely happy. "Good morning," he said softly. "How did you sleep?" So-eun felt shy and couldn't quite meet his eyes after everything that had happened the night before. "Did you manage to rest at all?" Taejun reached out gently and lifted her chin. "I feel fine." His gaze softened. "What about you? Is your body in pain?" He looked at her fondly. "I enjoyed last night very much. Were you satisfied?" The girl blushed deeply. Despite what they'd shared, she was still embarrassed. She couldn't get used to the intimate way he said her name. She drew in a shaky breath. Woo was very happy and satisfied too. Taejun's expression turned concerned. "Why were you crying? Did I hurt you?" So-eun shook her head quickly. "No, it's okay. I was just overwhelmed with emotion." Suddenly she turned and noticed the moon vase she had broken. It had been carefully glued back together and now stood on the counter, cracks visible but intact. Taejun laughed lightly. "I tried to glue it. It came out kind of good, right?" So-eun looked at him and felt a fresh prick of guilt. The vase must have been very precious to him if he'd bothered to repair it like that. She lowered her head. "I'm sorry for ruining your jar." Taejun smiled teasingly. "Now, for every time you apologize, I'm going to flick your forehead." He folded his fingers playfully, pretending to prepare for the flick. So-eun instinctively closed her eyes and covered her forehead with her palms, bracing for it, just like she had as a child. Taejun froze. The sight hit him like a memory flash, little So-eun standing exactly like that, covering her forehead in anticipation. He rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment and quickly dropped his hand. "I was just kidding. Don't apologize to me again, okay?" So-eun looked up at him softly. "Thank you." Taejun paused, tilting his head. "For what?" She smiled shyly. "For acting like the broken vase was no big deal. You didn't scold me at all, even though it was so expensive. I really appreciate that." Taejun stared at her, quietly marveling. Her sincerity, the way she worried over something so small, tugged at him in a way he couldn't quite explain. Suddenly he pulled her into his arms again, holding her close. "Don't say anything stupid like that anymore," he murmured against her hair. Their moment was interrupted by his phone ringing. It was his aunt. Taejun answered, stepping slightly aside but still keeping So-eun close. So-eun stood nearby, unsure whether to leave. She could hear the whole conversation clearly. She caught the aunt asking Taejun to go on a business trip this Friday for the entire weekend. One of the overseas factories had a tragic accident. Workers had died during a work trip. He needed to go and settle matters with the families. Taejun tensed, listening intently. His aunt explained he'd have to meet with lawyers to handle compensation and legal issues for the victims' families. When So-eun heard that, her heart sank. She realized how serious it was. Their weekend trip would have to be postponed. She knew such things were far more important than a getaway, but disappointment still tugged at her anyway. Taejun glanced at her and saw the upset flicker across her face. He spoke into the phone. "Do I really have to go? I run a completely different department." His aunt insisted. His presence was necessary. "It's a great opportunity to prove yourself. You're the heir to the chairman after all." Taejun argued back, voice firm. "I have important things planned this weekend. I'm not canceling them." He added stubbornly, "Even if the president himself asked me, I'd still refuse." The irritated man ended the call abruptly and sighed heavily. Suddenly, So-eun's soft voice broke the silence. She stood looking at him sweetly. "You have to go on the business trip." She stepped closer, head lowered. "I'm grateful for everything. But it would be better if no one knew anything happened between us." Her voice trembled slightly. "Since we work together, no one will suspect anything." She continued quietly, "You gave me happiness, even just for a short while. I have no illusions. I don't want you to take risks for me or ruin your world." So-eun exhaled shakily. "I'm happy with how things are right now." An oppressive silence hung between them. Taejun stood motionless. Suddenly the girl felt herself losing balance. Taejun caught her swiftly and lifted her into his arms, carrying her into the room. He asked gently, "Do you like being with me?" So-eun blushed deeply. "Of course, but please let me go." He paid no attention and carried her forward. So-eun looked at his stern expression and started to panic. "What are you doing?" Stop. Entering the room, Taejun laid her on the bed and headed to the window, drawing the curtains closed. He didn't answer her questions, just said calmly, "I'll turn off all the lights." He turned back to her. "Are you comfortable with this light?" So-eun realized what he intended and almost cried out in embarrassment, mumbling something about work and the business trip. But Taejun wasn't listening anymore. Meanwhile, the young couple sat stuck in traffic on their way to work. Taejun hummed a song contentedly to himself. So-eun sat in stunned silence, unsure how to act. She was almost late because of him. He had pounced on her like an insatiable beast last night, then quickly changed and was ready to leave for work as if nothing had happened. Taejun glanced over thoughtfully. "Unfortunately, we're caught in a big traffic jam." So-eun replied quietly, "I could have taken the bus on my own. I don't want anyone to see the CO bringing me to work." Taejun, with his usual sharp insight, asked directly, "Do you want to get out of the car because you're uncomfortable with what happened between us?" So-eun got embarrassed. "I just thought. I don't want other employees to suspect anything. Rumors would spread fast." Taejun nodded understandingly. "In that case, I'll drive you home so you can drop off your things and head to work from there." He added quietly, "I'm sorry for being so persistent. I'll try not to annoy you until the weekend." The girl could see he was a little upset by her words. She smiled softly. "Don't take offense or think bad thoughts, okay? I just don't want to give you any trouble." She continued gently, "You don't have to change your plans for me. I have nothing to give you in return but my time and love. I'm used to being asked to make sacrifices, but now I'm happy to just give my love, because you don't demand more." Taejun walked her to the door and asked her to call him when she got to work. So-eun wished him a good trip, and they said goodbye. Once inside her apartment, she leaned back against the door, exhaling slowly. At last she felt glad, really glad. Their relationship didn't require giving or taking anything in return. All that mattered was the present. A few hours later, Taejun was already in their office in the Philippines. He was met by the local manager. Looking around, he realized how much had changed since the last time he'd been here. When he first arrived with his father, this place had been a wasteland. His father had been negotiating with future partners. Spotting his young son, the father smiled warmly. "Did you come to help me?" He realized the little boy was bored on the business trip. Squatting down, he offered cheerfully, "How about we go for a swim in the sea together?" Later, little Taejun was intrigued. His father said it would be their secret, they wouldn't tell grandfather or auntie. He whispered conspiratorially to the boy, "If anyone finds out, I'll get lectured. So promise me." Taejun gladly held out his little finger. His father hooked it with his own, sealing the pact. Now, Taejun remembered that it had been the last time he'd gone anywhere with his father before the car accident that took both his parents. Suddenly the local manager turned around. "Is everything okay, director?" Taejun must have looked lost in thought. He hurriedly apologized. "It's the heat. Much hotter here than in Korea." Then he heard someone calling his name. It was his great-uncle. The man approached with a smirk. "Hard for you to be in this place, isn't it?" Taejun bowed politely. His uncle continued, "Even though we're family, it's hard to meet because of all the constant work." Taejun watched him carefully. It felt strange that his uncle had flown here. His uncle wasn't the right person to handle business in the Philippines. He was the kind of man who watched every detail, always positioning himself. Not for nothing was he next in line to become president someday. Taejun was sure he planned to take grandfather's place eventually. The uncle gave a friendly grin. "If I'd known you were coming, I would have stayed in Korea myself." Taejun couldn't believe his ears. He would have gladly skipped this trip if he'd known his uncle would be here. His uncle patted him on the shoulder. "Your aunt sent you so reporters could see the new face of the company, write some interesting articles." Taejun replied evenly, "I flew here to work, not to give interviews." The uncle ducked down slightly. "You need to use that pretty face to get people on your side." Taejun looked at him tensely. "I have to go now." Meanwhile, Hyunji and Hyun-uk arrived at the airport to meet her parents. When Hyunji and her parents saw each other, they threw their arms around one another in a warm, emotional embrace. While they chatted excitedly about how much they'd missed each other, Hyun-uk stood politely to the side, clearing his throat a few times to get attention. Finally, he bowed deeply and introduced himself to his bride's parents. The man and woman immediately began praising him. "Our daughter has told us so many good things about you." Hyun-uk felt flattered, a small smile tugging at his lips. Soon the young couple and their parents were seated together in a nice restaurant. Hyunji's father raised his glass with a broad smile. "I'm so happy to see my daughter will have such wonderful in-laws." Hyun-uk's parents beamed back, nodding eagerly. "We feel lucky that a girl like Hyunji chose our son." Suddenly Hyunji's father set his shot glass down firmly on the table. "Now it's time to talk about housing for the newlyweds." Hyun-uk's parents visibly tensed. The man continued calmly, "We only have one daughter. I want her to have the best of everything. While Hyunji smiled sweetly, Hyun-uk stared at his future father-in-law in panic and confusion. The older man propped his chin on his hand and asked directly, "What amount are you willing to allocate for the young couple's home?" Hyun-uk's father had been dreading this conversation. His wife had warned him it was coming. They had counted every savings account, every insurance policy, mortgaged the house, and Hyun-uk had even managed to settle a few early payments. When he finally said, 500 million won, his wife spoke at the exact same moment, 2 billion won. The woman calmly added, "We can afford to contribute exactly that amount." Her husband stared at her in horror. An awkward silence fell over the table. Hyun-uk and his father looked at the woman as if she had lost her mind. While she smiled and talked about wanting their children to live in a better home, Hyun-uk thought desperately about how they were already stretched thin from hospital bills. He had no idea where they would find that kind of money. Hyunji's father smiled warmly. "I'll add another 2 billion on top. We'll use the money to buy a decent home for the kids." Hyun-uk tensed, barely believing his ears. Someone was giving away 2 billion won so easily? Her parents must be far richer than he'd imagined. He thought starting married life in a fancy house would be an excellent beginning. He glanced at his bride carefully, hoping everything would unfold exactly as he'd planned. Monday arrived. So-eun, as usual, was cheerfully assisting customers at the service center. Suddenly her work phone rang. She was surprised. Such calls usually meant something urgent had happened. When she picked up, she heard Taejun's voice. Apparently he'd come straight to work after returning from his business trip. She felt pleased that he'd called her, though a bit awkward too. Hearing her reserved tone, Taejun asked gently, "Didn't you miss me at all?" So-eun blushed immediately. She couldn't have private conversations right at her workplace, especially with Boomi sitting nearby, clearly eavesdropping. To her relief, Taejun shifted to work. "Starting today, the strategy team begins its work. Bring your colleagues and come see me after hours." Then he hung up. Boomi, full of admiration, leaned over. "Why did the director call you personally?" So-eun explained, "He wants to see us after work. The team is starting a new project." Boomi clapped her hands in excitement. A project personally overseen by the director? This is huge. Finally, at the end of the workday, the small group gathered in the conference room. Taejun entered and greeted everyone with a calm nod. He got straight to the point. "Last week, I asked So-eun to recheck the spare parts lists. Thanks to her meticulous work, I discovered many errors in the records, especially involving motherboard replacements." Meanwhile, So-eun studied the documents he handed out. She was surprised at how neatly he had organized the data she'd worked so hard on. Apparently her efforts hadn't been in vain. The director then placed 2 motherboard samples on the table. "Can you spot the difference between them?" After examining the motherboards closely, So-eun concluded that there were clear distinctions suggesting the samples were produced by different manufacturers. Holding the boards in her hands, she continued studying them intently. Taejun confirmed her theory with a nod. The boards were indeed made by different companies, Ajax, our official partner, and Nocom. He explained further. According to internal data, K Electronics used Ajax chipsets in production. They were known for superior durability, even though they raised the product's final price. However, every service center had been supplied with Nocom chipsets for after-sales repairs, specifically for phones still under warranty within the first 3 months of purchase. Boomi asked quietly, almost in disbelief, "So, you're saying the company uses high-quality chipsets for production but cheaper ones from another manufacturer for after-sales service?" The documents clearly supported that conclusion. Taejun's voice remained calm. "All information about Nocom has been deliberately overlooked by K Electronics. It was kept relatively simple on purpose." Everyone in the room realized an internal conflict was brewing within the company, and that the director had initiated this investigation to uncover a hidden corporate secret. He announced firmly, "We must thoroughly analyze the data, determine which chipsets are actually better, and identify every difference." The girls froze. All they could think about was how they might end up in the news if a scandal broke out. At that moment, Manager Jang raised his hand hesitantly. "Did I understand correctly that our strategic team's work will be confidential?" Taejun smiled slightly. "Each of you will need to sign a non-disclosure agreement." Manager Jang then asked why Kim Taejun had decided to take on something like this. Boomi was glad he had the courage to ask. Taejun replied calmly, "As the director of K Electronics, it's my duty to monitor the company's operations. If it goes off course, I assess the situation and correct it. Above all, I'm responsible for the company's well-being and the employees." A while later, So-eun entered the director's office carrying the non-disclosure agreement in a folder. To her surprise, Taejun silently took the folder and stood up from his desk. He walked toward her. She grew nervous, fearing he was displeased and might scold her. Her mind raced. What mistake could she have made? But in the next moment, he simply hugged her tightly, letting out a relieved sigh. He held her in silence, just wanting to feel her presence. He had missed her. So-eun relaxed a little, wondering what he'd do next. She sensed how tired he was, so she silently supported him by hugging him back. Finally, he pulled back slightly, looked into her eyes and asked softly, "Did you really not miss me at all?" She quickly objected. "Of course I missed you, very much." Taejun, like a sulking child, replied, "You didn't call me even once." She explained gently, "I didn't want to distract you from work." He rested his head on her shoulder with a sigh. "I felt very lonely without you." In that moment he looked so vulnerable. So-eun hugged him again to comfort him, thinking how charismatic he had seemed not long ago. Yet now, alone with her, he was so gentle. Suddenly, he claimed her lips, kissing her softly at first, then more passionately, showing how much he had missed her. Taejun smiled softly and asked, "Will you come home with me today?" So-eun understood exactly what he meant. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She knew how persistent he could be, so she decided not to stay silent this time. Eventually she whispered, "We can't. We have to be careful." But he just smiled wider. "What if I really need this?" The girl blushed deeper. "Maybe, it would be better to meet on the weekend." Taejun looked surprised. "Are you afraid that if we spend time together today, I'll suddenly get busy over the weekend?" So-eun shook her head. "No, it's just, I have a lot of tasks during workdays. I take my job seriously. It's the way I can be useful to you." Taejun was taken aback. He hadn't realized she worried so much about work. Suddenly he offered, "Let me help you move to Seoul. Your commute would be easier. I'll cover the expenses." So-eun quickly declined, but a moment later she struggled to hold back laughter. Taejun blinked, confused. "What's so funny?" She burst out laughing. "Your offer." It sounded a bit arrogant. And a little strange. Then she realized what she just said and quickly apologized. "I didn't mean to be rude." Taejun looked at her seriously. "I warned you, if you apologize again, you get a flick on the forehead." So-eun shut her eyes tight and covered her forehead with her hand, bracing for it. But instead, Taejun gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "I lied," he murmured, then caught her lips in a surprise kiss. He pulled away slowly. Her face was burning, heart pounding like crazy. Taejun smiled slightly. "I have no choice but to spend the night at your place." So-eun was surprised to hear what he said. Was he really planning to stay the night at her house? She immediately imagined how they would fit on her small single bed. She considered sleeping on the floor, but she only had one blanket. The only way to fit would be to lie down tightly hugging each other. That was risky. They might not make it to work, because she knew Taejun wouldn't let her sleep. She tried again to convince him. "Let's meet on the weekend instead. My place is too small for both of us." He assured her gently, "Everything will be fine." Finally, seeing how embarrassed she was, he smiled softly. "I was just joking. Don't worry, I don't want to make you do anything you're uncomfortable with. I'll happily visit when you invite me yourself." Hearing that, So-eun unfroze for a few moments. He had been so insistent about coming over, but suddenly he stopped pressuring her. She felt awkward. This man who usually gave commands had just asked her for a favor in the softest voice in the world. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gently kissed him. It felt like a dream she didn't want to wake up from. She couldn't believe her luck. The kiss was soft and tender, her quiet way of telling him how much she had missed him. Meanwhile, Hyun-uk's mother met with a realtor to find out how much their apartment could sell for. The woman disappointed her. Even with renovations, the maximum price would be around 1 billion won. It's a good price given the condition and location, but it will take quite some time to sell. This isn't a high-demand area. Later, the woman calculated how much money their family could gather. Taking into account the house sale, insurance cancellation, deposits, and other bills, it totaled only 1.1 billion won. It wasn't enough. Hyunji's parents demanded 2 billion won to buy a house. They must be incredibly wealthy if such a sum wasn't a problem for them. Hyunji's mother considered taking out a private loan, her mind racing through numbers and options. Her thoughts were interrupted by the doorbell. She knew Hyun-uk and Hyunji were supposed to visit. When she opened the door, she was greeted by her smiling future daughter-in-law. Hyunji cheerfully said hello and stepped inside, carrying bags of food. "I brought lunch. Let me help set the table." The woman was pleased by the generous spread and the girl's thoughtfulness. "Thank you. I'd love to have lunch with you." The food was delicious and diverse. Hyun-uk's mother praised her cooking skills warmly. Hyunji thanked her with a modest smile. "My mother taught me." After the meal, Hyunji stood up to clear the dishes. "Let me clean up." The woman waved her off. "No need, Hyun-uk will do it himself." Hyun-uk looked surprised. His mother had never asked him to do chores before, but he knew better than to refuse. He reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, the women sat down to rest in front of the TV. Hyun-uk's mother kept casting disapproving glances at her future daughter-in-law. Hyunji was glued to her phone, giggling softly at something on the screen. The woman felt unhappy. The girl hadn't even tried to help clean up, even after being offered a rest. She couldn't help comparing her to So-eun, who would have quietly taken care of everything by now. She worried that at this rate, her son would end up completely under his wife's thumb, serving her like a queen. Suddenly Hyunji turned to her. Is something wrong? You've been sighing so heavily. Then her gaze drifted to the table, where the woman had left her financial notebook open. The woman froze in horror. How could I have forgotten to close it? She hurried to snatch it up and force a smile. I've been looking for this everywhere. She hoped desperately that the girl hadn't read anything. But to her dismay, Hyunji was already murmuring, I saw the amounts. What happened? She turned to her future mother-in-law with genuine concern. As I'm almost family, I can't just watch any woman suffer in silence. Hyun-uk's mother hesitated, unsure whether to tell her future daughter-in-law about their financial problems. It was a serious blow to her pride. In the end, she told her everything. Hyunji clapped her hands anxiously, her face showing clear concern. She took the woman's hands in hers and quickly assured her, everything will be okay. I'll talk to my father about the money. The woman couldn't believe how kind and understanding her future daughter-in-law was. Then suddenly Hyunji handed her a phone and showed her a crypto wallet. I opened an account in your name and deposited 1 million won. Hyun-uk's mother took the phone, confused. What is this? Hyunji explained patiently. It's like stocks, but the returns are much higher. You could double your money in just a week, and if you're lucky, multiply it by 8 in a month. She continued brightly, you can invest small amounts in quality cryptocurrency and earn from its growth. Hyun-uk's mother stared at the screen, trying to make sense of it. All she could focus on was the possibility of doubling the money in just a week. She asked hesitantly, how do you know about this? Hyunji smiled. My father runs a business in Dubai. He has easy access to this kind of information. He asked me not to tell anyone. But since you're my future mother-in-law, I'm sharing it as a secret. Suddenly Hyun-uk appeared. What are you two up to? The women quickly stopped their conversation. Just chatting, his mother said with a forced smile. Hyun-uk replied, I made tea. He handed a cup to his mother, then leaned over to give one to Hyunji. But this was a carefully planned move. He wanted her to take off her engagement ring. When she reached for the cup, Hyun-uk jerked the tray just enough for the hot tea to spill, burning her hand. Hyunji screamed in pain and started crying, it hurts. Hyun-uk immediately apologized. I'm so sorry, the ring looks like it got dirty. Go wash your hands, I'll clean it. Unaware of anything, Hyunji went to the bathroom, blowing on her burned fingers. Meanwhile, Hyun-uk quickly took the real ring out of his pocket and replaced the fake one with it. His mother asked, do you need some cleaning solution? He shook his head. The ring's fine. Noticing her unusually cheerful mood, he asked, why are you so happy? The woman got scared she might give herself away. I'm just happy to see Hyunji. Deep down, she thought, just wait a little longer, he'll be very grateful to his mother soon. Meanwhile, Hyun-uk smiled just as fakely, thinking how clever he was. Even his mother hadn't noticed he'd switched the ring. In the bathroom, Hyunji washed her hands with a light smile, wondering what the two of them were so happy about. The next day came. So-eun entered the director's office. I brought the documents, the task distribution and schedule for the strategy team. To her surprise, Kim Taejun was already standing in front of her. He took the documents from her hands and praised her warmly. Good work. Her face turned red immediately. She had expected him to be sitting in his chair as usual. Noticing her embarrassment, Taejun smiled slightly. Why are you so flustered? Were you expecting something else? So-eun quickly shook her head. No, it's nothing like that. He casually draped his arm around her shoulder and sighed theatrically. In that case, I'll take a look at the documents. While he carefully read through the tasks and responsibilities of each team member, So-eun felt her heart flutter from his closeness and the soft, low timbre of his voice. Suddenly she addressed him quietly. Taejun looked at her attentively. It was clear she wanted to say something but was extremely embarrassed. Her breathing even seemed unsteady. He smiled gently. Why did you suddenly go quiet? Finally, she gathered her thoughts and blushing deeply confessed, you're always so perfect in everything, it makes you very seductive. Taejun was pleased to hear such words from her. He laughed lightly. You're the seductive one. She tried to object, but he admitted softly, I go crazy every night because I can't stop thinking about you. He leaned toward her ear, his breath pleasantly tickling her skin. I even had to sleep with the lights on, thoughts of you wouldn't let me rest. He sighed theatrically again. I'm curious, where did you learn such things? So-eun got flustered. It's not like that at all. She couldn't admit it was all because of her scars. So-eun thought things couldn't go on like this, she had to tell him the truth. But at that moment, Taejun laughed so sincerely and cheerfully. His smile lit up the room like sunshine. The girl couldn't bring herself to say it now. Sometime later, he held a meeting with the strategy team and at the end, suggested having a small company dinner. Excited, Boomy asked, "Will there be alcohol?" But all So-eun could think about was how the director was an even better person than she'd imagined. That's why she was afraid, when he found out the truth, he might not be able to smile like he did today. So she didn't react when Boomy teased, "So-eun likes alcohol too, you know." This surprised Taejun. He looked at her. "Is that true?" The girl hesitated. It might have looked greedy, but she wanted to enjoy this happiness just a little longer. She only replied quietly, "I recently stopped drinking." Taejun nodded easily. Everyone can drink what they like. Decide on the location by the end of next week. The team immediately started cheerfully discussing where to go. Taejun left the conference room, thinking about what the girl had said. Could it be that she stopped drinking after that time I found her drinking alone? Suddenly, Taejun stopped in his tracks when he heard So-eun's voice. She was asking Mr. Jang which day would be convenient for him to meet. Mr. Jang replied rather friendly, "Any time works for me." A pang of jealousy stabbed through Taejun. He paused, watching them from afar. A moment later, So-eun's phone buzzed with a new message. She reached for it while her colleagues continued discussing the meeting place. She was surprised to read a text from Taejun, "Don't sit too close to Manager Jang." Her eyes widened. She was sitting across from him. What did that even mean? Then another message followed. "If you don't listen, I'll start teasing him even more." When her colleagues asked if everything was all right, So-eun forced a smile. "Everything's fine." She quickly changed the subject. "So, have we decided on a location yet?" She was distracted, wondering why the director had written something like that. Had Jang Eun-pyo somehow upset him? Later, Taejun went to the shopping mall. He was determined to buy So-eun a gift, something that would make even someone like Jang Eun-pyo understand she had a boyfriend and give up any intentions. His jealousy had been growing day by day. Suddenly a jewelry store sign caught his attention. He entered, and a pleasant sales assistant greeted him warmly. Taejun asked to see the rings. When she showed him their latest designs, he looked at them tensely, unsure which one to choose. Under normal circumstances, he would have just bought the most expensive one. But now he was agonizing over the decision. He thought about So-eun. She preferred a classic, simple style. Something understated would suit her perfectly. But on the other hand, he wanted the ring to stand out, so people would immediately notice it was a gift from him. While he pondered, he heard a female voice call his name. Hyunji approached with a sweet smile. "Director Kim. So nice to see you again." She looked genuinely happy. Taejun noticed Hyun-uk standing next to Hyunji. The lawyer greeted him uncertainly. Taejun asked calmly, "What are you two doing here together?" Hyunji cheerfully hugged her fiancé and announced with a bright smile, "We're preparing for our wedding." Taejun found it amusing. Just a few days ago, he'd met the lawyer, and from his behavior and probing questions, it was obvious Hyun-uk was still interested in how So-eun was doing. But Taejun said nothing about it. He simply gave them a dry, polite, "Congratulations on your engagement." Hyun-uk didn't look particularly happy to receive it. Hyunji glanced at the ring box in Taejun's hand and asked curiously, "Does the director have a girlfriend you're shopping for a ring for?" Taejun answered reluctantly, "Yes, I do." Hyun-uk rolled his eyes inwardly. Of course someone like him would have a girlfriend. To his surprise, Hyunji suddenly admired the ring Taejun had chosen. "I've dreamed of having one just like that." This upset Hyun-uk. The ring he'd given her was much more expensive. And when she added that she envied the director's girlfriend, he nearly choked in outrage. Why is she acting so vulgar? Then she asked eagerly, "Can I try it on? Just to see how it would look on a hand." Hyunji slipped it on enthusiastically. "It's beautiful. Your girlfriend will definitely love it." Taejun stood there with an unreadable expression, not understanding why she was saying all this to him. That couple irritated him, but he had to stay silent. Meanwhile, Hyun-uk looked like he was about to explode from anger. Taejun suddenly turned around and said he had to go. He gave everyone a quick goodbye and left the room. Hyun-uk clenched his jaw in anger as he watched him walk away. Hyunji noticed his expression and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The man couldn't hold it in anymore. He started yelling at his fiancée. "Do you act that openly with all men? Taejun fired us. How could you be so sweet to him?" Hyunji got upset. "We met by chance. I was just being polite, so he might remember us and turn to us for legal help someday." "You're being childish." But Hyun-uk wouldn't calm down. "You were sucking up to him, trying on the ring he chose?" Hyunji replied firmly, "He already has a girlfriend." Hyun-uk froze. He wanted to remind her that his relationship with So-eun hadn't stopped her before. Hyunji added calmly, "You should learn to separate your personal and professional life." Hyun-uk muttered angrily, "Why do you always have to have the last word?" Hearing that, Hyunji gave him a stern look. "Never speak to me that way again." That made his anger cool down instantly. On Friday evening, So-eun was packing her things, planning to spend the entire weekend with Kim Taejun. He had been patient all week and hadn't insisted on meeting, so she decided to reward him for it. Suddenly her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. It was Taejun. She answered quickly. He asked, "Are you home?" "Yes," she replied. "I just finished my business meeting. Can I come pick you up now?" So-eun got flustered. She had thought they'd meet tomorrow, she hadn't packed yet. Hearing the confusion in her voice, Taejun said gently, "We can just go to the movies or see each other for a few minutes." "I really want to see you." The girl quickly agreed to the movie. Then she asked softly, "How are you? Are you too tired?" Taejun replied warmly, "I'm fine." Pack calmly, "I'll wait." She found it strange that he said he would wait. She looked out the window. She couldn't believe her eyes. Taejun was standing outside her house, smiling slightly and looking right up at her. Her legs carried her so fast she barely felt the floor beneath her feet. Running outside, she bent over to catch her breath and then, she had rushed down to him too quickly. Taejun smiled softly. "I told you not to rush, or did you miss me so much you couldn't wait?" To his surprise, So-eun suddenly blurted out loudly, "You're right. I missed you very much." At that moment, the angel and demon inside him battled fiercely. One part wanted to take her home immediately and never let go, the other knew he had to be patient. Fighting with himself, he simply reached out and gently patted her on the head. In the end, they did go to the movies. While waiting in line, So-eun kept glancing around. The last time she'd been to the cinema was a year ago, her first date with Hyun-wook. She had been extremely nervous since it was her first time. The man barely watched the movie back then. He kept getting business calls and leaving the theater. They didn't even talk about the film. In the end, she'd practically watched the whole movie alone, and they never went to the cinema again. Taejun pulled her out of her memories. "What do you want to eat?" So-eun examined the menu, thinking of popcorn. But then she worried, if their hands accidentally touched, Taejun wouldn't let go, and she'd be embarrassed the whole movie. So she smiled. "Just water for me." Taejun looked disappointed and said a bit awkwardly, "You really plan to watch the movie attentively, huh?" The girl didn't understand why he was upset at first, but then it dawned on her what couples usually did in dark movie theaters. They held hands. So-eun mentally prepared herself for what would obviously make her blush. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook was downing glass after glass. Several empty bottles were already lined up in front of him. He was beside himself with rage. After the ring fitting, Hyunji had remained silent the entire way back. And now she wasn't calling or replying. He was angry that, being a girl from a wealthy family, she acted so arrogantly toward him, even though he had already spent 60 million won on the proposal. Taejun suddenly remembered their meeting today with director Kim Taejun. How Hyunji had behaved around him, flirty, overly friendly, trying on the ring he'd chosen for his girlfriend. Even though he'd said it was for someone else, Hyun-wook imagined that girlfriend must be quite pretty with a good figure, just like So-eun. He pictured his ex standing next to the CO, and a wave of disgust hit him. He poured himself another glass and thought how revolting it felt to imagine So-eun with some other guy. At that moment, his sleepy mother got up and noticed her son drinking alone in the dark, not even eating anything. She asked quietly, "What happened?" To her surprise, Hyun-wook turned around with tears in his eyes, sniffling. "I still have feelings for So-eun. I can't forget her." Meanwhile, So-eun and Taejun were calmly watching the movie at the theater. Suddenly the girl choked on her water and dropped the bottle on the floor. She bent down to feel around and pick it up, mentally scolding herself for being so clumsy. But Taejun got to it first. He picked it up and asked softly, "Are you okay?" So-eun thanked him and smiled gently. "I'm fine." She appreciated his attention and care. The fact that, despite clearly wanting to do something more exciting, he sat quietly and respected her personal space. Then she recalled his recent words about not being able to handle darkness anymore because it constantly reminded him of her. So-eun studied his profile in the dim theater light, also remembering the upset expression on his face when he realized she truly just wanted to watch the movie. He had indeed sat quietly the whole time. Maybe he was joking back then. So-eun was just about to refocus on the movie when Taejun casually draped his arm over her shoulder, pulling her in lightly. Though he pretended to be watching the screen and looked totally chill, she could feel there was more to the move. She didn't know what to think. Was it just a comfy position for movie watching, or did he want to be closer to her? But the next moment, his fingers started softly stroking her cheek, sending little tingles through her body. Then they slowly moved to her ear, tracing the outline and gently squeezing her earlobe, making her hold her breath and blush hard. His light touches and gentle caresses made it impossible to focus. Her heart was racing like crazy. Finally, she turned to him and whispered, "Are you even planning to watch the movie?" Taejun looked perfectly content, eyes still on the screen. "I'm watching very attentively." So-eun huffed softly. "If you keep this up, I won't be able to finish it." He grinned. "We could just leave." She blushed again. "No, I want to watch until the end." Taejun chuckled low. Then try to restrain yourself and stop being so cute. Seeing her stunned expression, he smiled wider. I'm also doing my best to be patient and hold back. So-eun could barely hold in her indignation. The way he said such things with that innocent face made her blush even more. How can he be so bold? The movie ended, and So-eun went to the restroom to freshen up. Even though she'd missed most of the plot because Taejun kept distracting her, she really enjoyed the date. She was drying her hands when she started thinking about what would happen next. They were heading to his house. The thought made her blush instantly. She knew how much he'd missed her, and she'd missed him too. She knew how the evening would likely end. And even though she'd probably ask him to turn off the lights again, she still wanted to look attractive for him tonight. So she pulled out some powder and lipstick for a quick touch-up. She looked at herself carefully in the mirror to make sure she looked good. She wanted to be pretty for him. Meanwhile, Taejun stood near the women's restroom, starting to worry. She'd been gone for quite a while. He hoped she wasn't feeling unwell or hadn't come on the date despite feeling sick. At one point he even wondered if she might have fainted and if he should go check on her. Suddenly an unfamiliar female voice spoke up. A young woman approached with a bright smile. "Excuse me, are you an actor by any chance?" Taejun was surprised. "No, I'm not." She handed him her business card. "I work for a casting agency. You have a very attractive appearance. If you're ever interested, feel free to contact me." Taejun had heard this sort of thing before and was about to politely decline when he suddenly noticed So-eun peeking shyly from around the corner. An idea struck him. What if he could make her jealous? He wanted to see what it would feel like if she claimed him as hers. So he decided to take advantage of the situation and test her reaction. He gave the stranger a charming smile and started chatting lightly with her, waiting for his girlfriend to approach and make it clear he was taken. But it drove him mad when, contrary to his expectations, So-eun got flustered and immediately hid around the corner, not even trying to come over. He realized that wasn't like her, maybe she lacked the confidence. So, apologizing to the stranger, he went to find So-eun. Approaching her, he asked gently, "Why were you hiding around the corner? Why didn't you come up to me?" The girl tensed. "I just came out of the restroom." Taejun blushed a little. "Didn't you feel even a little jealous of that girl?" So-eun was surprised. She honestly didn't understand. Why would I? In that moment, when she looked at him with her bright, sincere eyes, he realized he had completely and utterly lost to her. She was so pure and innocent that his heart couldn't take it. Then he confessed quietly, "I was very jealous of you." That surprised the girl. She had never given him any reason. But Taejun simply replied with a small, honest smile, "I'd be happy if you showed a little jealousy too." Later, as they were driving, Taejun asked casually, "Are you going to ask me to turn off the lights again tonight?" So-eun grew thoughtful. She didn't know what to say. This time she didn't want to act like a shy, awkward girl. She wanted to be different. She clenched her skirt in her hand, gathering her thoughts, summoning her courage to tell him that tonight he didn't have to turn off the lights. They took the elevator to his apartment in awkward silence. So-eun wondered if Taejun might think she was being too stubborn since she still hadn't explained why she always asked for darkness. She worried it might seem strange to him. The whole way up, all she could think about was how much she liked him, and how much she overthought everything. She just needed to admit she had been a donor for Hyun-uk's mother and was embarrassed about her scar. But what if he got disappointed after hearing the truth? What if his feelings for her disappeared completely? She no longer wanted to hide it from him. So she took a deep breath. "Mr. Soo, the truth is that..." But she froze when she felt his chest press gently against hers. Then she felt the delicate touch of a chain around her neck. It was a beautiful teardrop-shaped gold pendant framed with tiny gems. Taejun gently fastened the chain, tucking her hair aside. So-eun froze for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. Meanwhile, the man asked softly, "What did you want to tell me?" She replied, flustered, "I got distracted by your gift. I completely forgot what I was going to say." Taejun leaned closer. "I just wanted to do something nice for you." She felt awkward. "Your previous gift was already beautiful, and this pendant must be very expensive." He crossed his arms, replying calmly, "I have plenty of money, so it's not a problem." When he added that he could afford to give her things like this every time they met, So-eun got scared. "You shouldn't do that." Taejun looked genuinely surprised. "Why not? I want to make you happy." The girl didn't want him to think material things were important to her. The most important things couldn't be bought with money. Finally, she grabbed him by the shirt, pulled him close, and kissed him deeply. But the next moment she felt him take control, gently but firmly, guiding her toward the bedroom. When they tumbled onto the bed, her heart hammered like crazy. She rushed to whisper, "Turn off the lights, please." Taejun gently cupped her face, gazing deep into her wide, sparkling eyes. He wanted to burn this moment into his memory forever. She repeated her plea, voice soft and pleading. He didn't want to, but the way she looked at him, so vulnerable and trusting, he couldn't say no. He flicked off the light, plunging them into darkness. He leaned close again. I actually like it, he murmured low. Feels special. Then he teased playfully, if this keeps happening, next time I might blindfold you, or tie you up. So-eun's cheeks burned hot, her voice trembling. I'm still insecure, that's why the lights make me uncomfortable. Taejun loosened his tie with a soft laugh, accepting her words. Even in total darkness where he couldn't see her, he could touch her. And every touch only made him crave more. The more he felt her, the more he wanted. He liked her so damn much. He wanted all her love, all of her. He hoped he wasn't alone in this darkness. He knew she felt the same pull. Sunlight slipped gently into the room. So-eun grabbed her phone and checked the time. Her eyes widened in shock. It was just past 5 p.m. After barely sleeping all night because of him, she still felt surprisingly rested. She was glad her stamina had improved, until she realized it was 5 p.m., not a.m. She'd slept the entire day. She wanted to cry over the wasted day off. Right then, Taejun walked in, looking bright and glowing. Did you sleep well? He teased lightly. Must have, you were out for almost 13 hours. So-eun pouted, annoyed. He'd let her sleep that long and now he was poking fun. She apologized for dozing off. They were supposed to go see the ocean. Taejun tilted his head. Why do you keep avoiding eye contact? She replied shyly. I'm not doing it on purpose. He smiled, clearly amused by her embarrassment. He looked so effortlessly handsome. So-eun felt even more awkward, especially since she hadn't even washed her face yet. She worried she looked a mess right now. But in the next heartbeat, Taejun leaned in and kissed her right on the lips. It completely caught her off guard, her breath hitched, heart skipping wildly. Finally breaking the kiss, Taejun smiled brightly. If you still feel awkward around me, then we definitely need to get even closer. When she found herself in the kitchen, So-eun was impressed by the elegantly set table. The food looked amazing. She ate with real pleasure while Taejun watched her devour it, a satisfied grin on his face. Then suddenly he mentioned, there's a swimming pool on the first floor of the complex. Want to go for a swim? The girl froze for a moment. She remembered the last time she'd been to a pool was back in early childhood with her father. Later, living with her aunt and uncle, she couldn't even dream of it. And after starting university, she'd been too busy with part-time jobs and earning a scholarship. She didn't want to talk about it, so she just smiled shyly. I didn't bring a swimsuit. To her disappointment, Taejun only got more excited. He beamed. We can simply buy one. After dinner, they went for a walk. So-eun couldn't take her admiring eyes off him. She was amazed at how he acted without hesitation, doing things she herself wouldn't have the courage to do. She wondered if he ever had worries or fears. She admired him and envied how brave and determined he was. At the store, the girl found a swimsuit she liked, one that could hide the scars on her body. Taejun, however, had his own taste. He held up a bright yellow bikini, grinning. This one. The girl was shocked. She quickly grabbed the swimsuit she'd chosen and decided to buy it fast, before he could do it for her. At the register, the polite cashier rang it up. So-eun was about to pay, but the next moment Taejun was standing beside her, calmly reaching out to the cashier. Put it on my card. So-eun felt embarrassed. Upset, she said, I wanted to pay for it myself. I don't want to burden you. Taejun smiled and joked lightly, in that case, you can buy me the most revealing swim trunks you can find. So-eun looked at him defiantly, eyes narrowed, a small spark of challenge in them. He was surprised. He'd expected her to blush and back down, not this. She confidently turned and headed straight toward the men's swimwear racks. Taejun had only been teasing, but she seemed to take the challenge seriously. She carefully examined the options, brows furrowed in concentration. After a while, she handed him a pair of classic blue swim trunks and asked, blushing, do you like them? He looked at her, amused. Do you like the color blue? She nodded shyly. Apparently I do. I wasn't sure if my boyfriend would like them, they look kind of plain. Taejun smiled warmly. I like them. Now our swimsuits can be matching. But when they arrived at the pool, they ran into a problem. Due to the crowd, access was temporarily restricted. So-eun's face fell clearly. She looked so disappointed. Taejun watched her closely. Seeing her in her swimsuit, so adorably shy and upset, his cheeks turned red. He couldn't understand how she was always this cute. Finally, he decided he had to make it happen. Follow me. So-eun asked in horror, what are you planning? Taejun turned back, smirking smugly. All I have to do is pay the person in charge to let us in. The girl didn't want that kind of trouble. She desperately tried to stop him. We'll spend the whole day together tomorrow, we'll still have time for the pool. Back in the room, So-eun changed clothes and felt very tired, even though they hadn't done anything particularly exhausting. It hadn't been obvious before, but Taejun acted like a child sometimes, pouting at the pool, then jealously making sure no one looked at her. Then she remembered how attractive he looked in his swim trunks. He had a rather athletic body. These thoughts made her blush immediately. She was heading back to the room, thinking about how she wouldn't be able to hide her scars from him much longer. Soon her request to turn off the lights would start seeming strange. While she was internally panicking about how he might react once he found out about the surgery, Taejun suddenly appeared behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist in a warm hug. He smiled softly against her hair. "You've been gone for so long. I got scared you'd run away from me." He kissed her cheek lightly and asked, "Why do you never call me by name? Always Mr. Ko, or Director?" So-eun felt embarrassed. He was still her boss, after all. "I prefer it that way." Taejun understood they needed to keep some boundaries at work, but he added gently, "When we're alone like this, you can call me by name, or even Appa if you want." To his disappointment, she still called him Director, even though she nodded shyly in agreement. They were sitting in the dim light. So-eun sat on his lap, arms loosely around his neck, feeling shy but safe. She murmured, "It seems like you enjoy teasing me." Taejun smirked mischievously, eyes never leaving hers. "Admit it, you like it too." Looking at her, he almost begged in a low voice, "Don't look away. I want you to always look at me like this." So-eun realized then, he had always looked at her this way. Unlike her, who was constantly afraid to meet his eyes, his gaze had always been focused only on her. She was so scared of losing him, scared of being hurt again, that she unknowingly kept drawing lines between them, even in their happiest moments. But she wanted to give him everything. She really liked him. Sometime later, Taejun came out of the shower, towel drying his wet hair, looking fresh and relaxed. When Daejeon stepped into the bedroom, he saw his girlfriend already fast asleep. Compared to a young man's stamina, So-eun, who had just undergone surgery and experienced this only a few times, was completely exhausted. Daejeon walked over quietly. It was a hot summer night, and he noticed a few beads of sweat on her forehead. He sat down beside her, gently lifted the blanket a little, and wiped the drops of sweat from her brow with his fingertips. Underneath, her pajamas looked a bit uncomfortable, clinging to her skin from the heat. Thinking back to how she always insisted on turning off the lights, Daejeon guessed it might be an ugly scar or perhaps a rebellious tattoo she was embarrassed about. After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to satisfy his curiosity honestly. He slowly lifted the hem of her pajama shirt. Bit by bit, smooth skin came into view. But Daejeon's eyes suddenly froze. His heart felt like it had been struck by lightning. Across her abdomen lay a series of large scars, clean, precise lines that didn't look old at all. What could they be? What kind of surgery was that? What on earth had happened to his So-eun? The next morning, So-eun woke up, stretching sweetly in bed. She always slept so well next to Taejun, though her body ached a little from the previous day's exertion. She started wondering what delicious breakfast he'd prepared this time and was already drooling at the thought. This time, she decided to change clothes and freshen up before showing herself. He'd probably pounce on her with hugs and kisses the moment he saw her. After getting ready, she went down to the first floor and looked around for the director. Finally, she saw the door to his office was open. She cautiously peeked inside. Just as she expected, he was already working, even on the weekend, from early morning. Upon seeing her, Taejun immediately looked up and studied her closely. He looked a bit tense. He quickly came over. So-eun apologized softly, "Sorry for interrupting your work. I can give you some time." But when he asked how she was feeling, she felt awkward. She couldn't quite tell him. It was a bit hard to keep up with his pace, and due to her physical condition, she'd prefer him to be a little more gentle. Taejun looked at her expectantly. A light blush played on his cheeks. His eyes shone with joy, hair slightly tousled. He looked so adorable that So-eun wasn't sure her heart could take it. She replied shyly, "I'm fine." That same night, in the quiet darkness, Hyun-uk's mother, Kimi, obsessively watched cryptocurrency prices on her phone. She couldn't believe her luck. The price had risen just as Hyunji had predicted. Her husband, Yanguchi, was one of those people who were always unlucky with investments. If he bought land, it immediately dropped in value. If he started a business, it went bankrupt within months. But Kimi had always been faithful, praying diligently that one day luck would smile on their family. And one day, while her husband was wasting the last of their money, was it an answer to her prayers or divine reward? She had prayed her son would get a good bride, someone better than the ruthless So-eun. And then, like a blessing from heaven, like an angel, Hyunji appeared in their lives. Though at first she hadn't known how to feel about what her future daughter-in-law had said, now she was convinced. The invested money had doubled, and it looked like she could increase it even more. She'd already mentally calculated that it would be enough to buy a house for Hyun-uk, with money left over. But to do so, she needed to invest more in her crypto wallet. So she called her daughter. When young Hyunji asked sleepily, "What happened?" her mother, sounding almost possessed, asked urgently, "Do you know anyone who could lend me some money?" The next day, So-eun and Taejun finally made it to the pool. The girl was totally blown away by the sight. The water looked crystal clear, perfectly temperate, not too hot or cold, and the humid air felt so refreshing against her skin. Taejun slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her gently closer with a playful grin. "Why are you just standing there? Let's get in together." So-eun had already admitted she couldn't swim, so he reassured her right away, voice warm and confident. "I'll teach you myself, even if I only know the basics." After some time, she held her breath, clinging tightly to his arms and kicked off, trying to swim. When she finally surfaced, gasping for air, he told her excitedly, "Turn around." So-eun was stunned. She had actually swum the entire length of the lane from one end to the other. Taejun beamed, praising her enthusiastically. "You did amazing. You've got real talent for this." She wanted to keep going, eager to try different strokes. Taejun watched her, thinking how long they'd been at it and how incredibly cute she looked in the pool, wet hair clinging to her face, cheeks flushed from effort and excitement. Then he noticed her lips had turned a faint blue from being in the water too long. He took her hand gently. "Okay, time to get out." The girl was surprised. "We haven't spent much time in the pool yet." Taejun turned and told her to grab her things. "We'll shower back in the room." So-eun couldn't understand the rush. Maybe something urgent had come up? But then she thought, knowing him, it was probably because he couldn't control his desires anymore after seeing her in a swimsuit. She blushed hard at the thought that he might want to lure her into the bedroom again. Looking at him now, she didn't want to ruin the moment, so she decided to keep her secret for one more day. When they got home, Taejun led her to the bathroom and quickly left, telling her she could take a shower in peace. This struck the girl as strange. She was used to the director teasing her, trying to fluster her, but now he just left her alone, quiet, respectful, almost gentle. In a way, she even felt hurt, as if her expectations had been crushed. His tone seemed too cold. She felt awkward. She had promised herself not to have illusions or expect too much. And yet here she was, upset over something so small. When she stepped out of the bathroom, she froze at the sight of Taejun. Honestly, she had almost been sure he was upset with her for some reason. But in the next moment he gently took her hand. His grip was gentle yet firm. He confidently led her after him. So-eun wondered, is he really going to do it right now? But in the next moment, her hopes were shattered again as she found herself sitting on a chair while Taejun picked up a hairdryer and gently began drying her wet hair. He carefully dried the damp strands, silent and gentle. The girl couldn't figure out what to expect from him anymore. At some point, she felt ashamed of her explicit thoughts. Usually she was shy, but today all her thoughts were about that. Taejun's fingers gently massaged her scalp, combing through her hair, checking for any wet spots he might have missed. In the end, she was endlessly happy because what he was doing now was wonderful too. She loved his care. When Taejun finished, he placed a hand on her shoulder and asked softly, "Are you hungry?" Thinking that it was already dinner time, So-eun felt a bit sad. This meant the day was coming to an end. Their weekend together was almost over. It saddened her that tomorrow they both had to go back to work and keep their distance again. Taejun noticed the change in her mood, but didn't know what else to say or do. While he was at the hospital, gloomy thoughts wouldn't leave his mind. Finally, after waiting, he was greeted by Shintan, his mother's old friend and a general surgeon. Taejun said hello and asked how he had been all this time. The doctor replied that he was doing well, was glad to see Taejun, and congratulated him on getting a leadership position. As they entered the office, he said that if he had more time, he'd gladly have a drink with him, but he was swamped with work. "What brings you here?" Taejun didn't want to waste the doctor's precious time, so he handed him a sheet of paper where he had drawn from memory the number and location of scars on So-eun's body. "What kind of surgery does this look like?" Han took the paper, examined it carefully, and after a few moments replied that he couldn't be 100% sure, but it looked a lot like a hepatectomy. Upon hearing that, Taejun froze in horror. His ears started ringing. Meanwhile, the surgeon continued explaining that such incisions are now made on donors for liver transplantation. He kept talking about modern transplant techniques, but Taejun was no longer listening. In a trembling voice, he asked, "Do I understand correctly that the girl with those scars was a liver donor?" His fists clenched tightly.